Chapter 1459. On the other end of the phone, the square-faced man's partner's breathing obviously quickened. When Yi Qian heard this, a faint light flashed in the depths of his eyes. It was obvious that the other party was not only confused because things did not go according to their plan, but also because their emotions were fluctuating. This was a good thing for her. The committee member has high hopes for us. If we don't even know how to light a fire, how are we going to explain it to the committee member? If we don't do a good job, Mr. Charlie definitely won't contact the committee member for us. The man on the other end of the phone was obviously anxious, as if a broken pot was about to break. Motherfucker, if we really can't do it, we'll just set the place on fire at 1:00 in the morning. Who cares if the secretary or bureau chief has checked in? Let's start the fire first. Set the place on fire at 1:00 in the morning, Mr. Charlie, committee member. Yi Qian, who caught the sensitive words, immediately realized that the square-faced man and the man on the other end of the phone were only able to contact the committee member through a man named Charlie. In that case, these people were all small fry. Small fry also had their advantages. They were timid, afraid, and easily frightened. Let's find Mr. Charlie first. That's fine too. We'll just set the place on fire anyway. Alright, cut the crap. I'll come up and find you. Yi Qian's voice was the same as the square-faced man's. The square-faced man's voice was mixed with a Guilin accent, and Yi Qian's voice was Guilin accent. In her previous life, Yi Qian had been forced by Ying to wander all over the country without a fixed residence. He had also lived in Guilin for 2 months. At this moment, he had really helped her a lot. Come up first. I'll pick you up at the elevator. On the other end of the phone, the square-faced man's partner was obviously out of ideas. He raised his hand and pulled the curtains open again to look down at the hotel. Seeing that there were no cars driving in, he said, "Come up first, quick." He had to know which elevator he was at first. Yi Qian calmly asked, "All right, which elevator do you see? It'll be more convenient for you to wait for me." "The elevator on the 5th floor." "Hurry up." Without the slightest suspicion, the man motioned for his accomplice to come up as soon as possible. It was already so late, but the target still hadn't come up. He didn't know what to do. Then he must be on the 5th floor. Yi Qian muted the man's phone and walked out of the restroom. She walked towards the 5th floor with a calm expression. After a while, she pretended to be nervous and called the man. "You'd better not wait for me at the elevator. I don't know what's going on, but I'm so nervous. Leave the door ajar, and I'll go to your room to find you. Don't hang up, we can contact each other immediately if anything happens." With the same voice as the square-faced man, when Yi Qian went up to the 5th floor, she did not check the rooms on the left to see if there were any openings. Instead, she checked the rooms on the right, facing the main entrance of the hotel. On the other end of the phone, the man also said that he didn't see any cars driving into the hotel. It was obvious that he was looking at the main entrance of the hotel. In addition, the man was timid, afraid of trouble, and impulsive. Other than his own room, she couldn't think of where else he would go. She asked him to leave the door ajar as a test to see if he was in his room. The man didn't refuse. Instead, he happily agreed. After probing for a while, Yi Qian was sure that the man was in his room. Chapter 1460. Yi Jian's search speed was neither slow nor hurried. She strolled along the long corridor that was covered with thick carpets. Step by step, she continued until she saw the door of a room that was about 5 steps away from her. The door was slightly ajar. The other party was also cautious. Although the door was open slightly, the safety chain was still on inside, so he could close the door immediately in case anything happened. With a slight smile on his face, Yi Qian continued to use the square-faced man's accent to communicate with the other party on the phone, instructing him to remove the safety chain. Although the man on the other end of the phone didn't see his companion, he didn't have any doubts when he heard the familiar voice. He even said, "You're finally here. I'm sweating all over." The voice came from inside the room, then neared the door, followed by the sound of the safety chain being removed. Yi Qian, who had been waiting for this moment, flashed out from the side, and closed the door. The entire process took about 30 seconds. In the room, a thin and small man, about 1.65 meters tall, about 25 or 26 years old, stared at the uninvited guest with wide eyes. Who are you? What are you doing? He was knocked down by Yi Qian, who rushed in. Fortunately, the hotel room was carpeted, so he didn't hurt much. As the man spoke, he got up. What are you doing? You must have walked into the wrong room. Yi Qian, a young girl with delicate eyebrows and neat bangs, was wearing a business suit. No matter how the young man looked at her, she seemed harmless and not dangerous. Contact Mr. Charlie and tell him the plan. After rushing in, Yi Qian grabbed the silver wire that hadn't been wrapped around her wrist for a long time. She walked past the young man, who was only wearing a short-sleeved t-shirt because the heater was turned on in the room. By the way, how are you going to start a fire at 1 in the morning? Up until now, the young man still hadn't realized that something was wrong. When he saw the girl who came in looking like she knew everything, he was even more confused. In fact, Yi Qian was too calm. It was as if he was visiting an acquaintance for a chat. Apart from using a bit of strength to force his way in, he spoke calmly after entering the room. For a moment, the young man was bewildered. When he heard her mention Mr. Charlie and the fact that she had set a fire at 1:00 in the morning, the young man was the first to be shocked. His expression changed as he blurted out, "How did you know?" "I know a lot. We still need to keep an eye on the ground. We can't come up. Keep an eye on this side too." Yi Qian looked around and confirmed that he was the only one in the room. He didn't have any dangerous weapons on him. He sat down on a round chair by the window of the hotel. His eyes were cold as he looked at the young man sternly. "Set fire. If they come on time, it won't be a problem to set fire to them. But they didn't come. It's best to ask Mr. Charlie first." The young man didn't look like a repeat offender at first glance. Yi Jian's half-truth and half-lies, coupled with the imposing manner of a strategist, made the young man, who was originally baffled, suddenly seem to have found his backbone. He quickly sat on another leisure-round chair and looked at Yi Jian up and down. After a while, he said, "Who the hell are you? Why haven't I seen you before?" As he spoke, he couldn't help but straighten his body. His eyes were vigilant and he questioned without much confidence, "Tell me who you are first. I'm someone the committee member arranged to help you at any time. Otherwise, how would I know about your plan? The car accident plan this morning has already failed. So this time, as long as the target appears, we must succeed. We can't afford to fail." Chapter 1461. When Yi Qian told him what had happened during the day, the young man's vigilance dissipated. He sighed deeply. "That's right. They couldn't do it and made things difficult for me and Brother Xiong. Mr. Charlie isn't here. All right, I'll contact Mr. Charlie. If he doesn't come, should we still set the place on fire?" Then he glanced at Yi Qian and asked in confusion, "Why didn't my uncle mention that he would arrange for someone else to come? He only told me that old Dong and the others would come to help me. He didn't mention a woman like you." This sentence made Yi Qian feel that something was amiss. It sounded like this young man had some status. Old Dong should be the square-faced man. How many? Where are the rest of them? He had to find them. If you didn't suddenly ask Old Dong to come up, I wouldn't have appeared. Old Dong can only stay in the lobby. How can he leave so easily? As for the others, call them now and tell them to keep an eye on them. Don't be impatient." Yi Qian tried to get information from him again. He didn't need to be careful. He used a reproachful tone to get information from him. If you ask this person to come up and ask that person to come up, what if the person you're waiting for appears? Don't you know the identity of the other party? How to get information from him and how to get the information he wanted as soon as possible. These were all skills that a special forces soldier needed to know. After the young man finished calling his companions, the smile on Yi Jian's face deepened. It was the first time he was fighting alone, and he was facing a powerless enemy. He wondered if he was lucky. Yi Jian was indeed lucky. She met a guy who wanted to earn some credit so that he could go back and ask his uncle to put in a good word for him to make a fortune. 5 minutes later, the young man called the other 4 accomplices. After hanging up the last call, he said proudly, "Keep watch. There won't be any problems." One was guarding the back door, one was watching the parking lot, one was hiding in the hotel's computer room, and the last one was at the door opposite the young man. Yi Qian knew that it was about time for him to take action. All he needed was for the other party to contact Mr. Charlie. The clock pointed to 9 p.m. Xia Jinyuan, who was sitting in the car, looked at the time and said to Case 7, "Contact Yi Qian and ask her if she found anything." Yi Qian had planned to keep the young man alive to see if he could find more clues. However, when he heard that his uncle also wanted to meet the committee member, Yi Qian knew that there were no other useful clues. Hearing Case 7's voice, Yi Qian, who had tied up the young man with the bedsheet, lowered his voice and said, "The criminals plan to set the hotel on fire at 1 a.m. tonight. I have already found several of their accomplices at the hotel, and one of them was not at the hotel." She told them everything she knew so that the 3 people in the car could hear her clearly through the hands-free mode of the phone. Xia Jinyuan raised his eyebrows slightly and smiled at Bai He. He had said that his little fox wouldn't just sit around and wait for death. She was already taking action. "Yi Qian, take care of the other 4 criminals." Xia Jinyuan finally spoke. He said slowly with a hint of coldness in his voice, "No one is supporting this operation. Think of a way to take care of it alone." Chapter 1462. Xia Jinyuan's cold voice came through the phone, and Yi Qian was stunned for 3 seconds. It wasn't because of what he said, but because of his arrival. She had been in contact with pigeons all the way from Beijing to Tongzhou. Why was Xia Jinyuan here? Is there a problem? While she was stunned, she heard his cold voice again. This time, it sounded like an order. Yi Qian's expression was tense as she replied, "No problem, I will deal with the remaining criminals as soon as possible. However, Mr. Charlie needs backup. He is too close to the hotel, and if there is any movement, he will immediately run away." She didn't ask why he wanted her to deal with all the criminals in the Tongzhou International Hotel alone. Faced with an order, she chose to obey. K7 glanced at Xia Jinyuan. Seeing that his captain nodded in agreement with Yi Qian's request, he said to Yi Qian, "Okay, be careful." Just as he was about to hang up, he seemed to have thought of something. His calm voice became a little darker. "A soldier can be a king. Every soldier of the Snowfield Brigade is like that." For a person who was so calm and emotionless to suddenly say something so emotional, let alone Yi Qian, even Xia Jinyuan and Bai He were surprised. No, it should be said that they were surprised. "I understand. Thank you for the reminder." After Yi Jian recovered from her shock, she replied with a smile, "That's great, that's really great. Even K7 cares about me. Does that mean that all the special forces from the Shuayu Brigade have accepted me as their comrade?" Yi Jian thought. K7 told her that every soldier of the Snowfield Brigade could fight alone. They had the ability to fight 1 against 10. It wasn't that their comrades didn't want to support them, but that they believed in their combat ability. Yi Qian had no problem dealing with a few small fries. He tied up the young man's limbs and dragged him directly to the bathroom. Then, he stuffed a towel into the man's mouth. In order to prevent him from escaping, Yi Qian tied the man to the toilet bowl with a towel. Finally, when he closed the bathroom door, he used the belt of his bathrobe to tie the door lock from the outside. One of the suspects is in the men's washroom in the hotel lobby, the second last seat. The other was in the bathroom of room 5015 on the 5th floor of the hotel. "I'll deal with the rest of the suspects now." Yi Qian told K7 the location of the suspect that had been taken care of. The rest of the cleanup work could be left to K7 and the others or the Tongzhou police. With that one word, he ended the call and turned to Xia Jinyuan. "The follow-up work will be handled by the Tongzhou police. Will the criminal, Mr. Charlie, also be handed over to the Tongzhou police? For the police, this was an opportunity to perform meritorious deeds. Moreover, the Snowfield Brigade couldn't easily interfere with local affairs. Naturally, they had to ask clearly. Inform the Tongzhou police and tell them the location of the two suspects that have been arrested. Don't say anything else for the time being. If they need our help, it won't be too late to take action. Xia Jinyuan was also well versed in local politics. Although they had a high chance of winning, since the Tongzhou police were already deployed, they would definitely complete the task successfully. Otherwise, how would the local officials answer to the director who personally acted as the bait? As for Mr. Charlie, Xia Jinyuan pondered for a few seconds and said to Bai He, "Contact Pigeon, I need to ask the director." The director hadn't rested. When he received Xia Jinyuan's call, his serious face suddenly smiled. Yi Qian did well. This Charlie is the biggest fish in Tongzhou. Since the Tongzhou police are going to arrest him, you won't have to be involved in local affairs to avoid increasing your workload. Chapter 1463. After all, the soldiers sent from the army were all going to Guilin, not to catch criminals. Xia Jinyuan had no objections to the Director General's arrangement. That was his original intention as well. As a soldier, it was not appropriate for him to get involved in local politics. Even if he was part of the military police, he had to be clear about his position. He should not try to show off his skills in other people's areas. If that happened, not only would he not be rewarded, he would probably be dragged back to the army. The Tongzhou police had already made preparations. The members of the Snowfield Brigade chose to watch from the sidelines and watch Yi Qian take care of the criminals who wanted to set the hotel on fire. It was nighttime in the north, and the temperature dropped rapidly. Yi Qian, who was near the stairs, called one of the criminals who was guarding the hotel's engine room. She had just taken care of the criminals who were guarding the parking lot and the criminals who were guarding the back of the hotel. After taking care of two criminals in a row, her back was already sweating. She raised her hand to wipe the sweat off her forehead. The faint blue light from her phone illuminated Yi Qian's face, making it seem as if her face was covered with a layer of blue coldness. She had imitated the young man's voice to perfection, and it was difficult to tell if it was real or fake. Just like how she dealt with the previous criminals, she first needed to know the specific location of the target before she took action. The hotel's engine room was on the second floor of the basement, and there were security guards on duty. The criminal she needed to take care of was one of the security guards on duty. Yi Qian did not walk slowly from the underground parking lot to the second floor of the basement. She gently put her feet down and then lifted them up again to make sure that she did not make any sound. Walking through the murky corridor, Yi Qian quietly pushed open the heavy fire door. She saw two security guards sitting on a shabby sofa, smoking and chatting. Neither of the voices belonged to her target. Yi Qian retreated to the fire door and dialed another number. Not long after, she heard footsteps coming from behind the fire door. The person was walking directly towards her. Yi Qian's back was pressed against the cold wall. In the darkness, her dark eyes were like a wild beast hiding in the dark. She calmly locked the fire door. The fire door was pushed open, and a tall, fat figure entered Yi Qian's line of sight. The door closed, and in the dark corridor, there was the sound of fists hitting flesh. Then, there was the sound of something heavy rolling down the stairs. Finally, there was the sound of someone struggling to break free and letting out a frightened moan. Yi Qian pulled out the man's belt and buckled it into the man's mouth. He then wrapped the belt around the man's head and locked it in place. The man could only make muffled sounds. The criminal, who was wearing a security guard uniform, also helped her. He took out the decorative belts and tied them together. Then, with another belt, he tied the criminal's legs together. Even in the dark, Yi Qian tied the criminal's hands and feet tightly together. At this moment, the tall, fat, and strong criminal was tied up in a reverse arch by Yi Qian. His chest and stomach were pressed against the cold ground. His chin was raised high, and he had no strength to struggle at all. The third one was dealt with. She takes an average of 5 minutes to deal with one. K7, who received another call from Yi Qian, raised his eyebrows slightly. There was a subtle smile on his indifferent face. He said to Bai He, "Are you looking forward to meeting her even more?" Bai He nodded. The smile on his handsome face was much deeper than K7's. "That's right. I'm looking forward to it more and more. These few people are nothing to her." Xia Jinyuan, who had been calm from the beginning to the end, smiled gently. No one knew better than him how powerful his little fox was. His little fox wanted to ascend to the throne, so it was not a big deal for her to deal with a few small fries. Chapter 1464. Xia Jinyuan waited quietly for Yi Qian to resolve the dangerous situations in the hotel one by one. He waited quietly for her to complete her mission for the night. The Major General sat alone in his office with his head lowered as he worked. Other than occasionally lifting his head to pick up a document that was placed further away, he never lifted his head or moved around. The alarm clock placed directly on the desk rang. Only then did he look up from a pile of documents, put the work in his hands aside, and raised his hand to pick up the landline receiver. At 9:30 p.m. Xia Jinyuan received a call from the Major General. The Major General only asked, "How is Yi Qian doing?" Xia Jinyuan seemed to have been waiting for the Major General to call. When he heard the Major General's call, he replied calmly, "The cleanup has been completed. The Tongzhou police are cleaning up the dangerous items in the hotel according to the criminal statement. Yi Qian is doing very well. She took a total of 1 hour and 7 minutes to get rid of 6 criminals. At the same time, she assisted the Tongzhou police in apprehending one of the main criminals in Tongzhou. It was not a difficult task for Yi Qian to watch." The Major General, who originally had a serious expression on his face, smiled faintly. "Xiao Yi, this is the first time you have completed a mission without carrying any weapons. You have a good start." To Yi Qian, this was a mission, but to the military, this was her first time fighting alone. It was also a test. "Yes, it is indeed a good start. Major General, I wonder if the military is satisfied?" Xia Jinyuan's thin lips curled up as he asked with a smile. His unfathomable black eyes gazed out of the car window. Inside the car, the neon lights were reflected, adding warmth to his cold eyes. "I think you should be very satisfied." His question and answer made the Major General laugh out loud. "It seems that you have already guessed my intentions." "Not bad. Yi Jian has the whole situation under control. She has submitted an answer that has satisfied the military for the time being, and also made me feel relieved for the time being." Everything was, for the time being, which meant that the test for Yi Qian had just begun. The military wanted to see if she could calmly face a one-on-one battle. They also wanted to see if she could quickly find a solution when she fell into a situation where she had no support and no clue but had to carry out a certain mission. Although the mission to rescue K7 was also a solo mission, at least the goal was clear. He knew that there were reinforcements behind him, and if there was any danger, he could immediately contact his comrades. But this time, there was no clear target, no definite information, and no idea if there would be any reinforcements. Not a single clue was given to Yi Qian, and he had to find it on his own. The Major General was actually a little nervous when he made the decision to let her carry out a mission without any clues. In addition to being daring and careful in carrying out this kind of mission, one also needed to know how to look for clues, how to control the whole situation, and how to further communicate with the criminals. At the same time, one also needed to complete the mission in secret so that one could successfully escape. Yi Qian had to think about all of this by himself. He had to do it by himself. There could not be any accidents in between. Just like this time, once she was exposed and the criminals noticed something strange, they might set the place on fire in advance and use the most extreme method to fight against the police. Xia Jinyuan sneered. "It is also because you believe in her and are willing to give her a chance. If he did not believe in Little Fox, how could he let her fight alone? How could he arrange such a mission to train her?" Chapter 1465. The smile on the Major General's face tightened and his eyes sharpened as he explained his plan to Xia Jinyuan. "You hope that she can enter the Snowfield Brigade directly after graduation. What about me? Pigeon's team can't be led by you all the time. You need a leader. This was the reason why Yi Qian was being nurtured with all his heart. It was because she had the ability to lead the entire team. Moreover, her overall ability was above average and was comparable to that of Xia Jinyuan. When the leader recommended Yi Jian to go to the capital to protect the Director General, he was already thinking further. He immediately discussed with the military headquarters not only to let Yi Jian go to the capital to protect the Director General, but also to let her join the cleanup operation and arrange for her to act alone. At the same time, the Major General and the military had promised that Yi Qian would become a qualified Special Forces soldier within the next 4 years. She would be able to enter the Snowfield Brigade immediately. If Yi Qian wanted to become an outstanding Special Forces soldier like Xia Jinyuan and the others, she would have to train hard. Based on her outstanding performance in the past few years and her hard-working personality, it was possible for her to enter the Snowfield Brigade directly after graduation like Xia Jinyuan. Thank you for your trust in her. I can also promise you that Yi Qian will not let you or the military down. She was even willing to put aside her hatred for the time being just to become an outstanding Special Forces soldier. Xia Jinyuan completely believed in the girl he loved and would not disappoint those who had placed their hopes in her. As for himself, as her goal, it could be said that he had witnessed her growth along the way. It was so exciting and so difficult. Step by step, every step was so steady and steady. She did not take any shortcuts. How could Yi Qian not become an outstanding Special Forces soldier like this? The Major General also believed that Yi Qian would not disappoint him. After giving Xia Jinyuan a few instructions with a cold expression, he said, "The director has been very worried. Once you're done with your work, get Yi Qian to pigeon call the director to let him know that you're safe." The director was not aware of the military's arrangement for Yi Qian's test. To the director, Yi Qian staying in the Tongzhou International Hotel alone was like a live target. To the military, it was a test for Yi Qian. There was no danger at all. If a Special Forces soldier couldn't even take care of a few criminals, then he didn't deserve to be called a Special Forces soldier. He might as well go home and sleep. Yi Jian did not disappoint the Major General. She was still able to find clues when there were no clues. She subdued 6 criminals without any support throughout the process. It could be seen that her psychological quality had always been very stable. She did not panic because of this. A total of 20 barrels of gasoline, 4 packs of explosives, and 5 quilts soaked in gasoline were found. 12 lighters and 6 switchblade daggers were found on the 6 criminals. In the hotel, the Tongzhou police cleaned up the dangerous items found. A police officer said as he recorded, according to the confessions, all the items were brought into the hotel by the criminals using their position as hotel security. 25-liter barrels of gasoline, 4 packs of explosives, and 5 quilts soaked in gasoline were enough to burn down the entire hotel. It's not my fault. It's really not my fault. I don't know anything. I just came here to stay for a night. A man's terrified voice came from the room next door. He pleaded for his innocence with tears and snot. Chapter 1466. When Yi Qian, who was assisting the Tongzhou police, heard this, he raised his head and said to the police officer taking notes, "This criminal has some connections. He has an uncle who is very close to the main culprit. When I was trying to get information from him, I found out that he planned to ask his uncle to bring him to meet the committee member after setting the place on fire." The police officer did not have any doubts about the words of the person who had contributed the most tonight. "Okay, I'll report it immediately." "Okay, you should be done with the inventory here too." Yi Qian, who had planned to leave after handing the criminal over to the Tongzhou police, took off his filter mask. His obsidian-like eyes had a faint smile as he stared at the police officer. "The hotel crisis has been resolved. I think it's time for me to leave. I'll have to trouble my police brothers from now on." The police officer who was about to pass by the next room immediately stopped in his tracks. "Aren't you staying at the hotel tonight? If you want to leave now, should I go and ask the deputy commissioner first?" The police officer was very young. He had just graduated from the police academy a year ago. He did not have the authority of the police officers who were searching outside. He was still a little inexperienced. Otherwise, he would not have stayed to clean up the dangerous goods. He said shyly, looking a little embarrassed. The deputy commissioner told me before he left that if you want to leave, I have to go with. As he was speaking, a few footsteps accompanied by voices came over. They walked very quickly and appeared in the room in the blink of an eye. The police officer turned around and his shy expression immediately became very serious. Commissioner Kai, Deputy Commissioner. Has everything been cleaned up? Did you find any other dangerous goods? The man who spoke was about 45 years old. His face was very serious, and he had the authority of a leader. He looked at the young police officer and said, "Be careful when you do the inventory to avoid any mistakes." The police officer straightened his back and replied, "Yes, Commissioner Kai." The deputy commissioner said, "Commissioner Kai, this is Comrade Yi, who helped the Tongzhou police a lot tonight. It's all thanks to her. Otherwise, we wouldn't have been able to complete the search so smoothly." He smiled and introduced her to Yi Qian. "Comrade Yi, this is Commissioner Kai." Compared to the deputy commissioner whose smile made people feel comfortable, Yi Qian felt that the serious and righteous Commissioner Kai was easier to talk to. "Hello, Commissioner Kai. I'm Yi Qian, an active soldier." He didn't say anything else, not even the Director General. Previously, Yi Qian had been standing behind the male police officer, so Chief Kai didn't immediately notice her. Now that she walked out gracefully, Chief Kai's gaze immediately stopped on her face. The young girl had the temperament of a soldier. Even though she was dressed casually, one could tell that she was a soldier with just a single step. But that wasn't the main point. The main point was, when Chief Kai saw the young man's face clearly, his expression quietly changed. His cold eyes flashed slightly before he reached out his hand. "Thank you for your hard work, Comrade Yi." The young face was also a familiar face. It was just that one of them had fallen into eternal slumber, while the other had been reborn. Another face that was sealed in his memory flashed through his mind. Looking at the familiar face in front of him, Chief Kai's heart thumped like a drum. He looked around the room that was filled with the smell of gasoline. Chief Kai's gaze deepened, and he once again casually sized up Yi Qian. "Let's go outside and talk. Little Zhu will take care of everything here." Little Zhu was the male police officer who had been talking to Yi Qian just now. Yi Qian noticed that something was wrong with Chief Kai's gaze and nodded with a smile on his face. He followed Chief Kai out of the room. The deputy commissioner tactfully stayed behind and didn't follow. Chief Kai obviously had something to ask, so he didn't need to follow. Chapter 1467. As Chief Kai walked, his arms swung back and forth in his police uniform. Yi Qian was all too familiar with his steely aura. Chief Kai was a retired soldier who had been transferred to civilian work. At that thought, Yi Qian's eyes darkened. Her features were very similar to her mother's. Grandfather Zhen said that any old friend who knew her mother would know whose daughter she was once they saw her. Could it be that Chief Kai, who was a retired soldier, knew her mother? Wasn't that too much of a coincidence? But she couldn't help but suspect it. The way Chief Kai looked at her, he was indeed reminiscing about an old friend through her. Could it be her mother? Could it be that much of a coincidence? She knew too little about her mother. She knew so little that even though she suspected that her mother's death might have something to do with old Madame Yi and Sun Yaozu, she didn't know where to start investigating. For a moment, Yi Qian's calm mind became a little unstable. Even though her mind was unstable, Yi Qian was still a little expectant. At Chief Kai's signal, she sat down on the lounge chair in the hotel room. As soon as she sat down, she looked up slightly and met Chief Kai's eyes, which were filled with memories. It was getting late. She still had to go find the Director General. Even though she was expectant, she wasn't sure if Chief Kai knew her mother, so she shouldn't put too much hope into it. In just a few seconds, Yi Qian adjusted her slightly chaotic mind and calmed down. Chief Kai didn't notice the ups and downs in her emotions just now. He was still thinking about his own matters. The memories buried deep in his memories all came rushing back. If he thought that Yi Qian looked like an old friend when he first saw her, then as he thought deeper, he really felt that Yi Qian was his old friend's daughter. Otherwise, how could they be so similar? But they had received news that his old friend had passed away in an accident. Then Comrade Xiao Yi, who looked so similar to his old friend. No, he had to be steady. He would bring it up again after careful observation. The room was very quiet. When Yi Qian saw that Chief Kai didn't speak for a long time, she couldn't help but frown slightly. It was this subtle action that surprised Chief Kai even more. Even more alike, even more alike. When he frowned, he looked even more like his old friend. Except for the different expression between his eyebrows, his facial features really looked like they were carved out of the same mold. Although the facial features were similar, they were not alike in spirit. The comrade Yi in front of him had a chilly look, like a pine tree proud and unyielding snow, while his old friend had a gentle look, like a red plum blossom that had just bloomed, with a woman's tenderness between her eyebrows. Comrade Yi didn't. Her delicate and pretty face had a rigid expression, and her gaze was sharp and deep. Although there was a faint smile at the corner of her mouth, her indifferent temperament had already maintained a certain distance from others. Looking at the face that increasingly overlapped with the face of his old friend in his memory, Chief Kai's mood became a little unstable for a moment. He didn't say anything, and Yi Qian didn't say anything either. He even picked up the teapot on the square table and poured himself and Chief Kai a cup of cold water. Chief Kai's gaze moved slightly from the young face to the teacup. He sighed with nostalgia in his gentle voice, "I'm sorry. My apologies. You're too polite." Yi Qian wasn't someone who was curious about other people's private affairs. Even if he could tell that Chief Kai was reminiscing about his old friend through him, he didn't want to know. Chapter 1468. If Chief Kai's old friend was her mother, then he would definitely mention it. If not, then there was no need for her to know about other people's private affairs. Yi Qian, who was very clear in her heart, completely calmed down. Even the chief of the Tongzhou City Public Security Bureau couldn't see through her thoughts. Her polite answer, calm smile, calm face, and calm handling made Chief Kai take the cup she handed over and say, "It's rare to see someone as steady as Mount Tai." Chief Kai also didn't immediately mention that his old friend was similar to Yi Qian. The official business hadn't been resolved yet, and private matters could be discussed later. After taking a sip of cold water, Chief Kai put down the cup and looked at Yi Qian again. Seeing her drink the cold water calmly under his gaze, there was no trace of nervousness on her face, and there was no trace of restraint in her movements. Chief Kai's smile deepened, and he nodded secretly. She solved the hotel crisis with her own strength, and immediately contacted the Tongzhou City Police after the incident. She didn't have the slightest intention of claiming credit, and then immediately left to the police to deal with the follow-up matters and didn't show up again. It was rare for someone so young to be able to act so steadily. "Xiao Yi, I will truthfully write this merit in the report and submit it to the Great Hall." "Xiao Yi, I will report this merit to the Great Hall." When Chief Kai talked about official business, he spoke clearly word by word, unlike the deputy chief who was deliberately vague, afraid that Yi Qian would steal the credit from the Tongzhou City Police. Although the Tongzhou City Police knew that there were criminals in the hotel, we didn't know what they were planning, nor did we know that the hotel security guards had joined the cult. If it wasn't for your help, tonight wouldn't have gone so smoothly. I will write it in detail in the report, and I won't hide anything. If there are any commendations in the future, the Tongzhou City Police will contact you in time. It will more or less help your military career. Soldiers and police were the same. They all needed to make contributions. The more commendations they received, the more help it would be in the future. Moreover, this was her merit, and no one could take it for themselves. What belonged to her could only belong to her. The Tongzhou City Police wouldn't go so far as to steal credit from a soldier who helped them. But Yi Qian didn't need it. He smiled and said, "Chief Kai, you're too polite. This is the responsibility of a soldier. Besides, I didn't do anything else. I just caught a few criminals while I was at it." The final follow-up work was finished by the Tongzhou Police. The ones who really worked hard were the Tongzhou police. Just like his old friend, although she was a woman, she was an upright person. She was never fond of grandiose achievements, nor did she enjoy being in the limelight. After drinking half a glass of water and chatting for 4 to 5 minutes, Chief Kai relaxed after hearing her attitude towards the matter. He leaned back in his chair and gazed deeply at Yi Qian. "Comrade Xiaoyi, I'm sorry to take the liberty of asking you a few personal questions. If you're unwilling to answer, you don't have to hold back and just say it. If he didn't get to the bottom of this, he would feel regret." Yi Qian's hands tightened around the glass of water. His expression didn't change as he smiled and said, "Please go ahead." Facing Chief Kai's deep gaze, Yi Qian knew that he was deeply missing his old friend at this moment. His originally calm heart stirred again. He thought that Chief Kai didn't plan to talk about his old friend, but he suddenly mentioned it when he was about to leave. Yi Qian's heart was filled with hope again. Chapter 1469. How great would it be if Chief Kai really knew her mother? He didn't say it immediately. He stared at her for a long time before sighing. "You look very similar to an old friend of mine with the surname Sun. Your features are very similar, but your temperament is completely different." Old friend with the surname Sun. Yi Qian's heart trembled when she heard this. This was her mother's surname. Chief Kai, Chief Kai. Her calm black eyes suddenly lit up. She looked at Chief Kai without blinking and said softly, "Chief Kai, my mother's surname is also Sun." Did she really know her mother? Did Chief Kai really know her mother? Yi Qian's fingers trembled as she held the glass of water tightly. She was a little nervous. Chief Kai's eyes flashed fiercely. They both had the surname Sun. Could Yi Qian really be his old friend's daughter? If that was the case, then why did the letter they received say that his comrade's daughter had passed away in an accident? Moreover, the comrade who had specially asked around said that his daughter had indeed passed away in an accident. He also said that she was young and mischievous. On a summer afternoon, she had run out to play in the water by herself and had unfortunately fallen into a pond and drowned. Chief Kai's heart was already in turmoil. His eyes lit up as he said, "She used to be in the military." If she really was his old friend's daughter, then she should at least know about her mother's past. Yi Qian naturally knew a little, but not much. Uncle Zhen didn't know much, so naturally, he didn't tell her much. But now that she had met an old friend who could possibly know her mother, Yi Qian suppressed the excitement in her heart and tried her best to answer politely. "I don't know if the old friend you're talking about is my mother. I only know that my mother was a martyr. Unfortunately, she died in the line of duty when I was 3 years old." Suppressing the excitement in her heart, Yi Qian was still a calm and self-controlled Special Forces soldier. She didn't like to show her emotions. Although her emotions were as vast as the ocean, they were also deep and unpredictable. Her mother's sacrifice was suspicious. Suddenly, an old friend who could very likely know her mother had appeared. Although it was indeed a coincidence, it was better to be cautious. Yi Qian's wandering from place to place in her previous life made her cautious and not easily trusting others. "Your mother and my old friend are somewhat similar. She was indeed a soldier. 17 years ago, she died in the line of duty." Yi Jian probed carefully, and so did Chief Kai. He didn't say anything more or less, but he just happened to say something useful. Chief Kai was cautious because he had learned that the daughter of his old friend had passed away in an accident. Yi Jian, on the other hand, was suspicious and reserved because of her mother's sacrifice. She did not take the initiative to start the conversation. She waited for the other party to say something before she answered. "What a coincidence. My mother also died in the line of duty 17 years ago. When she was sent back, the leaders of the military, political, and military commission said that my mother was personally sent to the incinerator by the premier." Speaking of the past, Yi Jian couldn't help but gently close her eyes. The corners of her eyes were moist. Sometimes, it wasn't a good thing to have a good memory. She remembered that day very clearly. Even though she had lived 2 lives, the memory was still so fresh. When the peach blossoms withered, the ground in the peach forest was covered in a thick layer of pink, red, and white. She was playing at home when she suddenly heard Sun Dongqing's faint cries coming from outside the peach forest. She didn't know what was going on and kept looking up. She saw two soldiers in military uniforms and military caps walking out of the peach forest step by step. Chapter 1470. One of the soldiers was holding a small, dark-colored box. On top of the box was a folded red national flag. Behind the two soldiers, there were a few other soldiers. They were surrounded by the villagers, and some aunties were sobbing. Later, she found out that they said her mother had sacrificed herself and slept in that small dark-colored box. Peach blossoms fell like rain. The sky was gray and misty, and it drizzled. It was very cold on her face, and it made her heart feel very empty. They all said her mother had sacrificed herself. Sacrifice represented death. What was death? When she was 2 or 3 years old, she experienced her father's death. She already understood what death was. When I sent her back, the willow tree by the pond had just started to sprout green, and the peach blossoms had just bloomed. I knew my mother had sacrificed herself. Yi Jian said softly. She knew that Chief Kai hoped that she would be able to answer every sentence he said. Then, she would be able to string them together and find out whether she was the daughter of his old friend or not. Chief Kai, who was leaning against the back of the chair, unconsciously sat up straight. His deep eyes became watery. All of our comrades like to call her Red Plum. Red Plum in the army, Red Plum in the army. Is it because her name has the word shui in it? Yi Qian raised her hand to wipe the tears from the corners of her eyes. She knew that her heart was beating a little fast, and it felt like it was going to jump out of her throat. With every word she said, she observed Chief Kai more carefully. She didn't want to miss the slightest expression on this middle-aged man's face. She thought that she had indeed met her mother's old friend, her mother's former comrade. Chief Kai's eyes became watery, and there was nostalgia, sadness, and reminiscence of the past. Yes, her name has the word shui, like the red plum blossoms in the snow. So, her code name was Red Plum. Red plum blossoms in the snow, blooming proudly in the snow. As he spoke, his voice became hoarse. Martyr Sun Xueqing, this is my old friend, and also my former comrade. It couldn't be wrong, it couldn't be wrong. Yi Qian must be her daughter. Hong Mei, oh Hong Mei, I didn't expect your daughter to have grown up so much. She's even carrying on her mother's will. She's also donned a military uniform to serve the motherland just like you. She's become a female soldier who's not inferior to a male soldier. You in the underworld must feel gratified. Chief Kai completely believed that the girl in front of him was his old friend's daughter. His originally serious eyes became infinitely warm as he slowly talked about the past. I know that she has a daughter. My comrades in the team all know. But more than 10 years ago, we wrote a letter to ask about it. We received a reply from the town saying that Sun Xueqing's comrade's daughter died in an accident. We also sent a retired comrade to inquire about it and received the same reply. They all said that you went out to play in the water at noon in the summer and unfortunately fell into the water and died. Everyone in the same class as Hong Mei believed it. We all believed that you died because you fell into the water that summer. In the end, he didn't. Hong Mei's daughter was still alive. And he had met him. At this moment, Chief Kai completely believed that the young female soldier in front of him was their comrade Sun Xueqing's daughter. She didn't know that her mother's comrade had come to inquire about it. However, even if she did, she wouldn't have known that when she was young, she had struggled to survive in Sun Dongqing's hands. Yi Ying had forced her to be timid and weak. In addition, Yi Zhifan had received old Madame Ye's orders to raise her into a useless person. She didn't know anything about the outside world. Chapter 1471. I'm sorry to have made you worry. I've always lived in Shuku village and never left. When did you come to our village? 3 years after your mother's death. Some of us retired at the end of the year. We wrote a letter to the town in September and received a reply in early October. At the end of December, one of our retired comrades specially came over before returning home. Only then did we completely believe that you really died in an accident." Chief Kai let out a long sigh. "Now, I don't understand what's going on. You were clearly still alive, so why did we receive a reply saying that you were in an accident? Why did our comrades also say that you were in an accident?" She calculated the time. At that time, she was being bullied badly. As a village official, Yijifan had close ties with the Fujian town government. It was normal for him to receive a letter and reply in such a way. The strange thing was, why did her mother's comrades say the same thing? If the letter you wrote fell into Yijifan's hands, it would be normal for him to reply that I fell into the water and died. To be honest, sometimes I think it's a miracle that I was able to survive safely. Yi Qian said half jokingly and half seriously. But as soon as he said this, Chief Kai's face suddenly darkened. He asked in a low voice, "What's wrong? Did someone come looking for you?" At that moment, Yi Qian's heart sank. Chief Kai's expression and what he said. Something was wrong. She guessed right. She really guessed right. There was something suspicious about her mother's death. No one came looking for you, but... Yi Qian lowered her head as her mind raced. She wondered if she should directly ask Chief Kai for confirmation. But, could she trust him? It was the first time they met. Should she ask about the past that might have a lot to do with it? Director Kai also lowered his eyes, so he didn't see the contemplation on Yi Jian's face. He breathed a sigh of relief and was about to speak when Yi Jian's phone in her pocket beeped. Xia Jinyuan was calling. After glancing at the caller ID, Yi Qian stood up without hesitation. "Chief Kai, thank you for telling me about my mother. I still have some matters to attend to, so I won't disturb your work any further. There are still many things about your mother. You." Chief Kai stood up and stared deeply at his old friend's daughter. He saw the determination in her eyes, and her gaze was even sharper than her mother's. He paused for a few seconds before saying, "If you want to know more about your mother, you can contact me at any time." It was clear that Chief Kai had hesitated when he said this. After a moment of hesitation, his eyes were filled with determination. Yi Qian, who had always been suspicious of her mother's sacrifice, felt her heart sink. She thought that she would definitely contact Chief Kai because he knew about her mother's situation. "All right, maybe one day I will really come and disturb you." Yi Qian took the phone number that Chief Kai had written on his notebook at the last minute. He glanced at it and memorized the numbers. Yi Qian bowed slightly to Chief Kai before walking away. The young female soldier left without looking back. Just like her mother that day, even though she knew it was dangerous and that she might not come back, she accepted the mission, packed her equipment, and left without looking back. Yi Qian only knew that when her mother sacrificed herself and came back, the willow trees were green and the peach blossoms had withered. She did not know that when the red plum blossoms left, the world was covered in white snow and the only red plum blossoms were blooming. Chapter 1472. The door slowly closed and the young man walked out of sight. Chief Kai slowly sat back in his chair with a serious expression on his face. Did his comrade, who had gone through thick and thin with him, lie? Hong Mei's daughter was still alive, so why did he say that the news was confirmed? What if his comrade really lied? Chief Kai's hands, which were casually placed on the armrest, slowly clenched into fists. Hong Mei's daughter was very smart. She should know something, which was why she was so careful when she answered his question. If she really knew something, who told her? What would she do next? When would she call him? Yi Qian knew that she would definitely call Chief Kai. In her previous life, she was muddle-headed and didn't realize that her mother's death was suspicious. Since she was back in this life, she would definitely investigate. She would definitely investigate. Yi Jian's mind was in turmoil as she walked step by step. She was very steady and did not panic at all. The calmer she was, the harder it was for others to tell what she was thinking at this time. She would definitely call him, but not now. She's out. In the car, K7 put away his binoculars and said to Q King, who was resting with his eyes closed, "Aren't you going to get out of the car to welcome her?" The car was parked on the side of the road where they could see the hotel's revolving door. Xia Jinyuan didn't need to use binoculars. His dark gaze pierced through the cold night and the dim light to see his girl walking over calmly with her head held high and chest puffed out. Xia Jinyuan, who had no intention of getting out of the car, put his hand on the door lock and opened it. He was still using binoculars in the front passenger seat. He adjusted the focus so that he could clearly see the girl's face. However, just as he was about to take a closer look, the girl's eyes, which were originally looking straight ahead, suddenly moved. She looked straight at him with a gaze that was as sharp as a knife. He was so shocked that he quickly put down his binoculars. He turned to K7 in shock and said, "She's very sensitive. She noticed me as soon as I adjusted the focus." Why did the Major General train her so well? Why did she make the leaders miss her so much? Why did the military open the door for her? You'll know when you get to know her. K7 asked a few whys, but he did not explain himself. After that, he started the car and waited for his two comrades to return. The white crane looked outside with a pensive look in its eyes. Why? Naturally, it was because she had something extraordinary about her. She had an ability that no one could surpass. Before they even met, he was already frightened by her sensitivity. There was silence in the car. Outside the car, Yi Qian saw Xia Jinyuan walking towards him and quickened his steps. "I'm sorry for making you wait." She stopped in her tracks and spoke first. "I was delayed by something. It's a personal matter," she explained in a more serious tone. Xia Jinyuan raised his hand and gently patted her shoulder. "It's okay. Get in the car first." She had already said that she was delayed by personal matters. Based on his understanding of her, it was obvious that she would tell him about this matter and not hide it from him. If she really wanted to hide it from him, his little fox wouldn't even mention it. The hotel's green belt was equipped with dim street lights. There were also spotlights near the roots of the shrubs. Although Yi Qian was standing in the light, her beautiful face was still hazy. Xia Jinyuan could clearly see her expression. It was filled with sadness and palpitations. Chapter 1473. What's going on? Xia Jinyuan, who had stopped with her, stared deeply at Yi Qian. His right hand, which was originally patting her shoulder, slowly lowered. Under the cover of the night, his slender fingers touched her fingertips. The touch was so cold that he directly held her hand tightly. Suppressing his doubts, he said in a soft and deep voice, "Now is not the time to think about personal matters. No matter how big the matter is, it has to be temporarily suppressed." Holding her hand tightly, the two of them walked side by side. In addition to the K7, there is also a comrade from the Snowfield Brigade, codenamed Bai. We received orders from the military and a call from the Guilin police. Tonight, we need to rush to Huzhou. We will take the 6:17 a.m. flight to Guilin tomorrow morning. His hand was very warm. The warmth from his palm and fingertips warmed Yi Qian's cold fingers. "So, even if there is a personal matter, you have to put it to the back of your mind. We are soldiers. When the order is given and the mission is carried out, personal matters are insignificant compared to national affairs. I don't need to say more. You know this in your heart. Hide the sadness in your body and force back the tears in your eyes. Yi Qian, raise your chin and remember your identity." It was impossible to be comforted while carrying out a mission. Yi Qian, whose eyes were a little red, took a deep breath. Thanks to the night and the cold night wind, she did not lose her composure. Feeling the strength from him, Yi Qian gently closed her eyes and nodded. When she opened her eyes again, there was no trace of tears in her eyes. There was no sadness in her either. There was only the cold temperament of a soldier beside her. He was wise, calm, and had already unsheathed his sword. He was already standing in front of the car door. As soon as Yi Jian came over, he took the initiative to shake hands with him. His movements showed the elegance and grace of someone from a famous family. Hello, Yi Jian. I'm Bai He. I have always heard about you from my comrades. Today, I finally got to meet you. Your gaze stunned me. When he mentioned it, Yi Qian realized that the person who had secretly watched her when she walked out of the hotel was Bai He. Hello, Bai He. I am Yi Qian. I'm sorry for making a fuss just now. When he withdrew his hand, Yi Qian had already finished sizing up the white crane. He could not stop a thought from emerging in his mind. Why were the special forces of the Snowfield Brigade like beauty pageants? Every one of them was so handsome. Using the words of 10 years later to describe them, why are they all so good-looking? Every one of them was not only good-looking, but their figures were also 1 in a million. They were all tall and straight like pine trees and slender like green bamboos. As for their figures, needless to say, they had broad shoulders, narrow waists, and long legs. Once they were in uniform, they could attract a lot of attention just by looking at their figures. Yi Qian suddenly rejoiced that he had a firm state of mind. He did not have too much desire for men, nor did he have a crush on them. Otherwise, when faced with such a group of good-looking and well-built male soldiers, he would really only care about looking at men every day. After sizing him up, Yi Qian calmly retracted his gaze, not at all attracted by Bai He's handsome face. He stood tall and straight like a pine tree, exuding an inviolable military aura. When Bai He saw this, she felt a chill in her heart. She also had a better impression of Yi Qian. To be able to become comrades with such an outstanding female soldier filled her with joy. Xia Jinyuan, who was standing beside her, opened the car door and said to Yi Qian, "Let's talk in the car." Bai He smiled at Yi Qian without any sense of distance and got into the car first. At the same time, she did not forget to quickly say to K7, "Very good." Chapter 1474. How could he say, "Not bad," after just meeting him? The K7 glanced at him. When he heard the sound of the door closing behind him, he released the brakes and stepped on the accelerator. The car with good performance immediately sped forward a few meters. Now that the matter at Tongzhou International Hotel was settled, he had to be careful with the next important mission. In the car, Yi Qian first contacted the pigeon and reported to the director that he was safe. Then, he discussed the next mission with Xia Jinyuan and the other two. Your mission is to find a few police officers who were sacrificed and make sure that they can come back in one piece. Xia Jinyuan first discussed Yi Qian's personal mission because she would be the first to sneak into the village. There's a young girl in the village called Fu Hui who will help you secretly. You can stay at her house tonight. Fu Hui was the only high school student in the mountain village. Her parents used to be honest farmers, but they joined a cult and did a few things that made her feel guilty. In order to let her parents know that they were wrong, Fu Hui chose to report them. Her report came at the right time and too suddenly. The police in Yuyang City also knew that the higher-ups were secretly investigating the exact location of the cult's headquarters, so they secretly sent people to investigate. Unexpectedly, the people they sent never returned. This alerted the Great Hall and the highest leaders. The organization's commissioner appointed Director Min as the main person in charge and launched a nationwide operation to crack down on the cult. In the next few months, the number of people arrested was not in the unit of people, but in the unit of hundreds. Director Min used himself as bait during the celebration, and in less than 2 days, he caught a group of criminals with a certain status in the cult. Among them, the foreign agent, Mr. Charlie, was the most important. Through Mr. Charlie's confession, they learned that the big committee member intended to escape abroad because of the tense situation in the country. Charlie was in charge of his departure. That was why Xia Jinyuan and the others drove overnight to Huzhou to capture the big committee member, in a mountain village in Yuyang City. This is the phone of the foreign criminal, Charlie, and his voice. Listen to it first. Xia Jinyuan handed a mobile phone and a recording to Yi Qian. During this period of time, you need to disguise yourself as Charlie and contact the committee member at all times. Keep him in the village and tell him that the procedures for going abroad are in progress. Bai He looked at Yi Qian from the rearview mirror. Ventriloquism. Yi Qian knew ventriloquism. It was said that she could imitate anyone's voice. It was so miraculous that they found it hard to believe. Ventriloquism originated in ancient times, imitating the sounds of animals to swindle prey for food. During the Warring States period, in the story, Mengchang Juni breaks through Hanggu Pass, crowing cock and stealing dog, was the earliest military application of ventriloquism. From the Song dynasty to the Republic of China, ventriloquism flourished on the side of Hanghai. However, most of them were imitating the sounds of animals. It was rare to see them imitating human speech. In the mirror, he saw Yi Qian turn on the recording pen. Charlie's voice came from the car. Yi Qian's beautiful brows were slightly furrowed as she listened attentively. Her lips were also moving, but the movement was not big. If one did not look closely, one would not be able to tell. After listening to it twice, Yi Qian turned off the recording pen. Let me try it. Listen and see if it sounds similar. No. I don't know much about this. Moreover, I'm not from your country. You don't have the right to arrest me. Damn it, let go of me. I want to see my lawyer. Bai He's back stiffened when he heard the voice. Chapter 1475. If he did not know who was sitting behind him, he would have thought that he was possessed in the middle of the night. Similar, too similar, no, not similar, it should be exactly the same. How could he imitate so well? Ventriloquism, a consummate skill that no one could compare to, and a consummate skill that no one could learn. It could be said that Yi Qian had shocked Bai He with his first move. It also made him understand why the military valued Yi Qian so much that he would be the first to go on a mission. It was too shocking. Even if such a talent was average in other aspects, just this consummate skill alone would make him useful to the military. Moreover, Yi Qian was an all-round talent. If the military did not discover him, it would be a loss for the military. For a moment, Bai He could not calm down. He had been conquered by Yi Qian for the first time they met. In the end, Xia Jinyuan pointed out, speak faster and with a higher tone, with a bit of arrogance. Also, Charlie likes to order people around, so he is very forceful when he speaks. You don't have to be too gentle when you are trying to calm down the main criminal. Okay, I'll try again. Yi Qian nodded and stopped repeating what Charlie had said in the recording pen. Instead, he spoke as if he was chatting. At this moment, Bai He could feel sweat forming on his back. Even K7's palms, which were holding the steering wheel, were wet. K7 had never heard of Yi Qian's ability to imitate others. The two people in the front row were stunned when they heard this. Hearing another person's voice from the mouth of someone they were familiar with, they would never believe it if they didn't see it with their own eyes. Now that they saw it with their own eyes, they still found it unbelievable. Xia Jinyuan's talent in language was not inferior to Yi Qian's. His expression did not change much as he gave a few pointers. After about 10 minutes, he nodded. That's about it. It shouldn't be a problem to communicate over the phone. Then he asked Bai He, did you have any advice? No. Not at all. Bai He quickly answered and turned around to face Yi Qian. He gave him a thumbs up. I can only admire you for this. This skill was amazing. Xia Jinyuan knew exactly what his comrade was thinking. He was as shocked as he was. Back then, he had suddenly heard a man's voice come out of the mouth of the seemingly delicate little girl beside him. Moreover, the voice was exactly the same as the voice of the criminal they were trying to subdue. Fortunately, he was hiding in the dark and didn't let her see the loss of self-control on his face. Yi Qian pursed her lips and smiled. My voice is wider than others, so it'll be easier for me to learn this. Other than the elderly and children, she had no problems with the rest. In her previous life, this was one of her escape treasures. One person could play several roles in a room and scare away the people sent by Yi Ying and Yi Zhifan many times. I want to learn from you. Bai He subconsciously finished her sentence, but halfway through, he realized that he needed to consider his words carefully. After a few seconds of pause, Bai He continued, it's not easy to learn from you. In fact, there aren't many people in the country who can do what you did. Yi Qian thought about it and agreed. In her previous life, she had learned this skill by accident. When she discovered that she had talent in this area, she was also shocked. Chapter 1476. It's a little difficult, but if everyone knew how to do it, I wouldn't have to do it, she said teasingly. Her eyes curved into crescents, and the smile in her spirited black eyes rippled like a pool of water. Her words made the three of them laugh. K7 said calmly, I know you're good at shooting, but I didn't know you could do this kind of amazing ventriloquism. It seemed like the taciturn K7 would talk more when he was with Yi Qian. Xia Jinyuan was already used to it, but Bai He, who didn't know, was surprised. K7, did something good happen to you today? You said 10 sentences in half an hour, and each sentence was more than 5 words long. He will be more gentlemanly in front of Yi Qian. Xia Jinyuan answered for his comrade. Not only him, but G3 as well. As long as they are in front of Yi Qian, they will talk a lot. The car had already left Tongzhou City, and the next intersection was the highway to Huzhou. K7, who didn't need a GPS, seemed to be very familiar with Tongzhou, and the car made several turns before it reached the highway. As he entered the highway, he replied calmly, What do a bunch of men have to say? Don't you know that the opposite sex attracts the opposite sex? Looks like I have to talk to the political commissar and tell him that K7's thinking is a little empty, and he needs to communicate more with the female soldiers. Xia Jinyuan raised his eyebrows, and his thin lips curved into a faint smile. He was relaxed and gentle. We're a bunch of men, and we're making K7 suffer. K7 actually continued in a serious tone, You can also request the military to find a few more female soldiers who are as good as Yi Qian. With both men and women working together, it won't be tiring. That's impressive, you even know that. Bai He was even more surprised. Who was K7? He was a man who was more boring than a monk. In the military, other than training, going to the laboratory, and reading, he had no other hobbies. His life was as dull as a cup of water. In the military, there was a saying that described K7, cut off the roots of love, and live in seclusion in the Zhongnan Mountains. It meant that K7's coldness was so cold that it reached his soul. Q King was cold too, but his coldness was different from K7's. K7's coldness was as if he had cut off all emotions and desires. How could he joke around with such a person? He even joked about, like repel, like, opposites attract. They had been comrades for 6 years now, and this was the first time he heard K7 say something that sounded so mundane. I think everyone will be happy to have a few more comrades like Yi Jian. K7 didn't care about how shocked his comrades were. He just said what he wanted to say. He was just speaking the truth. Xia Jinyuan, who had always been open-minded, felt that K7's words made sense. However, if he were to use his little fox as a standard, Xia Jinyuan felt that it would be difficult for the military to make such a suggestion. His slender body leaned forward slightly, and his deep and magnetic voice was heard. I can send you to the arts department, but we have to find a few female soldiers like Yi Qian. We shouldn't make things difficult for the military. K7 laughed. He probably didn't laugh often, so the sound of his laughter was a little scary. It was mysterious and had a deeper meaning. Bai He, who was watching from the side, also laughed. He had seen how capable Yi Qian was, and that alone was enough to make him feel shocked. Chapter 1477. Just as Q King had said, finding a few female soldiers like her was indeed difficult for the military. His comrade's meaningful laughter made Xia Jinyuan smile. Indeed. His little fox was unique, his girl was unique, and he and their comrade Yi Qian were unique. Major Xia Jinyuan, who could portray elegance and perfection at any time, changed his sitting position. His deep eyes gazed gently at Yi Qian. He looked at the girl he loved deeply, as if he wanted to carve her into his heart. Even if he closed his eyes, she was the only one in his eyes. Yi Qian felt a little uncomfortable under his gaze. Why does he keep staring at me? In the past, when he saw that I was uncomfortable, he would comfort me. After all, I've lived 2 lives and have never come into contact with people like him. I'll be fine once I get used to it. Today, Yi Qian realized that she had been too naive. She had underestimated the elegant yet dangerous man in front of her. Time passed, and Xia Jinyuan became more mature with each passing day. His aura was even stronger than before. Looking into his eyes, she really couldn't take it. He was too gentle, so gentle that it was as if there was electricity in his eyes. When she looked into his eyes, the electricity would flow into her heart and make her breath go haywire. Receiving her glare, Xia Jinyuan raised his eyebrows elegantly. His incomparably elegant appearance contained a scoundrel that Yi Qian couldn't handle. She had to find an opportunity to tell him that she really wasn't used to flirting with him in front of her comrades. It was too awkward. It was fine if K7 knew about their relationship, but Bai He didn't. Her comrades who could enter the Snowfield Brigade were all meticulous people. If she wasn't careful, they would notice something. If Bai He noticed that something was wrong, she would definitely jump out of the car and leave. Yi Qian immediately glared at the comrade in front of her when he wasn't paying attention. She used her eyes to tell him, "If you keep looking, I'll ignore you." Cough, cough, cough. Understanding the warning in his girlfriend's eyes, Xia Jinyuan suddenly coughed. If he kept looking, she would ignore him? Was that a warning? All he saw was her cuteness. Xia Jinyuan, who always knew when to stop, did not continue watching. He did not want his girl to feel awkward and unnatural in front of his comrades. He retracted his gaze and coughed with his fist against his thin lips. His dark and cold eyes were filled with a smile. She didn't want to look anymore. If she did, the shy little fox's face would turn red. Bai He really didn't know about the relationship between Q King and Yi Qian, and he didn't think in that direction. From K7's casual tone, he could tell that K7 really treated Yi Qian as a comrade that he could confide in. She couldn't help but take another look at Yi Qian through the rearview mirror. The interior of the car was a little dark, so he couldn't see her facial features clearly. However, when his gaze landed on her, he could feel that her eyes had the same spirit as his. They had the same faith and the same goal. After taking another look and sizing her up, Bai He understood why his comrades would praise her endlessly every time they returned from a mission together. It could be said that the entire Snowfield Brigade knew about Yi Qian, and those who had never seen Yi Qian before were just as curious about her as he was. Every time Xia Jinyuan returned, there would always be a few comrades who would come over to ask about Yi Qian. Some of them would even ask their captain when he would bring Yi Qian to their brigade, or when they would become comrades who would fight together and go to the battlefield together. Chapter 1478. Through the rearview mirror. Bai He looked at Yi Qian with a kind gaze. When he saw Yi Qian smiling back at him in the mirror, Bai He couldn't help but smile as well. He thought to himself, just like K7 and the others, I'm looking forward to her arrival. I'm looking forward to her becoming my comrade. He finally understood why all the comrades in arms who had fought alongside Yi Qian looked forward to fighting alongside her again. Her eyes, her expression, and the way she spoke made you feel safe from the bottom of your heart. It was so safe that you could trust her with your back when you were on the battlefield. It was still some time before they left for Huzhou. Even though the 4 of them were chatting until they were relaxed, they didn't continue chatting. They needed to maintain a certain amount of energy to deal with the upcoming danger. The 4 of them took turns driving. Each of them only needed to drive for 3 hours. Xia Jinyuan and the others didn't mention that Yi Qian didn't need to drive and could rest all the time. They were comrades in arms who fought together. They could share joys and sorrows together. Since she was responsible for driving for 3 hours, it also meant that she could fight alongside them without any special arrangements. The night deepened. Yi Qian, who was in charge of driving the car in the morning, had already fallen asleep. Her breathing was long and steady, and there was even a sweet smile on her delicate face. She was completely relaxed as she fell into a deep sleep. Bai He in the front seat had also fallen asleep. Major Xia, who was waiting for his girlfriend to sleep first, saw the car enter the tunnel. He quietly raised his hand. When the car exited the tunnel, Yi Qian, who had been resting his head on the window, had already fallen asleep on his shoulder. After finishing his task, Major Xia closed his eyes in satisfaction. The three of them fell asleep. However, someone rushed into the elevator with the cool night breeze and pressed the floor number. Yi Jifan's face was as gloomy as a dark cloud. What's the matter in the middle of the night? Why do you have to rush over now? Can't you wait until tomorrow? What urgent matter could Yi Jixiang and her husband have? It's most likely related to that old hag again. Sun Dongqing's mouth didn't stop nagging from the moment they arrived at the hotel. Listen carefully. If she wants me to take care of that old hag, there's no way. You'd better be alert. Don't be soft-hearted when she cries and throws a tantrum. You treat her as your sister, but does she treat you as her brother? Never. When she was young, she always looked forward to the two of us fighting. Didn't she do enough to drive a wedge between us? Haven't you wronged me a lot? The enmity between her and me is huge, and I won't be able to resolve it in this lifetime. She was still talking relentlessly and did not notice that Yi Jifan's gloomy face was already filled with ruthlessness. Yi Ying saw this and her heart thumped. She secretly tugged at her mother and whispered, "Mom, aren't you tired after talking for so long?" He didn't stop at all from his house to the hotel. Since we're already here, do we have to go back now? Dad knows what's going on. Can you stop saying that? His voice became lower and lower. Can't you see that Dad is in a bad mood now? Can you at least be considerate of your father? Sun Dongqing had always listened to her daughter's words. When she heard her daughter's words, she snorted and stopped nagging. Yi Jifan didn't want to communicate with his wife anymore. There was no point in talking to her. Other than arguing and throwing tantrums, he couldn't think of anything else she could do. She was smart once in a while, but she was stupid afterward. Chapter 1479. When they arrived at Yi Jixiang's room, Yi Ying knocked on the door. "Auntie, it's me, Yi Ying. Dad, Mom, and I are here to see you." As soon as she finished speaking, the locked door of the hotel room opened. Yi Jixiang stood in front of the family of three, wearing a black trench coat. Her face was ashen. Ever since she confirmed that the person standing on the city gate tower was Yi Qian, she could not relax for even a second. Looking at Yi Jifan, her lips trembled as she said, "Brother, something big happened." Her expression was so terrible that even Sun Dongqing, who had wanted to show off her power, was shocked. What happened? Her heart fluttered for a moment due to all the fuss. The room was filled with the smell of cigarettes. Sun Yaozu, who had smoked half a pack of cigarettes, stood up. His expression was also terrible, but when he spoke, his fierceness did not change. "Something troublesome has happened. Second brother, we have to discuss how to solve it. Look at the TV. I have to start from there." Sun Dongqing glanced at it and looked away. She rolled her eyes and said sarcastically, "Didn't you just go to the capital for a vacation? Do you still need to show off to us? Do you think I haven't been there before?" She did not look carefully, but Yi Ying saw it. She, who had been standing there with a smile, turned pale in an instant. Her finger trembled as she pointed at the figure she was most familiar with. It was also the figure she hated the most. "Dad, Yi Qian, look. That's Yi Qian." Yi Jifan saw it only a few steps later than his daughter. His eyes narrowed as he stared at the figure on the TV. This. After being reminded, Sun Dongqing finally saw Yi Qian. She looked at him in disbelief and stuttered, This, isn't this the city gate tower? Why is she standing with the leader?" Everyone wanted to know. Everyone wanted to know why Yi Qian was standing with the leader of the country. Yi Ying, who was leaning against the bed, fell onto the bed. The photo stimulated her so much that she was in a daze. She mumbled, "How is this possible? How is that possible? No way, no way, no way." Sun Yaozu saw that the mother and daughter did not believe him no matter what. They only knew how to repeat bullshit like, "I don't know how to." He cursed in his heart. Motherfucker, I didn't ask you to come here to listen to bullshit. Miss Ing, your aunt recorded it with a DV camera. You don't believe me? Do you think I'm trying to scare you? Do you want to watch the recording? Come here and watch. He pointed at the DV camera on the coffee table, glanced at Yi Ying, and said to Yi Jifan, Brother Tingrui, you decide what to do. This damned girl is attending the celebration with the leaders of the country, and she's even standing on top of the city gate tower. I told you to raise her into a useless person, but you fucking sent her to the country's leaders with your own hands. Second brother, if you don't give me an explanation for this, I won't let you off. Sun Dongqing didn't think about how to deal with the aftermath. She rushed over and picked up the DV machine on the coffee table. Her hands trembled as she pressed the buttons. How do I do it? What are you going to do with this lousy thing? I want to watch the video, I want to watch the video. She was panicking, she was really panicking. On the other side, Yi Ying got up from the bed and stumbled over. Her body was trembling. Mom, give it to me, show it to me, I want to see it. I want to see it. Chapter 1480. Yi Ying's reaction was bigger than anyone else's. After snatching the DV camera, the more anxious she was, the more she didn't know how to use it. Her lips trembled as she pressed down hard on the function button, so hard that her fingertips turned white. How could this be? How could this be? She had just accepted that Yi Qian had gone further than her and stood higher than her. She had finally adjusted her mindset. Why did something unacceptable happen again? Why? Yi Qian was better than her now. She had to accept it. As long as she worked hard, she would surpass her one day. She would return to the past and Yi Qian would only be able to look up to her. But in the end? Yi Ying's face was not only pale, but she also looked crazy. She was in a state of confusion and was not normal at all. After pressing the buttons for a long time and not seeing the video she wanted, Yi Ying suddenly raised her head and shouted at Yi Zhixiang, What rubbish? What rubbish did you buy? You call yourself a college student. You don't even know how to use a small video recorder. Yi Zhixiang glanced at Yi Ying with disdain. She did not act like an elder and said sarcastically, No wonder you can't compare to Yi Qian in everything. You're just stupid, bitch, shut up. Sun Dongqing, who was defending her daughter, immediately jumped out and shouted back, You shameless bitch. Ying Ying calls you auntie. Bitch like you, bah. You don't deserve it. Yi Zhixiang could not take this kind of insult. Hearing this, she was so angry that she screamed and rushed over like a shrew. Sun Dongqing, you bitch, how dare you insult me? I'm going to tear your rotten mouth apart. She pounced on Sun Dongqing and began to fight. She scratched Sun Dongqing's face with her hands and kicked Sun Dongqing. Sun Dongqing, who did not expect her to attack, did not react in time and suffered a few losses. Insult you? Not only am I going to insult you, I'm going to hit you. Yi Zhixiang, who had the upper hand, cursed. She did not learn old Madame Ye's cleverness, but she learned how to insult and step on people's sore spots. You're so stupid. No wonder you gave birth to a stupid thing like Yi Ying. You're not as good as Yi Qian, but you're so full of yourself. You want to compare yourself to Yi Qian? You won't even have a chance in your next life. Sun Yaozu took a look and said to Yi Zhifan gloomily, Second brother, you don't care about second sister-in-law? She's the wife of a provincial official after all. Why is she acting like a shrew? As he spoke, he had no intention of stepping out to mediate the fight. Zhixiang needs to be taught a lesson. Mom doesn't have the energy right now, so let her sister-in-law teach her a lesson. Yi Zhifan didn't intend to stop the fight. Sun Dongqing had always been good at fighting. No one expected Yi Ying's expression to be so crazy. Yi Zhixiang had stepped on her sore spot. Her last shred of rationality snapped when Yi Zhixiang said, You want to compare yourself with Yi Qian? You won't even have a chance in your next life. He finally collapsed. Her eyes were bloodshot and her facial features were twisted. She looked around the room with a ferocious expression. When the four adults weren't paying attention, she picked up 2 teacups and approached Yi Zhixiang. Just as Yi Zhifan thought, Sun Dongqing wouldn't let herself be at a disadvantage when it came to fighting. She pressed Yi Zhixiang to the ground and rode on her like a horse. She lectured Yi Zhixiang fiercely, "You want to fight with me? Why don't you open your eyes and see who I am? You dare to insult Yingying? Your mouth should be torn apart." Yi Zhixiang wasn't someone to be trifled with. As long as she could move her hands, she could hit back. She deserves to be stepped on by Yi Qian. She's as stupid as her mother. Ah! Yi Zhixiang, whose forehead was hit, instinctively covered her face and yelled, "Murder! Murder!" Chapter 1481. With 2 porcelain cups in her hands, Yi Ying smashed them on Yi Zhixiang's head, face, and the corner of her mouth. She did not say a word. She just kept smashing them mechanically. Those who said she was not as good as Yi Qian deserved to die. Those who said she was not as good as Yi Qian deserved to be beaten up. Those who dared to say that about her deserved to die and be beaten up. Sun Dongqing was scared out of her wits. She was shocked by Yi Ying's cruel and merciless behavior. She could only watch as her daughter smashed them again and again until she could not react. Not only was she scared out of her wits, but even the fierce Sun Yaozu was scared out of his wits. Who would have thought that a little girl could be so cruel? She was smashing a porcelain cup on Yi Zhixiang's head. She was going to kill her. Everyone in the room was scared out of their wits by the scene in front of them. Everything happened so suddenly that no one was prepared for it. Because it happened so suddenly, there was no way to prepare in advance or prepare for it. Even Yi Zhifan's mind went blank for a few seconds. Yi Ying. Yi Zhifan, who was the first to react, rushed over and grabbed Yi Ying's shoulders with his arms. He forcefully dragged Yi Ying back, causing her to fall to the ground. Yi Ying, who was in a frenzy, could not take it anymore. "I'm going to kill her. I'm going to kill her. Let go of me. Let go of me." She struggled to get up from the thick carpet. She waved the blood-stained porcelain cups in her hands. Her eyes were bloodshot as if she was possessed. "I'm going to kill her. I'm going to kill her." Yi Zhifan could not control her anymore. The back of his hand was also smashed. He grabbed Yi Ying and yelled at Sun Yaozu, "What the fuck are you doing? Take the cups away from her." Then he said to Sun Dongqing, "Call 120. Yi Zhixiang screamed in pain. She covered her face with her hands and blood flowed through the gaps between her fingers. The carpet was soaked in blood. If anything were to happen to Yi Zhixiang today, his daughter would be ruined. Completely ruined. Sun Dongqing, who got off Yi Zhixiang, scrambled to find her handbag and pulled out the 120 emergency number. Sun Yaozu also reacted. He rushed up and snatched the cups from Yi Ying's hands. He kicked Yi Ying's chest. "Fuck. I didn't expect her to be so cruel." His wife was beaten, he did not have much affection for his wife. Yi Zhifan didn't have time to stop her. He could only watch as his daughter was kicked on the spot. Her eyes turned white, and she fainted for a moment. Instead, he heaved a sigh of relief. Yi Ying's screams could not be heard in the noisy room. Only Yi Zhixiang's screams could be heard. Sun Dongqing looked at the blood flowing through the gaps between Yi Zhixiang's fingers. Her heart raced and she panicked. "Take our daughter away, quick." Yi Zhifan was also panicking, but he knew that he had to clean up the mess. He needed to take his daughter away as soon as possible and not let the medical staff see her. "Take your and your daughter's passports and go straight to the airport. Call me as soon as you buy the tickets to any city." Sun Yaozu would not let Yi Zhixiang off so easily. He had to send his daughter away before he could react. Sun Dongqing, who was out of her wits, could only listen to her husband's instructions. With her hair disheveled, she folded her handbag and carried her daughter who had fainted. She really did carry Yi Ying, who was at least 165 centimeters tall and weighed around 94 kilograms, and left the hotel quickly. Chapter 1482. They were originally here because of Yi Qian, but in the end, it ended with her in the hospital. Her nose was broken, and there were several serious injuries on her head, forehead, and chin that required stitches. The bones on the back of her hand were cracked. When the results came out, Yi Jifan's hand trembled as he held the report. This is going to be hard to explain. Ying is in big trouble, he muttered to himself. She gave Sun Yaozu a handle on her. Trouble is coming. Yi Jifan sat down tiredly. He didn't move for a long time, so he closed his eyes and sat there quietly like a statue. Yi Qian, who he originally wanted to raise as a good-for-nothing, became an important person. He accompanied the country's leaders to the city gate tower to watch the grand celebration. His daughter, who he had painstakingly raised to become a phoenix, became a runaway and accomplished nothing. He couldn't understand how things got to this point. He couldn't figure it out no matter how hard he thought about it. He wanted to ask Yi Qian. He really wanted to ask Yi Qian what happened on the second day of junior high. How did she suddenly wake up? How did she suddenly know how to work hard? She worked hard and was in the limelight, but she made others feel uneasy. The hornless dragon jade pendant, Yi Xinfan, Sun Shueqing. Yi Jifan thought about the past. In the end, he covered his face with both hands and buried his head. His straight back also bent down. Yi Qian, who was thousands of miles away, didn't know about Yi Jifan's thoughts. She was still sleeping soundly on Xia Jinyuan's shoulder. She didn't even realize that K7 and Bai He had stopped to change shifts. At 2:00 in the morning, Xia Jinyuan gently supported Yi Qian's shoulder. His movements were slow and gentle as he helped her lean against the car window again. He said to Bai He, who was sitting in the back, "Let her rest against the car window. She can change her pillow from left to right. She won't get a stiff neck." Bai He, who didn't know what was going on, nodded and said, "I'll adjust her position." K7's eyelashes fluttered slightly. J5 and V7 always said that Q King was shameless. He really was shameless. Yi Qian, who was leaning against the car window, found it funny. He really knew how to find excuses. At 5 in the morning, Yi Qian prepared to switch shifts with Xia Jinyuan. She drove all the way to Huzhou Airport to catch the earliest flight to Yuyang. The flight tickets had already been booked, and the four of them boarded the plane at 7:15 a.m. News came from the Pigeon that the Director General would also be taking a plane to Guilin. After a night of interrogation, they managed to pry out a lot of clues from Charlie, as well as the crimes that were not discovered. The Director General was furious. The Pigeon's interrogation skills have improved again. Xia Jinyuan, who knew the result, said to Bai He with a smile, "How dare you say you can't take the scare? You didn't even use your ultimate move and you already confessed everything." Bai He thought of the Pigeon's interrogation methods and sneered, "Everyone has their own specialization. She's a psychology doctoral student after all." There were many talents in the Snowfield Brigade, and any one of them was much better than the average person. Every one of them had several titles. Yi Qian, who was sitting in the middle, had a tranquil smile on her face. She quietly watched the two of them talking in low voices. Her comrades were so powerful, so how could she fall behind? When you're with experts, you'll wholeheartedly chase after their footsteps and learn from them in order to motivate yourself and allow yourself to ceaselessly improve and grow. This was the principle of "one is marked by the company one keeps." The plane landed at 10:30 a.m. Yi Qian sat in a shabby minibus and headed to a small village deep in the mountains. It was already 1:00 in the afternoon. The minibus was severely overloaded. Yi Qian, who was sitting at the back, opened the window to let the fresh air blow away the stuffy atmosphere in the minibus. Her gaze would occasionally linger on the woman in front of her, and then she would gently move away. This was the target she was keeping a close eye on. Chapter 1483. Yi Qian glanced at her discreetly, then calmly retracted his gaze. She lowered her head and took out a small silver phone from her pocket. The signal in the mountains was not very good. Before they set off, Captain Xia and the others had thought of this problem, so Bai He gave her a small device the size of a palm. It was specially designed to receive signals. Once they entered the mountains, they only needed to turn it on to receive signals. Her fingers lazily played with the phone's keyboard. The dee-dee-da-da sounds of typing could be heard from time to time, conveying the message that she was bored and irritated. Sitting next to Yi Qian was a young man who had returned to the village from working. He was a little reserved and did not dare to lean completely against the seat. Every time his gaze drifted to the beautiful and young girl beside him, he seemed to be even more nervous. After a few times, Yi Qian felt bad for him. After playing with the phone for a while, Yi Qian lowered his eyes to cover his flickering eyes. Then, he casually put the phone into his pocket and closed his eyes with a heavy heart expression. The target that Yi Qian had targeted secretly watched Yi Qian many times. She sized up Yi Qian's attire and observed Yi Qian's actions and expressions. In the end, as if she had confirmed something, her hands with bright red fingernails opened her exquisite handbag. She fumbled in the bag with one hand for a while before retracting her hand. "Hold on tight, hold on tight." In front, the driver loudly reminded the passengers to hold on tight to prevent them from falling when the car made a sharp turn. As the car began to turn, the people in the car fell in one direction, and then in the opposite direction. After 2 consecutive left and right turns, the passengers standing in the car swayed back and forth like roly-poly toys. It was 2:30 in the afternoon, almost 2 hours before Yi Qian boarded the car. Some people wanted to board the car midway. They probably did not want to stand in front, so they kept squeezing to the back. The passengers who were squeezed said, "Why are you squeezing? There are no seats in the back. I like to stand in the back. What can you do to me?" The one who got on the bus was a sloppily dressed man. He used the simplest and crudest language to reply to the passengers who had insulted him. Someone whispered, "Don't mess with him. He's a hooligan in this area. He usually makes a living by stopping cars from other places. If he sleeps on the road without paying, he won't get up. His villagers call him Old Rascal." Most people wouldn't provoke this kind of person for fear of getting into trouble. The man nicknamed Old Rascal was not angry. Instead, he felt proud. He squeezed to the back of the crowd and exchanged glances with the woman Yi Qian was staring at. He saw that the woman was glancing in Yi Qian's direction. Old Rascal followed her gaze and looked over. When he saw Yi Qian, his yellow eyes widened. Indeed, a good one had arrived. Sister Li's taste was indeed high. The two of them exchanged silent glances. Then the old rascal walked over to the young man sitting with Yi Qian and said, "Stand up, I want to sit here." His voice was just like his nickname, rascal and barbaric. "I'll count to 3. If you don't stand up, I'll beat you up." The young man was naturally unwilling, but when he saw Old Rascal suddenly pull out a knife from his pocket, his expression changed. He lowered his head and hugged his old backpack tightly. He silently stood up. Yi Qian did not open her eyes. As the car swayed, her body swayed as well. She maintained her balance and did not move left or right. Chapter 1484. Little girl, it's so tiring for you to sit like this. Come, lean on my shoulder. I guarantee you'll be comfortable. Less than 2 minutes after they sat down, the sloppily dressed old rascal began to speak rudely. Don't be shy. Don't you think it's right to rely on your friends when you're outside? After he finished speaking, he reached out to grab Yi Qian's shoulder. His action made Yi Qian's eyes turn cold. She opened her eyes and stared at him like a newborn calf without a trace of fear. You'd better get your dirty hands off me. Otherwise, I'll call the police. After getting into the car, this person made eye contact with his target. They were going to put on a show. Yi Qian knew very well what was going on. She pulled a long face and stared coldly at the man who wanted to touch her. She needed to enter the village to meet Fu Hui. After the police investigation, the only person who could reassure the committee member was his mistress who had been with him for 6 years, Li Yi. The woman's name was Li Yi. She was the mistress of the main culprit of the evil cult, the committee member. At the beginning of every month, she would rush from the city to the mountains and tell the committee member everything that happened in the city. The man who wanted to touch her was definitely someone that Li Yi had deliberately called up. Little girls from the city are different. They like to call the police. The old rascal didn't dare to take her hand. Sister Li was staring at him. He had the intention, but he didn't have the guts. He only put his hand on the back of Yi Qian's seat. He licked his face and smiled wretchedly. Little girl, we're too far away from the police. They can't do anything about it. Besides, I'm worried that you won't be able to sleep well because of the shaky ride. I'm lending you my shoulder. I'm just being nice. Normally, Yi Qian would have beaten him up without a word. But now, she had to endure it and pretend to be afraid. Faced with the old rascal's harassment, Yi Qian pursed her lips and looked around. She needed to confirm if there were any of Li Yi's accomplices in the car, in case something went wrong later. A few passengers who made eye contact with Yi Qian turned their heads away and didn't look at her anymore. They misunderstood that the girl who was being pestered by the old rascal was asking them for help. Li Yi also misunderstood, but this was the kind of misunderstanding she wanted. Big brother, I'll switch places with you. She got up and walked over. At the same time, she reached into her bag and pulled out $200 bills. This is my sister. She's visiting my relatives with me. Just now, she was a little awkward and was a little unhappy. I'm sorry, big brother, can we exchange seats with you? Li Yi, who was wearing heavy makeup, was 36 years old. Her facial features were delicate and pretty, and she was very recognizable. He was wearing a black undershirt, a black knee-length leather jacket, a red scarf around his neck, a pair of black skinny jeans, and a pair of mid-length leather boots. Among the group of plainly dressed villagers, he looked particularly Western. In the words of the villagers, one could tell at a glance that he was a city dweller. She took out the money and acted as if she was trying to avoid a disaster. Everyone on the bus thought that she was really Yi Qian's older sister. The old rascal didn't dare to take the money at first, but Li Yi forced the money into his hands. Only then did he take it with a smile. While playing with the knife, he deliberately said, "Why didn't you say so earlier? If you had said so earlier, we wouldn't have had to be a good person." After taking the money, he immediately got up and asked the driver to stop the bus and let him out. Once he took the money, there was no need to give it back. Even if it was Sister Li's money, he still took it. It was normal for him to collect some fees for doing things. Chapter 1485. As soon as he got out of the car, the atmosphere in the car was much more relaxed. Li Yi sat down and said to Yi Qian earnestly, "Sister, you have to be careful when you go out alone. Now that the world has changed, there are too many bad people. How can a girl like you be so bold? I see that you're dressed well and even use a mobile phone. Which village are you going to visit?" In addition to being the mistress of the committee member, Li Yi also had another identity. She was the boss of the Golden Bath Center. Her identity was also revealed from Charlie's mouth. She had been active in Yuyang for a long time, taking in girls who had been abducted and sold. Through various illegal and cruel means, she forced the girls to engage in illegal activities. Now, Yi Qian was the girl she wanted to abduct. She, who was in charge of Yuyang, had the backing of the committee member, the leader of the cult. She hired members of the cult to specifically find girls who liked to reap without sowing and then used various reasons to abduct girls in Yuyang. Then she controlled the personal freedom of the girls and used threats and promises to make these girls willingly sell their bodies in order to obtain money. It was precisely because they were abducting girls who liked to reap without sowing that they had never been discovered. No girls chose to call the police because they were often willing to stay after tasting the sweetness. Li Yi's life experience was also very rough. When she was young, she didn't like to study. All she wanted was to live a good life. After dropping out of school in junior high, she entered society and dated a boyfriend who was twice her age. Young and ignorant, she thought that she had found a life support, a man who was willing to spend money for her. Who knew that her boyfriend would turn around and sell her to a snakehead who specialized in organizing girls to sell their bodies in the sauna centers and foot massage centers in Zhejiang? Li Yi, who had resisted before, received a customer for the first time. Because of her beautiful appearance, she was forced to sit at the bar on the first day and received a total of 800 yuan. The snakehead took 400 yuan for the tea and gave her the remaining 400 yuan. In 1988, she could earn 800 yuan a day, which was more than the 9-to-5 jobs of the city's office workers. From then on, Li Yi no longer ran away and no longer thought about leaving. She peacefully became a hostess. Li Yi, who was used to a life of drunkenness, went further and further away. When she was 30 years old and no longer young, she met a man who was generous and spent a lot of money. Although he was not handsome, he could bring her to high-end places. He could buy a car and a house whenever he wanted. From 1994 to 1999, Li Yi had followed this man for 6 years. She became the lady boss and the procuress, taking in girls who were as ambitious as she was back then and liked to reap without sowing. If someone didn't submit to her, she would use such violent means as defiling, beating, and imprisoning to force them to submit. In Li Yi's words, "Who can you blame for your own bad luck?" In the past 4 years, she couldn't even remember how many girls had been beaten to death or crippled by Li Yi, but so what? If he hadn't behaved himself back then, he would have been beaten to death long ago. That was why it was said that one had to accept one's fate. If one didn't accept one's fate, they would end up in a miserable state. The car swayed as it moved. Some of the villagers in the car started smoking, while the familiar ones started chatting loudly. The whole car was noisy and noisy. They were also whispering about what had happened just now, but they didn't dare to let the people in the car hear them. In the back of the car, Yi Qian had already opened his heart to Li Yi and told her everything. "I don't want to go home. It's so boring. Sis, where is this car going? I didn't look and just jumped into the car. I don't even know where it's going." Chapter 1486. When Li Yi heard this, the smile on her face deepened and became more sincere. She liked this kind of girl. She was naive, self-righteous, and most importantly, she ran away from home. It's good to be young. You can leave whenever you want without any burden. This car is going to a small county. It's also the most beautiful county in Yuyang. There are many mountains around it, and many foreign tourists love to go there to play. Take my husband's house for example. When I agreed to marry him, it was because I was fascinated by the scenery in his village. Li Yi was a very chatty woman, and she was also a very smart woman. When she heard that Yi Qian didn't even plan where she was going, she began to seduce Yi Qian without leaving a trace. If Yi Qian was really a girl who didn't hide from worldly affairs, after nearly an hour of chatting, she would definitely completely believe Li Yi, who gave off a generous and kind impression. No wonder the big committee member only trusted Li Yi despite having so many mistresses. With her glib tongue and outstanding interpersonal skills, it was easy for her to gain the big committee member's favor. Yi Qian, who had been tricked for so long, began to fish for information. She tilted her head and asked excitedly, "Is it really that beautiful? Where is it? Is there food? Where do you live? Are the people there good? I heard that the people in the village like to raise dogs. Will I be bitten by a dog if I go there? There's a chance. The fish has taken the bait." Li Yi quickly said, "Beautiful, very beautiful. If you go there, you won't want to leave. That place is the most beautiful mountain village in our county. There's food and shelter. The villagers are very kind. There are definitely dogs. As long as you don't run around, they won't bite." With dogs and villagers covering for the big committee member, it would be more difficult to escape once they were discovered. They would be surrounded by the whole village. The few police officers who were sacrificed were like this. "I see. I'm most afraid of dogs." Yi Qian hesitated and sighed. "I don't have anywhere to go. I don't want to go where there are dogs. Sister, is there a hotel in your county?" If Li Yi kept an eye on her, she would definitely think of a way to restrain the dogs in the village. Then she could quickly contact the high school student, Fu Hui. When their ugly faces were exposed, he would first confuse the dogs guarding the house so that Captain Xia and the others could sneak into the village. Every word he said had a deeper meaning. Yi Qian entered the village and began to deploy his troops. To Li Yi, whatever Yi Qian said was not a problem at all. She said straightforwardly, "What's so difficult about that? When the time comes, we just have to lock the dog up." After saying that, he pretended to be surprised and said, "Hey, little sister, you want to go to my husband's village to take a look?" She thought that she was the one who had fished, but she did not know that she was the one who had been caught. She had been firmly hooked by Yi Qian's bait. Why were they in such a hurry to rush from Huzhou to Yuyang? It was because the police had grasped Li Yi's movements and knew what kind of plan would make her fall for it. Yi Qian was a female soldier sent by the military to assist the Yuyang police. She was asked to be the vanguard to lure Li Yi into the enemy's territory. This was the mission given to her by the military. The fish had been hooked. Yi Qian, who was extremely patient, did not immediately pull in the net. The target was too cunning and had to be dealt with carefully. After chatting for another 10 minutes, Yi Qian nodded and agreed with a smile. He said, "Sister, you're so nice. Then I'll bother you for a few days. I won't be staying for too long. When you leave, I'll go with you." The smile on Li Yi's face was unusually deep. She did not expect to gain so much. A few hours of driving was worth it. Chapter 1487. Looking at the girl's fair skin and beautiful appearance, especially her pair of black eyes that were as bright as the stars in the sky. When she looked at people, there was a hint of seduction. Suddenly, Li Yi felt a little uncomfortable in her heart. She was young and beautiful, while she was old and weak. She lived her life carefully, afraid that she would be abandoned by her lover. In the end, she did not have a place to live. Thinking about the goods in her hands, it was really infuriating. Comparing goods, one had to throw them away. Looking at the goods in her hands, she even boasted that her goods were the best in the whole of Guilin. TSK, TSK, TSK. Now, she had learned something new. Compared to the girl in front of her, the goods in her house were as different as clouds and mud. They had to be thrown away one by one. It seemed like she had to raise the standards of her goods. Otherwise, when the customers got tired of her, she would have to close the door. People live for freedom and happiness. I think you are an open-minded and cheerful person. If you feel uncomfortable, just walk around. When you come to our village, I will play with you. When the time comes, I will find a few villagers to take you to hunt pheasants and wild rabbits. As Li Yi spoke, she wanted to hold Yi Qian's hand to show her affection, but she grabbed nothing. Yi Qian, who pretended to be very interested, clapped his hands and said excitedly, "Really? Hunting with a shotgun like the ones on TV?" After years of training, there were thin calluses between his palms and fingers. The calluses between his left and right thumbs and index fingers were from holding a gun. Li Yi, a criminal with a handgun for self-defense, could not rule out the possibility that she knew something. Li Yi did not mind that she did not hold his hand. She answered with a smile, "Yes, hunting with a shotgun. But the shotguns in our village are different. When the time comes, I will let you see." There were guns, but the number was unknown. Yi Qian's pupils constricted slightly. He picked up the bottle of mineral water and took a sip. The overseas organization provided guns, bullets, and drugs. She needed to find out if these dangerous items, which were banned by private individuals, were in the village. As such, she had a few things to do before she could contact Captain Xia. First, meet with Fu Hui. Second, find the remains of the sacrificed police officers. Third, find out the location of the prohibited weapons and the approximate number. Fourth, draw the terrain of the entire village. Find out if the entire village was a member of the evil cult and if there was support from the neighboring villages. However, he could ask Fu Hui about it first. 5. The dogs in the village need to be dealt with collectively. Yi Qian's mind spun as she sorted out the things that needed to be done one by one. Her expression did not change as she looked at Li Yi, who had exaggerated in order to trick her. Yi Qian's gaze turned slightly cold. According to the information, Li Yi's crimes were monstrous. She would send people to beat, scold, defile, and torture the disobedient young girls she had abducted. There was no other path for such a person other than death. How could Li Yi, who continued to talk to Yi Qian, know that she was in danger? In order to coax Yi Qian to follow her obediently, she had to talk so much that her saliva ran dry several times. At noon, they boarded the bus until 6:00 in the evening. The worn-out bus finally arrived at the small county town. Li Yi stared at Yi Qian as soon as she got off the bus. She purposely tried to scare him. The small county town is a little messy. Don't run around. If you get harassed by the local ruffians, even Sister Li can't save you. Yi Qian said disapprovingly, I can ask the police for help. I'm not afraid. Look, what a naive girl. She still wants to ask the police. In such a small place, the police and the people are family. Li Yi did not say anything. She only gave Yi Qian a meaningful look. She pointed at a food stall with its lights on across the road. That's owned by Sister Li's sister-in-law. Let's sleep at her place tonight. Tomorrow morning, we'll go to Sister Li's husband's place. Chapter 1488. Guilin was located in the southwestern hinterland of our country, bordering 5 provinces. It was the transportation hub of the entire southwest. From Huzhou to Guilin was equivalent to crossing half of the country, from the north to the southwest. The small county that Yi Qian lived in was located in a relatively remote location in Guilin province. It was surrounded by mountains and had beautiful scenery. At night, the entire county was pitch black. There weren't even any street lights. Sitting in a room filled with the smell of all kinds of food, Yi Qian lowered his head and sipped the water that had just been poured out from a thermos. A woman in her 30s with slightly dark skin was talking non-stop. Li Yi introduced this person to him as her sister-in-law. Her name was Wang Gui. Her name was correct, but her identity had to be changed. Wang Gui, one of the committee members' mistresses, was responsible for the communication between the small county and the mountain village. She promptly reported the information that Li Yi had gathered from the city to the committee member. She had 2 thin, willowy eyebrows, and her eyes would flicker from time to time when she spoke. At a glance, one could tell that she was a restless woman. As for her personality, she was quite enthusiastic like Li Yi. When she saw Yi Qian enter, she was stunned for a second. Then, she warmly welcomed Yi Qian as if he was an important guest. In a short while, she praised him as if he was a fairy. Anyone who heard it would feel a little elated. From the moment he entered until now, Yi Qian had drunk 2 glasses of water in a row and had not stopped. When faced with such a calm person like Yi Qian, no matter how much she praised, her heart was not affected at all. However, she still had to pretend to be shy. She held her breath and made her face look a little red. The more she acted like this, the less vigilant Li Yi became. She secretly gave Wang Gui a provocative look and a smug smile appeared at the corner of her mouth. Wang Gui relied on the fact that she had been with the committee member for a year. Every day, she tried her best to get the shop in Yuyang into her hands. When she failed, she abused Li Yi's authority. Bah! Wang Gui, you want to fight with me? You're too inexperienced. Wang Gui, who was angered by Li Yi's gaze, felt a dull pain in her chest. Unconsciously, even the smile on her face became a little stiff. The powder on her face was a little thick, and under the dim yellow light, one could see the creases at the corners of her eyes and lips. The corners of his mouth twitched, and he patted his forehead exaggeratedly. Io, look at my memory. After chatting for so long, I still didn't forget to ask if you guys had dinner. You definitely haven't eaten, right? It takes 5 to 6 hours to travel from the city to our county. Wang Gui was quite smart. She didn't immediately vent the anger in her heart. She simply changed the topic. Didn't Li Yi say that she intended to starve the goods she brought over? Pfft, it was not what she wanted. But he couldn't really go against her, but he had no choice. Li Yi was the woman most trusted by the committee member, and he still had to rely on her to make money in Yuyang. Even if he had an unclear relationship with the committee member, he didn't dare to be presumptuous in front of Yi Qian, who was drinking water in a refined manner, glanced at the two of them without leaving a trace. His eyes moved slightly, and a trace of understanding flashed through the depths of his pupils. Wang Gui and Yi were not on good terms. "I'm not hungry." "Little sister, are you hungry?" Yi, who was secretly gritting her teeth, turned her head and said to Yi Qian with a smile, "I didn't have much of an appetite after sitting in the car for a few hours." "I didn't even care if you were hungry, little sister." Wang Gui was a good person now. Bah, who did she think she was? Yi Qian, who was drinking water, didn't need to say anything. She only needed to smile at whoever said something. It was easy to provoke the two of them to dislike each other. Chapter 1489. Yi Qian smiled at Yi. Wang Gui stood up with pain in her chest and said lightly, "I'll cook some noodles for you. My husband wants to go out to play cards tonight and asked me to cook dinner early. I'll have to trouble my sister to eat noodles." Yi also stood up and apologized with a fake smile, "Thank you for your hard work. I'll sleep upstairs with my sister tonight." Then she looked at the open door and walked towards it while saying, "Who would come to buy things at this late hour? Leaving the door open in the middle of the night, my sister from the city might be a little scared. I'll go lock the door." Her intention was to prevent Yi Qian from leaving. At this time, Wang Gui had to put down her complaints about Yi. "Okay, lock the door again. The streets haven't been peaceful recently. The ruffians in the county are getting more and more lawless. They even dare to come to other people's shops to ask for money. Brother-in-law likes to go out to play cards at night. Then you should be careful at home alone. Don't get bullied." Yi's words were sarcastic. What a promiscuous woman. No wonder the ruffians in the county like to come to your house. After locking the door, Yi said, "She'll go to the kitchen to take a look." Then she felt relieved and left Yi Qian alone. She followed him into the kitchen. Yi Qian looked at her back as she left. The faint smile at the corner of her mouth suddenly became cold and bone-chilling. Then she quietly got up. It was not difficult for her to deal with Yi and Wang Gui. "Oh, our house is small. Don't dirty your clothes," Wang Gui said sarcastically as she rinsed the pot until it made a hua-hua sound. She used so much strength that it seemed like she was going to scrape off a layer of Yi's skin. The committee member called and said that she'll send someone to pick you up early in the morning. She asked if you brought everything. She did not know what the committee member was like. A woman who was almost 40 years old was really concerned about it. Yi did not enter the kitchen. She leaned against the door and lazily flicked her fingertips. "I brought everything." Did she say anything else? "I didn't say anything else. It's just your stupid idea last time to get rid of the policeman who entered the village. Now it's great. The committee member is so busy now." Wang Gui pushed the blame even harder, as if he couldn't wait to see the bottom of the pot. He probably thought that he was making fun of someone he didn't like. Hearing her mention the previous incident again, Yi's face darkened. "Hasn't the matter been resolved? Why? Is there a problem?" Outside, Yi Qian clenched his fists. There was a cold glint in his dark eyes, like a sharp blade. The sacrificed policeman was actually killed by Yi. With his back pressed against the cold wall, Yi Qian exhaled softly and continued to listen carefully to the voices coming from inside. Suddenly, Yi Qian moved his feet and returned to his original position as quickly and nimbly as possible. Yi, who had quietly walked out, sneaked a peek outside. When she saw that Yi Qian was sitting properly, she felt relieved and returned to the kitchen. "What's there to see? She's already in your hands. Do you think she can escape?" Wang Gui directly grabbed a handful of chopped green onions and sprinkled them into the bowl. She turned to look at the cautious Yi, lowered her voice, and mocked, "I don't know if there's a problem, but I know that the small county hasn't been very quiet recently. My mahjong friends at the bus station said that recently, there have been some people who don't look like ordinary people coming over from time to time." Hearing that, Yi's heart skipped a beat. Ever since she had gotten rid of the policeman in the village, she had not been able to calm down for a single day. It turned out that she would only be able to come over 2 days later. When she received the call that day, she immediately left. She did not bring anything else but her passbook. Chapter 1490. You're thinking too much. What's the problem? Suppressing the panic that suddenly rose in her heart, Li answered angrily, but she paid attention in her heart. Whenever there was an unusual person or a good car in the county, Wang Gui's mahjong friends would come over to inform her in advance. If they said that there was a problem, then there was probably a problem. Yi Qian, who held his breath a little, narrowed his eyes slightly. If that was the case, then Captain Xia and the others needed to cover for them. The criminal, whose real name was Chen Jiafu, had a great influence in the small county. The cult's power was like a net that enveloped the sparsely populated county. No wonder the police were so cautious, and no wonder the Director General requested military support. Without military support, it would be difficult to control the influence. If you say there's no problem, then I'll take it that there's no problem. What are you going to do with the goods outside? Do you really want to bring them back to the committee member? Wang Gui put the pot on the gas stove, turned around, and saw Li leaning against the door again. The corners of her mouth twitched, and she snorted contemptuously. She was almost 40 years old. Why was she still pretending to be young? The goods outside were the ones who were called young. Why was Li pretending to be young? She received a text message this afternoon saying that she had brought a good over. In the text message, she praised the good. TSK, TSK, TSK. She felt sick of it when she saw it. Who knew that Li was not exaggerating this time? She was really as beautiful as a fairy. I say, why did you suddenly become so generous? You actually want to bring a young and beautiful girl back. Aren't you afraid that the committee member will kick us away when he goes abroad? Wang Gui's words had always been unpleasant to the ears, and Li was too lazy to argue with her. Her face changed when she heard the last sentence. Wang Gui even knew about going abroad. Not many people knew about this, and Wang Gui was definitely someone who did not know. Li, who was shocked, couldn't help but straighten her body. If even Wang Gui knew, then, did anyone else know? The water in the pot boiled until it was hot. Wang Gui, who was stirring the noodles with a spoon, did not notice that Li's face was a little gloomy. She glanced sideways at the door and waved for Li to come to her side. Last week, when I sent oil, salt, rice, and vinegar over, I accidentally heard the committee member contacting the outside, saying something about arranging the time to go abroad as soon as possible. Do you think the committee will want to go abroad? Ever since those policemen were dealt with, the news outside was unusually tight. It was said that even the capital was alarmed, but he didn't know if it was true. It turned out that she had overheard it. Li's heart was slightly relieved. He had to ask her if she had told anyone else, such as Wang Gui's husband, who was a cuckold. None of the people he sent out returned, and there was no news at all. It was obvious that they were either not caught or had been cleaned up by the police. Tongzhou International Hotel should have been on fire the night before, but it wasn't. Mr. Charlie called and told her that the Beijing commissioner who investigated them did not stay in the International Hotel at all, but the Tongzhou police had sent people to surround the hotel. If he hadn't used the identity of a foreigner to enter the hotel and take the 6 members who were responsible for the arson away, 1 or 2 of them might have been caught by the police. They were being watched so closely that they had begun to set up traps to capture them. It was likely that even Yuyang City had people mixed in with them. Perhaps, even the small county town had sent people to secretly investigate. Chapter 1491. Once the police knew that the committee member was trying to go abroad, she would not be able to leave. It had not been so serious in the past. Ever since she killed those policemen, life in the association had not been easy. She had received several calls from informants, saying that the higher-ups were secretly investigating the brothels in Yuyang City. She must not cause any more trouble. Wang Gui could not be left alive. Li's face turned cold when she had the intention to kill. However, Wang Gui did not notice anything with her back facing her. She was also scheming in her heart. Li Yi was the committee member's most trusted woman. Any news from her mouth could not be fake. She rolled her eyes a few times. In the end, because she was uneasy, she could only smile and ask carefully, "Don't you have any news in the city?" I heard the committee member's tone. "It's really not very good. You're probably going abroad." Li Yi could become the committee member's most trusted woman. How could she be a simple person? Hearing that, she rolled her eyes and deliberately mocked, Wang Gui, what bad ideas are you scheming again? I didn't even know that the committee member was going abroad. How could you eavesdrop?" she said in a tone of disbelief. Did Li Yi not know? The committee member did not want to take her out? Wang Gui's abacus was rattling in her heart. She had never thought of going abroad. She only wanted to use the committee member's hands to make a fortune and then live a good life. However, she did not know that because of her words, she had attracted a fatal disaster. She had heard the committee member say that he was going abroad and even mentioned a Mr. Charlie. She knew that it was a foreigner's name. However, Li Yi said that she did not know if the committee member was going abroad. Lying to her? Or did Li Yi really not know? Wang Gui, who was skeptical, used her chopsticks to scoop the cooked noodles into her bowl. When Li Yi saw this, she directly snatched the chopsticks from her hand. "Don't scoop too much noodles. Do you really want to feed her? Wang Gui, even if you have a problem with me, you have to know your limits. What can I have against you? You do it yourself." Wang Gui turned her waist and simply ignored her. When she saw that there were less than 5 mouthfuls of noodles left in the bowl, Wang Gui pouted and muttered to herself, "A woman's heart is the most vicious." Li Yi, who had always been cautious, did not want to talk to her anymore. How could she let a girl who had not been completely seduced be completely full? Even if she brought her to the shop and locked her up, she would not let them be full. The reason was very simple. Humans, once they were full, they would toss and turn. However, she was someone who disliked tossing and turning. "You really don't know that the committee member is going abroad? Li Yi, let's have a heart-to-heart talk. The big committee member is going to go abroad. If he stays, we will have to suffer." When Li Yi was about to leave with the bowl, Wang Gui, who did not give up, suddenly asked again. "I don't know." Li Yi, who was holding a bowl of hot noodles, replied coldly with a flash of ruthlessness in her eyes. "I'm afraid that Wang Gui can't be left alive. He has brought up the matter of the big committee member. If I really want to deal with him, I have to talk to the big committee member." After taking 2 steps, he stopped and turned around to meet Wang Gui, who was winking at him. "She has a phone with her. I'll find a way to get it later." I know. You don't want to leave her with me. If you want to take her to the mountains, then take her to the mountains. I'll be happy to relax." Wang Gui did not feel embarrassed at being caught red-handed. She crossed her arms in front of her chest and pouted with an unwilling expression. Yi Qian, who had heard the whole story, had already sat down and was quietly waiting for Li Yi and the others to take away her phone. However, she did not intend to keep this phone. Chapter 1492. Li Yi came out and saw Yi Qian sitting obediently. She quickly put on a smile and said, Come. Sister, have a bowl of hot noodles. You can rest early after eating." Of course, she had to eat until she was full. Only when she was full would she have the strength to work. Yi Qian needed to conserve her strength and energy. There was also a small accident when they were eating noodles. The mobile phone on the table was knocked to the ground by Li Yi. When she picked it up and returned it to Yi Jian, it fell into the noodle soup. Yi Jian calmly watched her and Wang Gui's performance and finally took away the burnt mobile phone. At 8:30 p.m., Li Yi took Yi Qian to the second floor to rest. She said that she and Wang Gui had not seen each other for a long time and had a lot to talk about. She didn't want to talk. She wanted to know if Wang Gui had told anyone about the committee member going abroad. Wang Gui was probably doomed. She could see the murderous intent on Li Yi's face. Lying in bed, Yi Qian listened to the sound of the truck's engine and siren as it drove by. Her heart was calm. If Wang Gui was really doomed, she wouldn't stand up to help her. She had done a lot of things to help the wicked. She deserved to die. Yi Qian, who had lived 2 lives, had experienced many things in her previous life. While she was arming herself, she was also indifferent to some things. She had a strong sense of responsibility, but if she was asked to help someone who deserved to die, she couldn't do it even if she wore a military uniform. Unless it was an order from the higher-ups, she would definitely not step in. Yi Qian, who was clear about right and wrong, would never abuse her kindness. She could distinguish between good and evil, and could also distinguish between beauty and ugliness. Wang Gui, who belonged to the evil category, would not be listed as her protector. Downstairs, Li Yi said with a cold expression, "You know a lot of people, and now is a special time. You should watch your mouth and don't bring trouble to the committee member. It's impossible for her to go abroad. If the committee member is gone, who will lead our God leader church? How can we manage so many believers in the church? Wang Gui, if you dare to say things you shouldn't say outside, the committee member will be the first to not let you off. Li Yi, you better watch your mouth. You want to splash dirty water on me? No way. I'm also a core member of the church, how could I not know what you're talking about?" Wang Gui jumped up and slapped the table. She had wanted to quarrel with the other party for a long time. Now that the other party had come knocking on her door, there was no need for her to be polite. "You old bitch. You want to monopolize all the benefits that the committee member brings to you? Heh, don't even think about it. Did you disturb the goods upstairs? Do you know why I personally took action? There were more and more believers in the society, and the committee members had to help them. If I don't work hard to earn money, how can the committee member help them? How can we make those believers believe in us and do things for us?" Li Yi saw that her expression didn't seem to be lying, and her heart was relieved. If Wang Guizhen was someone who didn't know the gravity of the situation, the committee member wouldn't have nurtured her as a backbone. There was another advantage to being a backbone. If something happened, they could be pushed out to take the blame. After learning that Wang Gui did not tell anyone, she immediately called the committee member to see how to deal with it. Committee member Chen Jiafu never took the initiative to contact the backbone below. Even if Li Yi looked for him, she had to go through the backbone left in the village. One more person knows, one more danger. Charlie is still applying for passports for us. We have to wait to deal with her. Chen Jiafu's voice was a little rough on the phone. Chapter 1493. This was a middle-aged man who had only studied in primary school. He had been sent abroad to work, and when he came back, he had established a God's church, and had been active for 4 years. Li Yi was relieved. "You're right. Wang Gui knows too much about us. If we don't solve it, you won't feel at ease even if you go abroad." In Beijing. She wanted to say more, but Chen Jiafu, who was more vigilant than anyone else, immediately stopped her. "Okay, if you have anything to say, come to the village. As for the goods in your hands, if they are really good, bring them to the village first." There were too many things that needed money outside. Recently, the situation was so tense that he couldn't go out to earn money. Now, he could only wait and see when Charlie could settle the matter and let him get away safely. Getting rid of a few policemen actually exposed him. He really didn't expect that. Charlie analyzed that there was a mole in the village who reported him to the outside. If there was a mole in the village, even if he decided to go abroad, he had to find out. He had already shouldered so many lives, and he didn't care about one more. He asked about the girl's background, whether there was anyone else with her when she came out, her family situation, personality, etc. Li Yi answered truthfully without hiding anything. Chen Jiafu had always trusted her. After asking a few more questions, he hung up the phone. When both sides got the news, Li Yi, who had an idea in her heart, was relieved. Since the committee members said that they wanted to get rid of Wang Gui, then she had nothing to worry about. When Li Yi came back, it was already past 11 at night. Yi Qian, who was alert, heard her unlocking the door and tiptoed into the room. The wind blew, but Yi Qian didn't smell the blood on her. It seemed that Wang Gui was still alive for the time being. After entering the room, Li Yi didn't turn on the lights. She only flashed the flashlight in her hand. She saw that the girl she had kidnapped was lying on the bed without a trace of suspicion. She gently picked up the small bag that Yi Qian had been carrying and walked out of the room. 5 minutes later, Li Yi returned to the room with the bag that had been checked clean. She took off her clothes and lay down. At 2:00 in the morning, Li Yi, who had a lot on her mind, was still awake. Yi Qian, who woke up from his sleep, gently closed his eyes and continued to sleep in the same position. After a while, he fell asleep completely. After the sky was high, a tough battle began. At 5:00 in the morning, Yi Qian and Li Yi, who had not slept the previous night, boarded a small four-wheeled farm truck. She sat in the middle, with the driver on her left and Li Yi on her right. "It's a bit far to the mountains. Sister, if you didn't sleep well, you can rest on Sister Li's shoulder and have a good sleep." Li Yi yawned and chatted with Yi Qian. As they chatted, she fell asleep first. Before setting off from Yuyang, the Yuyang police told him that it would take 4 hours to get from the small county to the mountain. After that, he would have to take a motorcycle. That was not all. He would have to walk more than 30 kilometers on the mountain road to reach the mountain. Transportation was inconvenient and surrounded by mountains. It was difficult to enter and even more difficult to exit. It was said that it was not too far away, and the transportation was quite convenient. Some mountain villages required one to walk for a day. After getting off the four-wheeled farm vehicle, they sat on a shabby motorcycle. After riding for about 3 hours, they arrived at a poor and backward mountain village. 2 men who claimed to be relatives led the way and began to climb over the mountains. It took Yi Qian an entire day to arrive at the place where the committee member, Chen Jiafu, was hiding. They set off at 5:00 in the morning and didn't enter the village until 7:00 in the evening. Chapter 1494. Li Yi did not bring Yi Qian to see Chen Jiafu. She came here for an urgent matter. Yi Qian was only here to lure him back. When they entered the village, she arranged for Yi Qian to go to another villager's house. This was a small village with no more than 30 families inside and outside the mountains. It used to represent poverty, backwardness, and the elderly had no one to rely on. But now, it had become a mountain village where every family had money to spare, especially Chen Jiafu's sisters and relatives. They had all built 2-story buildings and lived the good life in their hearts. Chen Jiafu had a certain level of intelligence to be able to survive in such a small village as an illegal organization that made use of rumors, spread fallacious theories, deceived and bewitched members to control and recruit members in order to save mankind, spread religious doctrines, and collect money by any means necessary, thus endangering the stability of society. He knew very well how to unite the villagers, and he also knew how to seek protection. Even if the villagers in the village had become his shelter, they had also become his eyes and ears. Chen Jiafu would immediately know if there was even the slightest bit of movement. The few policemen who had been sacrificed were tipped off by the villagers. Li Yi had come up with a plan, and in less than half a day, they had been cruelly killed by them. Yi Qian, who was walking on a muddy path in the dark mountain village, followed closely behind a villager. Behind her were 2 middle-aged women from the village. They were supposed to be escorts. Li Yi did not follow. She had already gone to look for Chen Jiafu. After climbing up a small slope, Yi Qian couldn't help but raise his head and look about 300 meters away from him. That was the direction Li Yi left in. A villager was holding a torchlight at the back, while she walked in front towards a 100-year-old maple tree that was lush with leaves that couldn't be concealed by the night. Chen Jiafu lived next to the 100-year-old maple tree. Yi Qian did not stop. He glanced at the villagers from the corner of his eyes and followed them. "Sister Li, where is she going?" After taking a few steps, Yi Qian deliberately stopped and asked. The 2 villagers at the back looked at each other. One of them, a middle-aged woman, replied, "She went to her husband's house. It's getting late. We'll send you there and still have to go home." Let's go. She did not want to say a single word to Yi Qian. She was on high alert. Yi Qian did not ask any more questions. If he did, it would arouse their disgust and alertness. Moreover, she only needed to know that the direction Li Yi was heading in was indeed where Chen Jiafu was. However, he still had to ask a few more people to confirm. But what she didn't expect was that Li Yi actually arranged for her to go to Fu Hui's house. Fu Hui was the only girl in the village who had attended high school. She was also the only girl in the village who had read a lot of books. If it wasn't for her report, the Guilin police wouldn't have been able to find out the origin of the master church, and where the main crimes were committed. As for Fu Hui's parents, they looked honest. It was hard to imagine that their hands were stained with evil. The man and two women who were in charge of watching over Yi Qian pulled Fu Hui's parents to a dark corner and whispered, "Sister Li will be bringing him back to Yuyang in a few days. Keep a close eye on him, and tell your daughter to be more alert. Leave it to my family. Sister Li's business is our family's business." Fu Hui was extremely anxious. She pulled Yi Qian into her room. "Where did you come from? Why did he come here with Sister Li? Do you know where this is? What's your family's phone number? Hurry up and tell me." Chapter 1495. To see if a person was sincere to another person, the answer could be seen in his eyes. Without a doubt, Fu Hui's concern for Yi Qian was sincere. She was very, very concerned about Yi Qian, and was also very, very worried about her situation. The adults in front of them were still talking, and their eyes would occasionally look towards the house. After talking for a while, the three villagers who had escorted Yi Qian here left in the night. "Tell Fu Hui to keep a close eye on them. Big Sister Li has agreed. How can we get this done? Our son will have the capital to marry a wife." Fu Hui's father couldn't hold back the excitement in his heart. He quietly said to his wife, "When the time comes, we'll take out the family savings and buy a house for our son in the city." Nowadays, the villagers in the mountains all went to the city. Every one of them wanted to buy a house in the city. Of course, they wanted to buy it for their son, for the rest of their lives to depend on. As for their daughter, they never considered her. Fu Hui's parents were the same. Fu Hui was originally studying in the town's high school. Perhaps because of one sentence from Li Yi, the couple immediately asked Fu Hui to drop out of school and stay at home obediently. Li Yi was afraid that Fu Hui, who was good at studying, would become wild after getting into university. She might even help outsiders to deal with the village, and she might even report the committee members. To prevent trouble before it happened, she used the reason of leaving her daughter at home to earn money for her son to marry a wife as an excuse to persuade Fu Hui's parents to let Fu Hui, who had good grades, drop out of school and return to the village. In the depths of Guilin Mountain, it was normal for girls to drop out of school. For a girl like Fu Hui who was good at studying to drop out of school, it was also normal. Therefore, Fu Hui's suspension of school didn't attract the attention of the teachers, nor did it attract the attention of the school. It was also because of this incident that Fu Hui, who had never been in the know, found out that her parents had committed a crime. After a week of internal struggle, Fu Hui used the excuse of going to school to get her textbooks as an excuse to report the incident in the village. However, the timing of her report was too coincidental. It just so happened that the Guilin police were investigating this incident. She was afraid that the police would be alerted to this incident, so she rashly acted before they had any evidence of the God's church and sacrificed her own brother. As the only student in the village who dared to stand up and fight against evil, Yi Qian greatly admired Fu Hui's courage. Although the girl in front of him wasn't beautiful, she had a kind heart, and a pair of eyes filled with sincerity. Looking at her, who was so concerned about her and worried about her, Yi Qian felt a warm current flowing through her heart. She said softly, "Thank you for your concern. I'm fine." The sound of footsteps came from outside. It was Fu Hui's parents. Yi Qian, who didn't reveal her identity to Fu Hui, stood aside obediently. She was reserved in an unfamiliar environment and shy in front of strangers. Fu Hui's parents were already middle-aged. Their faces were covered with frost from hard work. The joints of their hands were large, which was also the result of years of hard work. Looking at them, Yi Jian's gaze was a little cold. Their ignorance had not only ruined this family, but also cost their daughter, Fu Hui's life. And their reason was so laughable. It was so that their son could marry a wife and buy a house in the city. Chapter 1496. Sacrificing their daughter for their son, did they ever regret it? Clearly, Fu Hui's parents never regretted it. They only had their son in their eyes. Keep an eye on her. If she runs away, I'll break your legs. Fu Hui's father warned in a low voice. His eyes, which should have been simple and honest, had a cruel indifference. He cared about his own life and used other people's pain to fulfill his own wish. Fu Hui's mother looked at Yi Qian as if she was measuring the value of an object. She looked up and down, then up and down, back and forth. Suddenly, her eyes turned, and there was a flicker in her eyes. This girl was really not an ordinary good girl. Her eyes were big, her skin was white, and her mouth was small. She also had an aura about her. The girls in the village were not spirited, and her body was clean. One look and one could tell that she was a virgin. She pulled her husband, who was warning her daughter, and used her eyes to tell him to talk outside. Then she said to Fu Hui, "Keep an eye on her. If anything happens, your father will be angry." Women in the mountains did not have any thoughts of sovereignty. Their men had the final say in the family. Fu Hui did not know if the girl in her home could understand their native language. Seeing her parents helping a villain, she did not feel good. She tried to persuade her parents to turn back, but in return, she was beaten up. They even warned her that if she did not listen, they would sell her to Li Yi and use the money to buy a wife for her stupid brother. Seeing that her parents were so stubborn that they even said that they would sell her, Fu Hui, who had always been filial to her parents, was very sad. She also knew that the so-called God's Church in the village was the evil cult that was reported in the news. Her parents had been brainwashed, and could never go back to the past. "Tonight, when you sleep, don't take off your clothes. I'll take you out of our village. Don't ask why, just follow me." Fu Hui could not bear to see the girl in front of her fall into Li Yi's hands, but she could not say too much. She was afraid that the other party would be afraid, so she could only say a few words vaguely. Yi Qian already believed that the girl in front of him sincerely wanted to help him. His eyes were as bright as the stars and as bright as jade waves as he smiled at the girl and said softly, "Hello Fu Hui, I am Yi Qian, the leader sent by the noble Lin police. I am also here to protect your personal safety. Trust me, Fu Hui. I will not let anything happen to me. At the same time, I will bring you out of the mountain village safely." Yi Qian spoke a little fast. He told Fu Hui what he needed to do urgently. "I need your help now. Find the dead officers." Before he could finish his words, he saw Fu Hui's face turn pale, and fear appeared in her eyes. She quickly looked outside and said with trembling lips, "Why are you the only one who came in?" "No, it's too dangerous here. You can't stay." Fu Hui couldn't accept or believe that a girl who looked about the same age as her would protect her. The land that gave birth to her and raised her had changed. The once kind and simple neighbors had changed. They were selfish, cold, heartless, and violent. These were the neighbors now. Yi Jian raised her hand and gently patted the girl who had been tormented day and night. "Trust me, Fu Hui. The fact that the police sent me here means that I have enough ability to deal with the difficulties you're facing now, which is also the difficulties we're facing now." Chapter 1497. Her voice was very soft, and there was no trace of panic when she spoke. There was only a visible calmness. Her gaze was calm and gentle, and the cold expression between her brows wiped away the panic in her heart. As calm as Mount Tai, as steady as a rock. Fu Hui gradually calmed down. Outside, Fu Hui's parents, who were discussing something, suddenly closed the front door and locked it with a lock. They left with a flashlight to illuminate the dark road. Seeing her parents leave, Fu Hui actually breathed a sigh of relief. They were supposed to be her dearest family, but things had turned out this way. Yi Qian sighed. My parents have made a big mistake. If they continue, what awaits them is the death penalty. I have no way to persuade them to turn back, so I can only place my hopes on the police. I hope it's not too late. Without her family watching over her, Fu Hui smiled bitterly. Her eyes were red, and under the light, there were tears glistening in her eyes. She did not continue talking about herself. Raising her hand to touch the corner of her eyes, the strong girl very calmly picked out the important things to tell Yi Qian. The policemen who were killed were not buried in a place. Qin Jiafu said they were sinners and did not deserve to be reborn. If they are not dealt with properly, they will become evil spirits and harm the villagers. So, what happened next was too gory. Fu Hui could not bear to say it even after thinking about it. Yi Qian gently closed his eyes to hide the anger in his eyes. Being cruelly dismembered. Even if he had been on the battlefield, he could not say it out loud. Qin Jiafu is very cruel, but the villagers in our village have been brainwashed by him. They follow his orders and treat his words like an imperial edict. Actually, it should be said that it was the will of God, but Fu Hui could not say it out loud. She, who had been standing, spoke of Qin Jiafu with undisguised hatred in her eyes. If it were not for him, her parents might be a little petty, but they would definitely not walk down the path of crime. However, if her parents could really stick to their principles, Qin Jiafu could not do anything about it. In the end, it was all because of one thing, money. I'm not sure how many people were involved in the killing of the policeman. But I know that my parents were probably involved. As she spoke, Fu Hui wiped her eyes again, and her voice became even more hoarse. I'll get you something. Wait for me for a while. Fu Hui did not let Yi Qian stay for long. In less than 3 minutes, she returned to the room with a photo in her hand. When she handed it over, she said with a sad expression, I found this in the pig manure pool in my backyard. That was why Fu said that her own parents were involved. In the photo, the young man was in high spirits. He was wearing a brand new police uniform and white gloves as he saluted the camera. This is one of the deceased police officers. He's only 24 years old. Fu Hui, I need your help. No matter what, I have to find them so that their families can see their intact bodies. Yi Qian's eyes flashed coldly as he carefully put the photos away. He looked up and stared at Fu Hui quietly. Tonight, I need to find them. The 18-year-old Fu Hui nodded. Okay, I'll accompany you. No, Fu Hui. You need to stay. Yi Qian smiled and shook his head. You need to stay and cover for me. You can't let your parents find out that I left, and you can't let the villagers know my identity. I'll have to trouble you for the next 3 days. Chapter 1498. Fu Hui still wanted to say something, but Yi Qian said, for your safety and mine, Fu Hui, you have to stay here. You need to help me with something. Just in case, I need to know how many dogs there are in the village, which families have them, and which don't. Every family has one. Fu Hui understood why Yi Qian asked that. The police officers were found by the dogs in the village. I have one at home too, but it's locked up in the backyard. Hearing this, Yi Jian frowned slightly. If every family had a dog, it wouldn't be good. She didn't have enough medicine with her. Yi Qian unzipped his jacket and unzipped the side zipper. He took out the medicine hidden in his jacket. This is concentrated medicine. It can make a dog go crazy instantly. Fu Hui, your dog. Let me do it. Fu Hui took the medicine and looked at Yi Qian with determination. You arrange it. I'll listen to you. She could only trust the young policewoman in front of her. She had no other choice if she wanted to stop her parents from making more mistakes. In the one-story red brick bungalow, the two girls started their bold plan. Fu Hui's parents walked out of Qin Jiafu's house with happy faces. Call our son and tell him to come home quickly. Oh. Now we don't even have to pay for a wife. Should we go to the city and buy them a house? Fu Hui's mother said jubilantly. She had not worked for a few years and her body was a little fat. She looked like a kind person, but the words she said were unpleasant. We have to get things done as soon as possible. This woman will only settle down after she gets married and has a child. We have to prepare as soon as possible. Fu Hui's father nodded. That's right. Call our son tomorrow morning and tell him to come home quickly. Oh, and tell him on the phone that we found him a beautiful wife. She's not any worse than the ones out there. The daughter-in-law they were talking about was Yi Jian. Their son's marriage had been settled. The couple could even walk briskly now. It was past 8:00 in the evening and the mountain village was pitch black. The branches in the mountain were like ferocious monsters hibernating. Just looking at them would make people panic. The night insects chirped in the grass, bringing a trace of tranquility to the entire mountain village. Li Yi, who was sitting in the chair, had a gloomy face. She was unhappy with her lover's arrangement. How could he give such goods to the Fu family? Charlie, I couldn't get in touch with him today. If you can't get in touch with him tomorrow, we will leave tomorrow night. Qin Jiafu, who was not handsome, but had a pair of cunning eyes. He smoked an expensive imported cigarette and said, "We made a wrong move. If we make one more mistake, we will spend the rest of our lives in prison." When Li Yi heard this, she took out the documents from her bag and placed them on the table. In that case, the rumors outside are already very tense. All right, I'll listen to you. I'll do whatever you say. But what about Wang Gui? Have you thought of how to deal with her? Qin Jiafu was really reluctant to deal with his mistress who had been with him for a year. However, it was not a matter of whether he was willing or not at this time. Wang Gui, who was horrified, looked at the young men who suddenly appeared in the house. Her chubby body kept shaking. Brothers, I really don't know. I really picked up this mobile phone. If I told a lie, I will be struck by lightning. Wang Gui swore. She did not care about the consequences. She just wanted to get rid of this group of fierce men as soon as possible. Chapter 1499. Xia Jinyuan, who was wearing a baseball cap, was lazily sitting on the wooden sofa. His slender fingers kept playing with the dagger. Sometimes, he would throw the dagger up and catch it, and sometimes, he would use 2 fingers to hold the sharp dagger. Wang Gui could only see that the dagger, which was supposed to hurt people, was like a piece of paper in the young man's hands. It couldn't hurt him at all. Don't make any vows. If I want to kill you now, I only need to lift my hand. Do you believe me or not? According to the location tracking on the phone, Xia Jinyuan and his comrades went directly to Wang Gui's house. Faced with the suspect's denial, Xia Jinyuan, who used to be in the special forces, had plenty of ways to deal with it. As he spoke, the dagger in his hand flew directly towards Wang Gui's head. Ah! There was a scream that sounded like a pig being slaughtered in the room. K7 was a bit annoyed by the noise. After catching the dagger with his bare hands, he used the sharp dagger to cut off 2 pieces of cloth from his long t-shirt. He rubbed his hands together and used the cloth to cover his ears. Xia Jinyuan and the others were already used to this. K7 had always been a person who didn't care about trifles. Wang Gui, who was so frightened that she lost control of her body, trembled even more violently. Her face was completely pale. I'll talk, I'll tell you everything. Too scary, too scary. Who the hell are these people? When did I offend these people? Actually, Wang Gui already had some guesses in her heart, but she didn't dare to face them. Okay, no rush. Take your time. Xia Jinyuan, who was sitting elegantly, clapped his hands. There was even a trace of a smile on his elegant face as he slowly said, "If you can't explain clearly, then I'm sorry. Later, I'll aim and try to stab you in the head so that you won't have to suffer so much." It would have been better if he didn't say anything. Once he said it, Wang Gui trembled even more in fear. She didn't dare to make any vows anymore. She didn't dare to go back on her word. She just answered whatever the demons asked her. Every time she wanted to avoid the important points and dwell on the trivial points, the young man, who was exceptionally good-looking even when sitting, would glare at her, causing her back to break out in cold sweat. It was as if he already knew that she was going to lie. At first, they were just asking about her personal situation. Later, when they mentioned Shinjafu, Wang Gui felt like her vision was going to turn black. It was here, it was here. The thing she was most afraid of had finally happened. These people were not evil. They were clearly the police. They were here to arrest him, Shinjafu, and Li Yi. For the past few days, his eyelids had been twitching non-stop at night, but tonight, they stopped twitching. It turned out that this matter had already come knocking on his door. Wang Gui, who was trembling, cleared his throat and said with a trembling voice, "I've only joined the church for a year. Because I'm from the county and I have many friends, Shinjafu gave me a sum of money and asked me to investigate some things in the county." Wang Gui was not as gullible as the villagers. He took Shinjafu's words as an imperial edict. Now that he could not even protect himself, how could he help Shinjafu get away with it? He told Shinjafu everything he knew. "That's all I know. Shinjafu won't tell me anything else. Even if you ask me again, I won't be able to say anything else." That was enough for Xia Jinyuan and the others. He turned off the recording pen and stood up from the sofa. Standing at 189 meters tall, his height made people feel oppressed. Wang Gui lowered her head and did not dare to move. Chapter 1500. Hand her over to the Gillen police. Xia Jinyuan's words immediately extinguished the last trace of hope in Wang Gui's heart. She thought that everything would be fine as long as she confessed. Ignoring her fear, she raised her head and cried, "I've already told you everything. What else do you want? You arrested me, but this is all I know. Didn't you say that if I confess, I'll be lenient? If I resist, you'll be strict? I've already confessed, so why are you still taking me away?" Although she was smart, she was also ignorant. She had violated our country's laws, but she thought that as long as she confessed and apologized, she would be safe. Inform the Gillen police to arrest all the criminals that Wang Gui confessed. Cut off all communications between the main culprits and the outside world. After Wang Gui was taken away, her grocery store temporarily became the base of the Snowfield Brigade. Xia Jinyuan turned on the satellite map and pointed at a spot. His handsome face was as cold as water. Shinjafu's hiding place is here. It's surrounded by mountains, so transportation is inconvenient. The Gillen police will control all the provincial roads and stations in the county. We'll drive to the mountain village tonight to meet up with Yi Qian. At the same time, we'll control all the villagers in the mountain village to prevent a riot. According to Wang Gui's confession, all the villagers in the mountain village where Shinjafu was hiding had been brainwashed. If they only arrested Shinjafu, all the villagers would revolt. This was the last thing the leaders wanted to see. We'll be the vanguard. Pigeon and the rest will be the support. Yi Qian will be the spy. At the same time, we'll protect the witness, Fu Hui. Brother, this battle is a little special. We have to be vigilant. Don't let the bullets go off accidentally. The people in this battle were all citizens of the country. They had to be careful to avoid leaving behind any evidence that would lead to criticism. Bai He nodded. We can fight, but we can't kill. We can't use guns. That's basically it. When carrying out a mission in the country, especially when it involved the citizens, as soldiers, they had to bear more pressure than when they were fighting overseas. Even if they were facing criminals, they couldn't point their guns at them casually. This was a restraint for soldiers, and also a country's responsibility for the lives of its citizens. The lights in the grocery store went off. A few black figures walked out of the door and disappeared into the darkness. The sound of the motorcycle starting up rang out, but the people in the county who had fallen asleep did not notice anything. They continued to live their peaceful and simple lives. Someone had already stepped out to shield them from the wind and rain, blocking the potential dangers and eliminating the criminals who would endanger society at any time. That was why they were safe today. The wind started to blow, and the originally starry night sky was suddenly covered by dark clouds. Even the insects had stopped chirping, and everything in the world was completely shrouded in darkness. This was the darkness before dawn, full of the unknown and full of danger. Yi Qian was still awake. After sneaking out of Fu Hui's house, she went to the location given to her and began to carry out her mission. The water in the pond was a little cold. Yi Qian, who had only taken off her jacket, took a deep breath and dived into the pond. Without any protection, she used her hands to search. Fu Hui said that the woven bag was thrown in the center of the pond, so she just had to follow the center of the pond and slowly search for it. Fortunately, the pond was quite far away and there were no houses nearby. Even if the sound of the water was a little loud, it wouldn't attract any attention. Yi Qian's hand touched a woven bag filled with stones in the mud. His heart suddenly sank. She found the first woven bag. Chapter 1501. She slowly dragged the woven bag out of the water bit by bit until the water reached her shoulders. Yi Jian had a dagger for self-defense. She cut the tightly woven rope and took out one stone after another until there were no more stones in the bag. She picked up the woven bag with her hands and walked to the shore with a solemn and cold expression. Yi Qian carefully put down the woven bag. She stood up straight and saluted the woven bag. Please wait for 2 more days. I, Yi Qian, swear in the name of a soldier that I will take you away and send you to your family. Yi Qian stood at attention and saluted. Alone in the dark, she swore to the fallen policeman that she had found the torso of one of the policemen. It was not over yet. She still had to pass by one more place. Fu Hui had provided a total of 8 locations. That meant that the fallen policemen were buried in 8 different locations under Chen Jiafu's instructions. Yi Qian needed to find 4 locations tonight and another 4 tomorrow night until she had found all of them. 2 of the burial locations were in the villagers' vegetable gardens. Yi Qian did not plan to find them tonight. Instead, she went to a location far away from the houses and used her fastest speed to find the policeman who had died fighting for justice. At 3 in the morning, the director received a call from the head of the Snowfield Brigade's operation team, Xia Jinyuan. He said that Yi Qian, who had infiltrated the mountain village, had found 4 woven bags. However, they could not confirm which policeman the body belonged to. They still needed to do a DNA test. This was great news for the Guilin police. Some of them were so excited that their eyes turned red. Their brothers could go home. Their brothers could go home. It's a battle of life and death. Cooperate with the military and capture all the cultists in one fell swoop. At 4 in the morning, the Guilin police made their oath and walked to their respective posts in the dark. The entire Guilin police force was locked down because of the news from Yi Qian. All entrances and exits were strictly checked. Some people were taken away at night. Some were even taken away in their sleep. In Yuyang, the police raided Golden Bath. The so-called technicians, masseuses, waitresses, and even the waitresses who were busy in the kitchen were all taken away by the police. Golden Bath was in chaos. Some people wanted to secretly contact the police with their phones, but they found that their phones had no signal. The phone lines had been cut off and they could not contact the outside world. No signal, no signal, my phone has no signal. Mine too. Mine too. What do we do? What do we do? How do we inform Sister Li? Those who were not taken away immediately were still discussing in secret. They had no way of contacting the outside world. Li Yi, who was far away in the mountain village, did not receive any news. She was still sleeping soundly on the shoulder of her lover, Chen Jiafu. By 5 minutes later, they came out of the woods and walked into the thick fog with hurried but steady footsteps. The mountain was foggy. Yi Qian, who had hidden the 4 woven bags, also came out of the woods. Hearing the dogs barking in the village, she quickly went to Fu Hui's house. It was almost dawn. She had to hurry back. Chapter 1502. Fu Hui was extremely anxious. She didn't sleep the whole night and stayed in the same position on the bed, afraid that she would miss the signal if she moved. Time ticked by, and it was already 5:30 p.m. Her parents, who usually woke up early, were probably already up and dressed. Why isn't she back yet? Why isn't she back yet? Did something happen to her? You must protect her. Fu Hui, who was nestled under the blanket, clasped her hands together and said softly. Her face was full of anxiety. Her parents had already woken up so that they could call their son early. Fu Hui's heart was in her throat when she heard footsteps through the door. She poked her head out of the blanket and was about to look outside when a dark shadow suddenly loomed over her. Do you have any clothes? I need a change of clothes. Yi Qian, who was dripping wet, stood by the bed and smiled at Fu Hui. I'm sorry to have made you worry. Yi Qian could see the worry in the young girl's eyes as she looked at him through the faint morning light shining in through the window. Just as he changed his clothes, there was a heavy knock on the door. It was Fu Hui's mother. Yi Qian opened the door and said unhappily, Auntie, what are you doing? I'm not awake yet. Fu Hui was scared out of her wits and was trembling under the blanket. She had no choice but to open the door. Eat breakfast. Fu Hui's mother didn't speak Mandarin, so she said those 3 words very seriously. She looked meaningfully at the slim and elegant girl and nodded in satisfaction in front of Yi Qian. She was worthy of her son. She was worthy of him. Yi Qian frowned slightly. He closed the door and turned to face Fu Hui. Your mother looked at me strangely just now. Can you ask her what's going on during breakfast? Fu Hui didn't even need to ask. Her parents told her the reason. Your parents want me to be your daughter-in-law? This reason made Yi Qian's expression turn cold. After a while, she smiled faintly. That's quite interesting. Where is your brother now? If they kept her as their daughter-in-law, they would regret it. Fu Hui's eyes were filled with tears. She raised her head and did not want to let the tears flow out. I also think it's very interesting. For my brother, my parents are really... It was said that children should not talk about their father's mistakes, but what about her parents? They had made too big of a mistake. She sniffled fiercely and took a deep breath before continuing, they're heartless. Don't be sad. You're doing very well, Fu Hui. Yi Qian, who had never taken the initiative to hug someone, hugged the girl whose heart had been broken by her parents. In a gentle and calm voice, he said, you need a new environment. The path you take is different from theirs. Everything will get better. Don't be too pessimistic. Such a kind and righteous girl, she would have a good ending. Li Yi didn't appear until noon. Seeing the 2 girls sitting on each side with at least 3 meters between them and sunbathing in boredom, the smile on her face relaxed a lot. Sister, I'm so sorry. I've been busy until now to have time. Li Yi, who was still wearing yesterday's clothes, walked over with a smile. Sister Li wants to apologize to you. I'm afraid I can't take you hunting in the mountains today. We'll have to wait until tomorrow. Yi Qian seemed to have just woken up. She struggled to open her eyes and blinked again. It was as if she finally saw who it was. She said weakly, Sister Li, I think I have a cold. Tomorrow is fine. I want to sleep. Chapter 1503. Yi Qian's words really touched Li Yi's heart. Hearing this, she immediately waved for Fu Hui, who was sitting far away, to come over. Fu Hui, this is an important guest that I brought over. She's also an important guest of your family. You have to treat her well. When Fu Hui came closer, Li Yi's smile deepened. You have to treat an important guest well. You can't let her suffer, and you can't tire her out, understand? She spoke to Yi Qian first, then turned around to face Fu Hui. When she turned around, her expression changed drastically. She was smiling when she faced Yi Qian, but when she faced Fu Hui, her expression turned cold. She held Fu Hui's hand tightly and warned her in a low voice, you're not allowed to bring her anywhere except the village. You're not allowed to bring her to the neighboring villages or the mountains. You can't let go until your brother comes back. Do you hear me? Li Yi didn't like Fu Hui. Why did a girl like her study so much? If you study too much, your heart will become wild. It's not easy to control it. Fortunately, the whole family was obedient. Otherwise, she would definitely think of a way to deal with them. Fu Hui had long been wary of Li Yi. When she heard this, she nodded blankly. She was so obedient that she didn't seem to have any opinions of her own. Seeing this, Li Yi nodded in satisfaction. She turned around and continued to speak to Yi Qian with a smile. Sister, let her accompany you to the village today. Aren't you afraid of dogs? Every family in the village has a watchdog. Don't run around. Be careful not to get bitten by a dog. If you feel bored, come find Sister Li. Sister Li will take you around. When Sister Li is free, I'll take you to have some fun. To prevent her from wandering around the village at night and seeing things she shouldn't, Li Yi not only instructed Fu Hui to keep an eye on her, but also told the villagers to be careful. Yi Qian yawned and replied casually, I know. Also, Sister Li, do you have a phone in the village? I want to call home. Similarly, Yi Qian knew how to confuse the enemy. In a poor place like my husband's, he can't even earn much money in a year. How can he afford to install a phone? Let's stay here for 3 days. We'll contact you when we go to the county. However, Li Yi, who wanted to see if they were still there, didn't want to continue the conversation. She didn't want to talk about the phone. Once she left with Chen Jiafu, anything in the village would have nothing to do with her. However, at this moment, she really regretted bringing him back. Fortunately, there was someone to take over. Otherwise, it would really be a burden. She was afraid that Yi Jian would cling to her in order to contact her family. Li Yi, who originally only wanted to chat for a while, had to stay for a while. She only left when Fu Hui's parents came back. Chapter 1504. Seeing that her parents were so stubborn, Fu Hui stood there in a daze, as if she had lost her soul. Even though she was standing under the sun, her body was shrouded in despair, as if she could not see the future. She was gray and had lost the smile that she should have at her age. Evil cults had existed since ancient times, and all of them were the leaders of deification. The main god's church was not the first evil cult, nor would it be the last, but it would never be allowed to develop and endanger society. Yi Qian looked at Li Yi's back as she left, and his hands slowly clenched into fists. Just you wait, Li Yi, your days are numbered. The 30 or so families in the small mountain village lived on the mountain and were not grouped together. Other than the 6 families near Chenjiafu, the rest were all individual households. How many siblings does Chenjiafu have? Who are the closest to him? Who are the people who often appear at his house? After learning about the specific number of people in the village, including the number of men, women, and young adults, Yi Jian asked about Chenjiafu's situation in detail. The information provided by the Guilin police was not detailed enough for the Snowfield Brigade and Yi Qian. Criminals were also separated by priority, so they had to be clear about who to focus on to prevent any fish from escaping the net. Fu Hui finally had someone to talk to. The more she spoke, the clearer she became. There are 2 brothers and 2 sisters who married out of the province. Chenjiafu is the third. The closest to him are his 2 brothers, and if there is anything, they will be the one to handle it. The second is Li Yi, and then the 6 families with the surname Chen living near him. Our village chief also has the surname Chen, and is his brother. If there is any benefit, the village chief gets it first. The 2 of them talked as they walked. Yi Qian was on high alert and immediately stopped the conversation as soon as someone approached. After reminding Fu Hui twice, she knew there was surprise in her eyes. She did not feel that there were villagers following behind her, but Yi Qian immediately noticed when they were at least 5 or 6 meters away. You're amazing, how did you know there were people following behind us? Fu Hui, who was relieved, blinked and looked at Yi Qian with sparkling eyes. You knew from so far away. Yi Qian smiled and said, we usually train, so we'll know immediately if someone is following us. They're not professional stalkers, so they'll be able to detect us from a distance. This caused Fu Hui to exclaim in admiration. Then your daily training must be very tough. You must be the best police officer in the police station. If not, she would not have let her enter the village alone. Thinking of this, Fu Hui felt a lot more at ease. Yi Qian could already see the 100-year-old maple tree in the village. It was autumn, and the maple trees had turned yellow. The quaint and tranquil scenery made Yi Qian stop in his tracks. It was such a beautiful scene, but it was a pity that it would not be long before the villagers living on this land would not be able to see it again. Only with effort can you reap the rewards. Just like the trials you are going through now, you will be able to face them calmly in the future. There was only one main path in the village, and one could walk the entire village by following it. Yi Qian, who was comforting others, did not walk blindly, but had a goal in mind. Every time he walked to a place, Yi Qian would draw a map of the terrain and landforms in his mind. When they arrived in front of a stone tablet, Fu Hui said softly, "We can't go any further. There's a path leading into the mountains. Our own villagers can't go out easily, and outsiders can't enter the village easily either. Everything has to be approved by Chen Jiafu first." Chapter 1505. Even though she didn't sleep last night, Fu Hui didn't feel sleepy at all. She kept talking about what happened in the village. She had suppressed it for too long, and there were too many things in her heart. If she didn't talk about it now, she would drive herself crazy. Yi Qian listened quietly and didn't interrupt her. She knew that this strong girl needed to vent, just like herself in her previous life, when she was forced into a corner and desperately needed someone to help her. "When you entered the village last night, did you see the 2 single-story houses at the entrance? That's the home of Chen Jiafu's 2 brothers. They're guarding the entrance and will inform the whole village if anything happens. They raised 4 wolf dogs and left the feeding of them to the whole village because Chen Jiafu said that these 4 wolf dogs are the guardians of the village. It's funny, isn't it? The dogs have become gods, yet they still accept the worship of the villagers." Fu Hui, who had spoken her mind, gradually felt less depressed. She was very relaxed in front of Yi Qian, as if she had found a close friend. She could speak her mind without fear of others knowing. Yi Qian raised her hand and gently wiped the tears from the corners of Fu Hui's eyes. Evil cults always hurt the innocent. They lead villagers who were originally kind but didn't understand the law to the wrong path and become tools in Chen Jiafu's hands. From this, it can be seen that our country's laws in remote mountainous areas are not comprehensive enough. As a country that rules by law, it is imperative that we spread the law. Yi Qian never knew how to comfort others, but her words always had the miraculous effect of calming people's hearts. With just a few words, Fu Hui's emotions gradually stabilized. With that, Yi Qian changed the topic. When she entered the village last night, she did see the 2 single-story houses at the entrance, but she didn't hear any dogs barking. Fu Hui let out a breath and pursed her lips. Yi Qian asked, "Do you know when the 4 wolf dogs are active?" It was better to avoid dealing with wolf dogs, especially when there were 4 of them. They'll be locked up during the day and released at around 7 at night. They're not chained up, and there are people in the village who have been bitten by them. The people who were bitten don't get treatment, and Chen Jiafu will say that they're possessed by evil spirits. The wolf dogs find out and bite the evil spirits out. When these things were mentioned, Fu Hui's emotions would fluctuate. Chen Jiafu's words could not be trusted at all, but the whole village listened to him and believed in him. After Fu Hui finished speaking, Yi Qian's eyes narrowed slightly. Since there was no chain, Captain Xia and the rest could not enter the village directly from the entrance. They could only sneak in through the mountains. "Take me to the place where the other 4 woven bags are buried. I didn't know the way last night, so I took a detour. I'll be back as soon as possible tonight." She didn't want this girl, whose heart was about to break, to worry anymore. Also, she received a message from Captain Xia at 5:25 in the morning. They were only 41 kilometers away from the mountain village. They must have arrived long ago and were hiding somewhere to rest. 3 days. They only had 3 days. She couldn't afford to waste any more time. During the day, he could accurately scout and survey. At night, he could increase his speed. There would be no detours like last night. He could find the other 4 woven bags as soon as possible. On the second night in the mountain village, Yi Qian groped her way out of Fu Hui's house at 11 o'clock in the morning. When she came back, her body was wet again. Her main task was completed. After sending out the specific location of all the woven bags, Yi Qian held her phone and waited quietly for Xia Jinyuan and the rest to send good news. At 5 o'clock in the morning, she received 2 words on her phone: "You're all right." After waiting for an hour, Yi Qian finally closed her eyes and fell asleep peacefully. Chapter 1506. In order to successfully retrieve all 8 woven bags, Xia Jinyuan and his team stayed in the forest for an entire day. When the bags were handed to them, even the Special Forces soldiers who were used to seeing life and death had tears in their eyes. Pack them up and seal them properly to prevent any odor from leaking out. Put on the combat uniforms in the backpacks and bury them in plain clothes. Carry the bodies of the police officers on your backs. After Xia Jinyuan finished giving his instructions, he took the lead in changing his clothes. According to the military, the Snowfield Brigade's top priority was to bring back all the police officers so that they could rest in peace. They carried their comrades who fought for justice on their backs without a trace of fear in their hearts. Several police officers had died in the hot weather, and their limbs had turned into white bones. As a forensic doctor, K7 was unable to identify which bones belonged to whom at the scene. He could only temporarily put the bones into their backpacks according to the order of the woven bags. "Have a safe journey, brother." "Brother, I'll take you home. We'll have to work hard for another 12 hours. The 3 of them took out the bones one by one. Their expressions were as solemn as Yi Qian's. They even put the bones into their backpacks respectfully. K7's fingers touched a broken bone. His thin and handsome face was extremely tense. It was chopped with a blunt axe and sawed with a steel saw. "This is a skull. It was once hammered with a heavy object." Xia Jinyuan stood up. His cold eyes shone with a cold light. He looked at the mountain village where smoke was rising from. "Tonight, we can have a good meeting with them." The sun rose, and the sunlight dispersed the fog in the forest. Xia Jinyuan and his team hid their traces and returned to the tree again, quietly waiting for the arrival of the Guilin police. Yi Qian, who had just started the day, finished the most important task and did not have many scruples. However, she still asked Fu Hui to bring her around the village. The villagers received instructions from Li Yi and saw that the unfamiliar girl was always accompanied by Fu Hui, so they were not as vigilant as they were yesterday. Fu Hui was very responsible. This girl with a quiet personality would not ask too many questions. She quietly did everything well. Yi Qian liked her personality very much. She had her own opinions, principles, and justice in her heart. Yi Qian realized that 2 villagers had been following her for a long time. When she deliberately mentioned that she wanted to take a look at the 100-year-old maple field in the village, she saw from the corner of her eyes that the 2 villagers were following her. Her expression tensed up, and one of the villagers quickly turned and left, heading towards the village entrance. When they were still a short distance away from the big maple tree, Fu Hui was blocked by a few villagers. They stopped Fu Hui from bringing strangers over to take a look. "I can't go any further. I haven't even become your sister-in-law yet. Be careful that the committee member doesn't get angry. You went there for a whole day yesterday. Why are you still going there today? Why don't your parents do something about it? Quick, take her home. Don't let her near the door of the committee member's house." Xinjiafu was their faith, and they would not allow anyone to destroy their faith. Looking at the weathered faces and thinking about the few police officers who had sacrificed themselves, Yi Qian, who was usually cold, felt his heart tremble. She could not understand how they could kill people so cruelly for their so-called faith. In the end, they followed the orders of the ringleader and cruelly dismembered people. On the other side, the villager who had turned and left earlier came back with 2 middle-aged men. They looked extremely serious as they walked to Fu Hui and whispered to her. Yi Qian looked indifferently at the 2 middle-aged men who had just arrived. When her gaze landed on their waists, she felt a wave of sadness in her heart. Chapter 1507. It was noon, and the sun was shining brightly. Yi Qian covered his eyes with his hands to hide the coldness in his eyes. One of the middle-aged men had a dirt-stained belt around his waist. This belt didn't belong to him at all. It belonged to one of the police officers who had sacrificed himself. Now, the murderer who had killed them had actually taken it in such a blatant manner. Fu Hui was a quiet person. When the villagers asked her a few questions, she would answer them. Soon, she brought Yi Qian away. That's Chen Jiafu's brother. He asked me to bring you home. You're not allowed to wander around the village anymore. Fu Hui walked over and said nervously, "Let's go home now. I'll bring you out later." They had indeed been walking for a long time. It was already 11:30 in the afternoon. Yi Qian looked up at the two middle-aged men blocking their way. His eyes swept over the man with the belt. Is the man with the belt Chen Jiafu's brother? It's him. Don't look. Let's go. Fu Hui was very scared. Even her fingers were trembling. Hurry up. You'll be in danger if he has his eyes on you. Before they reached Fu Hui's house, they saw a few villagers standing outside chatting about something. When they saw her, they immediately stopped chatting and looked at her. Don't worry about them. Just follow me. Fu Hui was now protecting Yi Qian. She felt that she had a responsibility to protect the young policewoman who had saved her. Yi Qian did not tell her real identity, so Fu Hui had always thought that she was a policewoman. The aroma of food wafted through the air. K7, who was squatting in the forest, ate some hardtack and drank some spring water from the mountains. It was a simple lunch. There are a lot of dogs. There are 4 wolfhounds at the entrance of the village. Xia Jinyuan's voice came from the wireless earpiece. It was cold, like spring water. There are a total of 34 households. Every household has a dog. If we don't take them down, they'll be exposed. How impressive. He actually called for every household to have a dog. It was not easy for Little Fox to find 4 woven bags by herself last night. He was holding hardtack in her right hand and binoculars in her left. She whispered, "How's Yi Qian doing? When are you going to release the medicine?" He had observed for less than half an hour and had already seen 6 native dogs running over the ridge of the field. If he did not solve some of them, it was bound to bring some difficulties to the operation. Xia Jinyuan lowered his head to check the text messages on his phone. The corners of his mouth curled up slightly. It has already started. There will be news in the evening. Pigeon and the others have already met up with the Guilin police. Send him our coordinates. One after another, Xia Jinyuan replied quickly, "Everything is ready. We will look for the faraway woven bags. You are responsible for finding the woven bags buried in the vegetable garden. Okay, let's move at 8 p.m. I'll be responsible for diverting their attention." Yi Qian immediately replied after receiving his reply. Ming Yan's delicate face was tense, and there was a hint of hostility between her eyebrows. Chen Jiafu is the main culprit. His brother was involved in the murder of the police officers. Li Yi is the main culprit. Focus on the 4 big fish. After the first message was sent, Yi Qian immediately wrote another message. The firepower is temporarily unknown. After investigation, no weapons were found. We suspect that the weapons provided by foreign countries are false information. We can't rule out the possibility that the 3 Chen brothers and Li Yi have guns and ammunition for self-defense. Seeing this message, Xia Jinyuan's eyes narrowed. False information? Chapter 1508. This was a little thought-provoking. Little Fox would not send such a message for no reason. Did she find out something? The news was provided by the Guilin police. Little Fox said it was fake news. Could it be that the main culprit, Chen Jiafu, was bluffing? Xia Jinyuan was still staring at the message when Yi Qian sent a second message. Investigate Charlie again. I suspect he has other motives. Yi Jian, who was sitting in Fu Hui's house, stared at Chen Jiafu, who had just arrived. During the day, when she saw them, she felt that she had seen them somewhere before, but she was sure that she had never seen them in this life. It was only when Chen Jiafu's younger brother, who was wearing a black jacket and had his hair combed, walked in that Yi Qian finally remembered where she had seen them before. She had not seen them in this life. She had seen them in her previous life. Their photos had appeared on a Western country's website and they had openly challenged the country's authority. They had even said that they were being persecuted by the country and had no choice but to leave the country. They had also mentioned that the villagers had been treated inhumanely because they were dissatisfied with the government's arrangements. They had also vaguely mentioned that the military had been involved. She had not paid attention to the impact of this incident, but it was probably not a big deal. At the very least, it had not been reported in the domestic news. She could see that the country had immediately stepped in to resolve this matter. Outside, Fu Hui's parents said anxiously, "Our family will not betray us. The committee member has helped our family become rich. We can't be ungrateful." And sisterly, she gave the girl inside to my son to be his wife without saying anything. The committee member and Li Yi have been so good to our family. How could we betray them? Chen Jiafu guessed that there was a mole in the village, so he asked his brothers to investigate. He was going abroad, but he would not let the mole live. After asking for a long time, the Chen brothers did not find anything unusual. Only then did they let Fu Hui's parents go. The two of them looked fierce and cold as they turned to talk about Fu Hui. Outsiders are not allowed to wander around the village. From tomorrow onwards, you and your sister-in-law will stay at home. You are not allowed to go anywhere. Do you understand? The sister-in-law they were referring to was Yi Qian. Fu Hui's heart was in a panic, but she was still calm. She didn't say anything and just nodded meekly. When the Chen brothers saw that the whole family was behaving themselves, they did not ask any more questions. However, when they saw that Yi Qian had not come out, they were still worried. They said, "Call him out and have a look. Quick, call your sister-in-law out." When Fu Hui's mother heard that the matter was over, she heaved a sigh of relief in her heart. Her family relied on the great committee member to live a good life. In the future, their life would be better and better. How could she betray him? Yi Qian put down his chopsticks and walked out. He frowned and pretended to be displeased as he looked at the Chen brothers, but his eyes were secretly sizing them up. If Chen Jiafu really had guns and ammunition provided by foreign countries, it was impossible for the two brothers who had the best relationship with him to not have the smell of gunpowder, especially when the whole mountain village was in the teeth of the storm. They even dared to kill the police. If they really had weapons provided by foreign countries, they would be even more arrogant. After the two brothers left, Yi Qian went back to his room with an excuse that he was not feeling well. His brows were still furrowed. In his previous life, the Chen brothers had indeed left the country. Then, in his previous life, did the military and police really enter the village with guns, causing the villagers to be treated inhumanely? According to the information provided by the Guilin police, their village had weapons provided by foreign countries. That meant that they were not completely defenseless. Chapter 1509. Yi Qian's brain never stopped working as she thought about her previous life and the present. In this life, with the help of Uncle Zhen, Principal Chen, and the military, Yi Qian was no longer as ignorant as she was in her previous life. She thought deeply and meticulously about the news she had read on a Western website. Their country was holding a grand celebration that attracted the attention of the world. All the major foreign media outlets were reporting on the celebration. Even now, there were still foreign media outlets in Beijing. If there was a sudden breaking news in the country that was related to the military or the police, the foreign media would definitely publicize and report on it. The public opinion would definitely become the focus of the world's attention. The anthropologist David Cole once said, "Without ceremonies and symbols, there would be no nation." The grand celebration was held a few days ago to remember the history, remember the martyrs, cherish peace, and create a future. It would also strengthen the citizens' sense of identity and belonging to their country, as well as a strong sense of honor. But at this time, there was news that the military or the police had suddenly raised their guns at a small mountain village. What would the citizens think? After a lot of publicity, a crisis of trust between the country and its citizens was very likely to occur. Because of this, Yi Qian was suddenly enlightened. She was so shocked that she immediately sat up from her bed. That's right, in her previous life, the Qin brothers appeared on a Western website less than a week after the grand celebration. Although she didn't pay attention to it afterward, now that she thought about it, she could feel that it had caused a huge uproar. Yi Qian didn't know if she guessed wrongly. She didn't have the political acumen of a country's leader, nor did she have any contact with the politics between countries. But Charlie's identity was definitely not simple. Perhaps he had intentionally revealed more information about the Great Committee member, Qin Jiafu. Providing guns and ammunition overseas is fake news. This was the first text message Yi Qian sent to Xia Jinyuan. Yi Jian quickly typed on the keyboard and sent her conjecture to Xia Jinyuan. The number of words was so long that the message was sent to Xia Jinyuan's mobile phone in 4 separate messages. Her guess and analysis caused Xia Jinyuan's handsome face to darken. He had never considered this point. This was politics. In the small county, the director had already received a call from the highest leader in the Great Hall. The capital had intercepted 2 sets of suspicious satellite signals. After a surprise investigation, they found that one of the signal sources was the secret communication between 2 major news media organizations of a certain country and 3 domestic reporters who had stayed in the capital. Now, the 3 reporters had been secretly controlled, but they were not alarmed. They only intercepted their signal source and changed the content of the signal source. Meanwhile, the other signal source had appeared near the destination of Xia Jinyuan's operation tonight. From the discovery to the interception, it took less than 2 hours for the Great Hall to contact the secretary to explain the situation. Everything was already under the Great Hall's control. All right, I'll contact all the teams right away. The Director General's face was ashen and his voice was as cold as water. He nodded in agreement. Although he was thin, the lofty temperament of a national leader could not be ignored. Beside him, a confidential staff member's cell phone rang. It was also an official call from the director. The staff member immediately picked it up. Before he could speak, a man's voice came through the phone. It was so cold that it made one's heart tremble. Chapter 15:10. I am Xia Jinyuan, the person in charge of the military operation team. I have something important to report to the director. Xia Jinyuan had the director's official phone number. After failing to get through twice, he immediately contacted the director's main staff. As soon as he reported his identity, the director's voice suddenly sounded. There is a problem with Charlie's identity. A certain Western country intends to use our country's celebration to create international headlines. The General Assembly Hall has already made preparations. The director did not give Xia Jinyuan a chance to speak. He took the phone and said in a deep voice, the General Assembly Hall has already come up with a countermeasure to provide an opportunity for the Western country to create public opinion. At the same time, the main culprit, Qin Jiafu, will be arrested. The 2 brothers will not be arrested for the time being. The director quickly and steadily finished explaining the important matter. Only then did she ask Xia Jinyuan why he was looking for her. Since the General Assembly Hall had already come up with a solution, there was nothing else. Xia Jinyuan smiled and said, the matter I reported to you is similar to what you told me. Yi Qian found something unusual and highly suspects that another country is involved. Can I send you her message? The director, who was originally as calm as still water, was greatly surprised. Xiao Yi, who was still a military academy student, found something unusual. Okay, send me all her messages. How could he not be surprised? The General Assembly Hall only found out about the abnormality 2 hours ago. No one else, including him, a leader, had noticed it, but a military academy student did. This showed that she had extremely high political acumen. While talking to the director, Xia Jinyuan's phone received another message. He hung up the phone and opened it. It was still from Yi Qian. The whereabouts of the sacrificed police officers' guns are unknown. We can't rule out the possibility that they have fallen into the hands of the Qin brothers. After reading the message, Xia Jinyuan replied. The General Assembly Hall was aware of the abnormality 2 hours ago. Qin Jiafu has been arrested. The two brothers will not be arrested for the time being. Contact us at 5 p.m. Over. Yi Qian, who was leaning against the window, saw the reply and sighed softly. This explained why the Chen brothers were able to leave the country. It turned out that they had intentionally let them go. Then, the reason why the comments they posted on the website did not cause a huge uproar in the country was because the General Assembly Hall had already prepared a countermeasure. A great country is not so easy to bully. A certain Western country shouldn't be too arrogant. You have to pay for what you've done. With this message, Yi Qian could finally relax. At 5 o'clock in the afternoon, Yi Qian turned on the signal receiver on time and received a message from Xia Jinyuan on his phone. The Guilin police had split into 5 groups and secretly arrived in the forest about 5 kilometers away from the small mountain village. They were waiting for tonight. A tough battle was about to begin. Tonight, the net would be pulled in. This time, it could be said that the number of police officers sent out this time was the largest. The secretary in charge of the small county would immediately receive the situation in the mountain village and promptly report it to the Great Hall. As night fell, the temperature in the mountains gradually dropped. The wind blew through the treetops, bringing with it a soothing rustling sound. After dinner, Yi Qian received a look from Fu Hui. She had given her dog a drug with a high concentration of stimulant. Half an hour later, the dog started barking. Fu Hui couldn't help but shudder at the wild barking of woof woof woof. Don't be afraid. Yi Qian mouthed to her, I'm here for you. Chapter 15:11. In the forest, Xia Jinyuan, who was resting, opened his eyes when he heard the first dog barking. The moment he opened his deep and dark eyes, there was a flash of sharpness like a cold sword. It's time to solve the dog problem. It's a bit loud. All the dogs in the village must have gone crazy. Bai He, who was lying on the tree, picked up the binoculars and took a look. He pressed on the wireless headset and whispered, we can take action now. Putting on night vision goggles, several figures rushed out of the dense forest and disappeared into the night like ghosts. The dog raised by Fu Hui's family suddenly went crazy, and the barking caused all the other dogs in the village to echo, breaking the silence in the mountain village. Li Yi, who was on the phone, felt her heart skip a beat. She put down the phone and walked out quickly. What happened? Did you send someone out to check? She asked the villager who had a telephone. Our dog suddenly ran out. Sisterly, could it be that the police who are possessed by evil spirits are coming again? The one who spoke was a village woman in her early 40s. She was holding the believer's handbook of the God's Church in her hand and looked flustered. Great counselor, we have to ask him to come forward. We can't let evil spirits destroy our village. Li Yi knew about Qin Jiafu's situation the best. She knew that the so-called evil spirits didn't exist at all. Because she knew that they didn't exist, she was a little flustered. It just so happened that she couldn't contact the staff she trusted. Listening to the dog barking one after another, she was so flustered that her eyelids began to twitch. She didn't call again but left immediately. She didn't even turn on the flashlight. She walked quickly in the dark towards Qin Jiafu's house. A dazzling light suddenly shot from behind the 100-year-old maple tree in front of her. Li Yi was so shocked that she subconsciously turned around and wanted to run away. Sister Li. Someone called her and hurriedly ran towards her. Sister Li, why are all the dogs in the village barking? Fu Hui's parents said that evil spirits are coming. Why is your village so weird? Just looking at it makes me feel uneasy. It was the voice of the girl from the city whom she had tricked. Li Yi, whose heartstrings were extremely tight, breathed a sigh of relief. She only felt that her knees were weak. She was frightened and asked in a bad tone, why did you come out in the middle of the night? You almost gave me a heart attack. Yi Qian also had a look of panic on his face, as if he had been frightened as well. He couldn't even speak properly. Dogs, all of them are dogs. It's too scary. Li Yi, I want to go home. I want to go home. She had to hold Li Yi back. At the same time, she had to drag her to Fu Hui's house and tie her up. Fu Hui's parents were tied up tightly by Yi Qian. Their hands and feet were tied, and a towel was stuffed into their mouths to prevent them from screaming. Li Yi, who was being pestered, didn't know what was going on. She was anxious to go back to find Shen Jiefu, but Yi Qian grabbed her arm. She was flustered and couldn't break free. She angrily accompanied Yi Qian back to Fu Hui's house. If you know you're afraid of dogs, then why did you come out? Sister, I'm telling you, don't run around tonight. Sister Li is also afraid of the dark, so she won't come over to accompany you in the middle of the night. Li Yi, who was in a hurry, stepped into Fu Hui's house. Her heels were still outside, so she was caught off guard by Yi Qian and fell to the ground. As soon as she fell to the ground, Li Yi reacted. However, no matter how fast she reacted, she couldn't be faster than Yi Qian. She could only make an ugh sound. In the next second, Yi Qian used a towel to choke her mouth. At the same time, he grabbed her back with both hands and pressed her hard to the ground, making her unable to move. Chapter 15:12. Fu Hui didn't come over to help. She didn't know what she could do. The moment she entered the room, Yi Qian immediately restrained Li Yi. Even if she wanted to help, she couldn't. 15 minutes ago, her parents were the same. According to Yi Qian's instructions, she first took her mother away alone. She didn't know what to do. Yi Qian had already captured her father, who was about to pray, and then tied her mother up with a rope. Li Yi, who was restrained, was shocked. With half of her face pressed against the cold ground, she began to struggle violently. She, who had never been obedient, vaguely realized something and struggled even more fiercely. He was quite strong. Even if her hands were tied behind her back, she wouldn't give up as long as she could move. The second her mouth was gagged, she only had one thought in her mind: I have to escape. Yi Jian smiled. Her voice was as cold as the moonlight, as if she was holding down a poisonous snake. Those young girls who were harmed by Sister Li must have struggled like this before. Unfortunately, Sister Li didn't let them go. As he spoke, Yi Qian, who was sitting on Li Yi's back, grabbed her calf with both hands. With just one movement, Li Yi's expression changed drastically. Horror hit her like a stormy sea, and her body trembled violently. Sister Li is really strong. Looks like I have to break one of your legs. The voice behind her was clear and light. It was very pleasant to the ears, but Li Yi almost fainted when she heard it. What is she doing? Who is she? Yi Qian said that he would break one of her legs. He was definitely not just saying it. He meant it. In Sister Li's club, it's very common to break the legs and arms of abducted girls. Sister Li must have seen a lot, so you're not afraid anymore. I just don't know if Sister Li has experienced it before. There's no time like the present. Tonight, Sister Li, you should have a taste of what it's like to have your arms and legs broken. No, 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 how could Li Yi want to have a taste like that? She shook her head frantically. The fear in her eyes was not fake. Woo-woo. Li Yi, who was really afraid of having her arms and legs broken, whimpered. She didn't want to have a taste at all. She didn't want to have a taste at all. Fu Hui, right, there's still Fu Hui. Li Yi, who was so scared that her face turned pale, tried her best to raise her head and look for Fu Hui, who was still there just now. Only she could save her. TSK, TSK, TSK. Elder Sister Li is a famous person in Yuyang City. Why is she afraid of a broken arm and leg? I thought Sister Li wasn't afraid. Otherwise, why would she always play this trick on those girls? Yi Qian did not intend to let her off easily. With Xia Jinyuan and the others outside, as well as the Guilin police, she had enough time to play with Li Yi. Let's play with Li Yi, who killed countless abducted girls. With a cold expression on his face, Yi Qian gripped her calf tightly and twisted it bit by bit like a screw. Li Yi, who had just started, couldn't bear it anymore and let out a muffled scream. Li Yi, who did not see Fu Hui, was in so much pain that her entire body tensed up. She kept struggling in her throat. Who was this girl that he had abducted on his way back to the village? She would rather believe that she came back to take revenge on behalf of her kidnapped sister. What was the truth? The truth was something she didn't dare to think too deeply about. Even if she only thought about it, she was so scared that her heart trembled. Ever since she killed those policemen, her heart had not felt at ease for a single day. That night, when she suddenly heard Wang Gui ask if something had happened, her heart skipped a beat. It was not that she didn't suspect this girl, but in the end, she still let her greed get the upper hand. After testing her a few times, she thought that there was nothing wrong. Chapter 15:13. It was a big problem. It was a pity that she would never have the chance to regret it. For example, if she had thought about it just now, she would have noticed that something was wrong. However, because she couldn't get through to the club's phone and heard the dogs barking in the village, she panicked and didn't think too much about it. She was obviously afraid of dogs, so why would she appear behind the maple tree? She even knew that she had already come out and directly called her sisterly when she walked out. Just now, she really only needed to think about it a little and she could have escaped. It was too late. It was too late to know now. That big sisterly was a death sentence, and could easily take her life. However, she really didn't expect that such a young girl would be a police officer. She even dared to sneak into the village alone. Wasn't she afraid that she would end up like the other police officers in front of her? Li Yi, whose facial features were distorted from the pain, was already in tears. It was better to give her a quick death than to torture her so slowly now. Don't worry, Sister Li. We've just started. Wouldn't it be too boring to finish it all at once? Look, I haven't even used the methods you used on those girls. Yi Qian said softly. His voice was really soft, but there was a bone-piercing coldness in it that pierced Li Yi's heart like needles. As he spoke, his hands didn't stop. He continued to twist at a moderate pace. Li Yi was in so much pain that she definitely couldn't calm down and think. Beside her, Fu Hui saw Li Yi's miserable state and felt an indescribable joy in her heart. She was looking for her just now. Did she think that I would come forward to save her? She was dreaming. Listening to Li Yi's screams, Fu Hui only felt that the pressure in her heart for so long dissipated bit by bit. It was over. All the pain would end tonight. After tonight, would this mountain village, where she was born and raised, become an uninhabited village? Fu Hui slowly leaned against the wall and lowered her head heavily. Drops of water fell from her eyes. She cried. She cried for this mountain village and for her home. But she did not regret it. If the sin was not destroyed, more families would be hurt, and more families would experience the pain of separation. The loudest scream was heard. Fu Hui was so shocked that she jerked her head up to look. She saw Li Yi, who used to be insufferably arrogant, with her hair disheveled and her body in a sorry state. Her right leg was strangely twisted. Yi Qian had really broken her leg. Fu Hui laughed. It was not a silent laugh, but a hearty laugh. Ha ha ha, Li Yi, you also have this day, you also have this day. How did you break my classmate's legs? Today, I'll let you have a taste of your own medicine. Li Yi, who was in so much pain that she was about to faint, could no longer hear Fu Hui's laughter. She collapsed like a dead fish and allowed Yi Qian to tie her legs. Pain, it was too painful. It was so painful that she wished she could just die. Even if she didn't want to accept the truth, she had no choice but to do so. Even if she didn't believe that the girl in front of her was a police officer, she had to accept, the city girl who had been abducted was a police officer. It was really funny. She had always thought that she had successfully lured Yi Qian, but in fact, she had directly jumped into someone else's trap and was feeling complacent. Li Yi didn't struggle. It was too painful. It was so painful that she didn't have the strength to struggle. When her hands and feet were all tied up, Li Yi knew that she had lost because of her carelessness. She had lost completely. If she didn't escape tonight, it would be equivalent to losing her entire life. Chapter 15:14. No, she couldn't lose. If she lost, she would lose everything. She had to find a way to escape. There had to be a way to escape. Lee, whose face was distorted from the pain, began to plan in her heart. She had to leave. In order to leave, she had to endure the pain. Stay at home and turn off the lights. Don't let anyone in. Yi Qian finished his work and didn't even look at Li. His body was slightly heavy as he reminded Fu Hui, remember, Fu Hui. Don't let anyone in. Don't go near your parents. When they captured her parents just now, there was obvious reluctance in her eyes. This was a very normal emotion. Her parents were captured right in front of her, so there would be some emotional fluctuations in her heart. Fu Hui wiped away her tears and didn't look at Li. She nodded gently and replied solemnly, "Don't worry, I'll guard the house well. You have to be careful. Don't get bitten by the dogs." Although her hands and feet were bound and she couldn't speak, Li, who could hear, understood who Chen Jiafu suspected of being the mole. She didn't expect it to be Fu Hui, who they had never suspected. Fu Hui was introverted, taciturn, and didn't have much of a presence in the village. All day long, one would be pecked by the goose. It was his own carelessness and overconfidence. But now wasn't the time to settle the score. She had to escape first, and then she would settle the score with this little bitch. She thought she had treated her family well, but she was betrayed. It was hard to swallow the anger in her heart. She couldn't just sit and wait for death. As long as Yi Qian left, she had to negotiate with the little bitch and persuade her to let her go. Also, this little bitch was in the room just now, but she didn't come to help her. Good. Wait. When she escaped, the first person she couldn't forgive would be the little bitch. Li, whose eyes were full of hatred, glared fiercely at Fu Hui. Little bitch. When she came back from school, she should have cut her tongue out. Li, if you do evil, you will die. Don't blame others. You can only blame yourself. Fu Hui spoke. The hatred in her eyes was no less than Li's. Even her voice was full of hatred. In order to satisfy your greed, you sacrificed my whole family. Li, do you think I don't hate you? I have to thank you for taking a leave of absence for me. Otherwise, I would still be in the dark. She usually did not speak, but when she opened her mouth, her voice was filled with sharp hatred. Li could not help but tremble. Would this little bitch kill him? My classmate, a girl who loved to talk, laugh, and dance. After she was coaxed out by you, she never came back. Everyone thought that you sponsored her to study abroad, but in fact, Fu Hui's emotions fluctuated greatly. She walked in front of Li, and the light in her eyes was like a knife. She almost wanted to kill the other party. Actually, you crippled her legs for not giving in and locked her in the basement. He even told the people around him that he was raising a dog to vent when he was in a bad mood. Li, you're really amazing. You can even raise people like dogs. If I can, I really want to raise you like a dog. Fu Hui almost used all of her strength to coax him out. Yi Qian, who was about to leave, suddenly raised his head when he heard this. His gaze instantly turned towards Li, treating people like dogs. Li, you're so arrogant. This matter was not in the information that the Noble Kingdom's police investigated. Li's shoulders trembled from the roar. These things were actually known. Then could she still use Fu Hui, this little bitch, to escape? It seemed impossible. Chapter 15:15. At 36 years old, Li, who had always dressed fashionably, seemed to have aged 10 years in an instant. Her face was ashen. Realizing that she had no hope of escaping, Li, who had fallen to the ground, raised her head and stared at Fu Hui. She mumbled, "If you have the guts, kill me. Kill me. If you kill me, none of you will be able to escape. Heaven's net has a long arm, but nothing escapes. People like you will be punished by the law, so why do we have to do it? I'm afraid of dirtying my hands. Yi Qian's gaze swept over like cold water, and he said, ignore her. Calm your emotions. Think about what you were thinking at that time. Stick to your principles and don't be easily swayed by your emotions. He was worried that Fu Hui would be too emotional and make a mistake in principle at a critical moment, which would cause her to break the law. Fu Hui, who had screamed out all her pain, wiped her tears and nodded heavily as she panted slightly to show that she understood and would not do anything that would harm herself. Yi Qian could not help but smile at her nod. This girl was very resilient and principled. As long as she agreed to something, she would definitely not disappoint. She glanced at Li Yi with a faint smile. Her eyes were clear, as if she had seen through her thoughts. She wanted to drag a few people down with her before she died. Pfft, what a whimsical idea. Yi Qian led Li Yi to Fu Hui's house, and Xia Jinyuan and the other two sneaked into the village. They needed to first control the surrounding individual villagers and tear open an opening for the Guilin police to enter the village. At the entrance of the village, Pigeon and T6 found the bungalow built by the Qin Jiafu brothers. They had to deal with the 4 wolf heads first. The whole process was very short. When Yi Qian finished dealing with Li Yi and came out, the barking of the dogs in the village gradually subsided. The flashing flashlights also went out one by one, and the village gradually quieted down again. Just drag them away, someone said softly. At the same time, he was carrying a villager who had fainted. Leave them all to the police. We won't interfere. It was Xia Jinyuan's voice. The white crane nodded. Like a ferocious beast, it picked up a villager in its hands and walked briskly over the fields overgrown with weeds. It brought the man and quickly handed him over to the Guilin police. The Guilin police had already surrounded the mountain village. They were only waiting for the main culprit, Qin Jiafu, to be arrested. Then, they would immediately break in and arrest all the villagers. With a clear goal in mind, Yi Qian once again touched the century-old maple tree. At this moment, the village was so quiet that it made people panic. Some villagers were startled by the dog and turned off the lights. They came out to look around and found nothing strange before returning to their rooms. The bright lights went out in an instant, and the sound of fighting came from the darkness. Another villager was subdued. They were all villagers from the surrounding area, not a group of villagers gathered together. K7 had already snuck into the villager's house where the phone was installed. He silently cut the phone line. This kind of thing was a piece of cake for him. Yi Qian has arrived at Old Maple. K7, meet up with her. The Snowfield Brigade's operation was divided into 3 groups, and Xia Jinyuan was in charge of the whole operation. His low voice came from the dark, like a sword that was quietly unsheathed and ready to be swung at any time. K7 replied with a simple, "Roger that," and immediately disappeared into the dark of the night. The Guilin police were holding their breaths as they waited for news from the military. At the same time, they kept carrying the villagers who had fainted. After carrying more than 10 of them back, one of the police officers asked the captain beside him with sweat on his forehead, "Captain, who did the military send to help us?" Chapter 15-16. It was too scary, there wasn't a single sound along the way. I'm not too sure, I heard it was a soldier from a special force. The captain with the Type 92 pistol in his hand stared at the front where he couldn't see anything clearly. He was waiting for the police to bring back the remains of his fallen brothers. The military special forces put the remains of their brothers into their backpacks and met with another action team. They solemnly handed over their backpacks and then let the police brothers bring back their brothers. The souls of heroes returned to their hometown, resting in their hometown. In a cave about 5 kilometers away from the small village, a few figures stood up and walked around from time to time. These were 4 Western faces, all from a newspaper in a Western country. God, I don't want to wait any longer. It's too cold here, I've had enough. A woman said impatiently, "No, I don't want to wait any longer, I want to wait any longer, it's still the same." She picked up the backpack by her feet, turned on the flashlight used for walking at night, and insisted on going over. A Western man with a beard blocked her and unhappily reprimanded, "Mary, calm down. You're a reporter, don't you have any patience?" "No, I'm very patient, but you see, oh, I can't wait any longer, because we've already waited for 3 days. Damn it, if I knew, I would have stayed in the capital and not followed you to a mountain with no people." The female reporter Mary didn't get any valuable news. Her patience had already run out. She didn't want to wait any longer. Damn it, they said that there would be military and police people killing civilians with guns. Oh, God, how could she be so naive to believe it? This was a country that strictly controlled guns and ammunition, a country that absolutely didn't allow military and police to point guns at civilians. How could she believe it? Mary's personality was quite stubborn. When she said she wanted to leave, the other 3 people couldn't stop her. She came out of the cave and stepped on the withered grass, rushing to the foot of the mountain alone. She wasn't afraid of getting lost, nor was she afraid of encountering any ferocious beasts. Mary walked very fast towards the direction she came from 3 days ago. She had no intention of stopping. Damn it. Calling her was definitely a wrong decision. A man picked up his backpack. "We have to catch up with her. There's still no news after 3 days. I don't think there will be any news." Gunshots couldn't be heard from a distance of 5 kilometers, but if one walked to the top of the mountain, they would definitely hear gunshots coming from the bottom of the mountain. Bang, bang, bang. 3 consecutive gunshots rang out, causing the 4 Western reporters to become alert. Mary immediately exclaimed, "Oh my God, I think I heard gunshots." It was indeed the sound of gunfire. Chen Jiafu's brothers were shooting randomly as they fled towards the mountains. The village was in chaos. A large number of police officers entered the village. They could be seen entering and exiting every household. The villagers of every household had their hands behind their backs and were detained by the police. The villagers who were arrested all cursed loudly. The younger and stronger ones were still fighting with the police in the house, trying to escape, but to no avail. Even if they ran to the door, they were blocked by the police who were guarding outside. "Put the handcuffs on and behave yourself. Take them all away. All promotional materials will be destroyed." Chapter 15-17. Although the village was in chaos, it was only the sound of people talking. But when Chen Jiafu's 2 brothers fled up the mountain, the villagers in the small mountain village were shocked by their continuous gunfire. A few middle-aged men happened to climb over the wall, and when they heard the gunshots, they were so frightened that they fell off the wall. If they had not heard gunshots before, they would not have been so scared. It was precisely because they had heard gunshots and witnessed the power of bullets with their own eyes that they were scared. Before he could regain his footing, he was pressed to the ground by the police, who shouted, "Don't move." His voice was intimidating, like thunder exploding above his head. He didn't dare to move and obediently allowed himself to be arrested. "I won't run anymore, I won't run anymore. I'll come down, I'll come down." When a villager who had fled to the roof heard the gunshots, his knees went weak. He was no longer as vigorous and bold as before. He sat down on the blue tiles and did not dare to move for a long time. When the police officers climbed up, he did not resist and obediently allowed himself to be arrested. Gunshots. Those were gunshots just now. Since the police had already brought their guns over, why were they still running? No matter how fast they ran, could they be faster than bullets? One of the police officers who had been killed some time ago had run so fast, but in the end, he was still hit by a bullet. Recalling the fate of being hit by a bullet, the villagers who still wanted to escape became obedient. "Gather all of them and escort them to custody. Handcuff their hands and feet." The brigade leader in charge of the entire operation gave the order. The entire small mountain village was brightly lit, and there were even high-powered searchlights shining down from the top of the mountain like a small sun, illuminating the entire mountain village like it was daytime. The police escorting them were not equipped with rifles. They only had handguns for self-defense, and they only had 2 live rounds. In fact, they were all Type 84 pistols with blank cartridges. They would only raise their guns and fire in self-defense if they encountered extremely vicious villagers who were carrying dangerous items. They're really coming over. 3 men and a woman, a total of 4 people. They're sneaking around and I can tell they're up to no good. Based on the trajectory of the signal source and the other party's walking path, the T6 combatant, who was secretly following them, pressed down on his earpiece and whispered, "They're fully equipped with camera equipment. Should we do some damage?" When no one answered him for a long time, the T6 combatant chuckled to himself and did not say anything else. "Then let's do some damage." He didn't reply because he didn't have much time. The pigeons and cranes surrounded Chen Jiafu, and Xia Jinyuan, K7, and Yi Qian purposely forced Chen Jiafu's brother to run into the mountains. The Great Hall had given the order to let the Chen brothers go, so they had to think of a way to make them think that they had really escaped. There are still 2 pistols missing. All teams, please do your best to search. The village police officer's voice was deep and filled with anger as he shouted, "Find him even if you have to dig 3 feet into the ground." The 2 missing pistols were the guns of the deceased police officers. They were all live ammunition. If they were leaked into society, the consequences would be unimaginable. Yi Qian, who was already equipped with an earpiece, took out a dagger and dug out a bullet that had been shot into a tree. The bullet was still a little hot. Other than the smell of gunpowder, there was also the smell of burnt trees. He put the bullets he dug out from the tree trunk into his pocket and whispered, found that the suspects fired a Type 84 handgun bullet. It matches the bullets of the handgun that the deceased police officer lost. The 2 suspects each have a Type 84 handgun. They can go, but they have to leave the guns behind. Xia Jinyuan, who was chasing from the side, said, "It's confirmed that the police still have 2 Type 84 handguns that have not been recovered." Chapter 15:18. The assembly hall had the intention of letting them go, but they would definitely not allow them to bring their guns back to society. Moreover, this was a gun that had been assigned to a sacrificed police officer. Moreover, bullets did not have eyes. If they intended to take revenge after they got out, who knew how many innocent people would be hurt by their guns? They had to get the gun back. Even if they could not get it back, they had to destroy it. It was not difficult to make them think that they had really escaped. At the same time, they had to think of a way to confiscate the guns in their hands. K7 forced them to head in the direction of the 4th searchlight. There's a patch of grass 200 meters away from the 4th searchlight. Yi Qian set up an ambush and shoot at their weapons. Xia Jinyuan, who was wearing an army combat uniform, caught up to Yi Qian and jumped to the front. They had already lured the Chen brothers up the mountain, so the next step was to hand over the guns. Xia Jinyuan charged in front and covered the left and right sides in the middle. K7, who was behind him, was in charge of guarding and defending. The 3 positions alternated. They moved quickly but did not panic. Based on the trajectory of the bullets and the movements in front of them, they calmly followed the Chen brothers closely. K7, who was in charge of guarding and defending, quickly moved from the back to the front. After making a hand signal, Yi Qian passed by the 2 of them and sprinted towards the direction of the 4th searchlight. Just as Yi Qian passed by him, he heard a gunshot behind him. K7 wanted to cover and confuse the Chen brothers. The bullets seemed to have brushed past Yi Qian's shoulder. The faint smell of gunpowder drifted past the tip of his nose. Yi Qian did not stop. He did not even try to dodge. Bullets did not have eyes, but the person holding the gun was a comrade whom he could trust with his back. Therefore, he did not have to worry about the bullet hitting him. T6's voice rang out at this moment. He said that he was going to cause some damage. Yi Qian, who was moving forward, dodged a searchlight that swept past him. His figure flitted behind the leaves like a night bird. Xia Jinyuan fired a shot in the direction of his right hand. When he heard the leaves rustling in front of him, he said to Yi Qian, move quickly. He and K7's pincer attack forced the Chen brothers to run toward the 4th searchlight. They had no other choice. Chen Jiakang tried to escape to the east twice but was forced back by the bullets. He whispered to his brother, Chen Jiaxing, who had not moved, "Brother, we can't run out of the mountain. Run into the mountain first. The mountain is big. It won't be easy to find us. Compared to Qin Jiaxing, Qin Jiakang was much bolder and more meticulous. Although he had a gun in his hand, he didn't fire blindly. He was afraid that he would run out of bullets when he needed to rush out. Let me catch my breath. I sprained my ankle. Qin Jiaxing was the second son of the Qin family. He was in his 40s, so his physical strength was naturally not as good as Qin Jiakang, who was ranked 4th. He squatted behind a bush and panted heavily. This matter had blown up. With so many police officers coming out at once, he panicked. Qin Jiakang panicked. Second brother, if you continue to rest, you'll end up like third brother, waiting to be caught. Damn it, there seems to be a few policemen following behind us. We have to hurry up and run. The mountain is our world. As long as we get into the mountain, they won't be able to do anything to us. The two of them were still huddled up and did not move. The bullets flew over their heads and brushed past several leaves. Qin Jiaxing was so shocked that he hugged a tree and hid behind it. Why are you still hiding? Hurry up and run. No matter how bold Qin Jiakang was, he did not dare to fight head-on with bullets. He pulled Qin Jiaxing and ran into the forest. Chapter 1519. The Qin brothers had always been close, so they didn't leave anyone behind when they were running. Other than Qin Jiafu, they didn't have a chance to pull him along. K7 and Xia Jinyuan fired back and forth, forcing the Qin brothers to run towards the direction of the fourth searchlight. They forced the Qin brothers to run towards the direction of the fourth searchlight until they reached an open field of vision. The searchlight would shine for about 5 seconds before it stopped. In order not to arouse the brothers' suspicion, the searchlight was temporarily turned off and would only be turned on when they were within range. Ready to shoot. Xia Jinyuan raised his phone, and his cold voice came from his earpiece. 1, 2, 3. K7, fire. To force the Qin brothers to raise their guns, the searchlight suddenly swept over them the moment they raised their guns. Yi Qian, who was already prepared, aimed at one of them and quickly fired. Bang bang. 2 consecutive gunshots were heard. Yi Qian and Xia Jinyuan fired almost at the same time and fired at the same time. The 2 brothers' guns were hit by the bullets. The bullets collided with the barrels and sparks flew everywhere. Get down, second brother. Qin Jiakang roared. He reacted the fastest. As soon as the gun left his hand, he threw himself into the grass. He even knew how to quickly roll to avoid being targeted by the bullets. Qin Jiaxing didn't react as fast as him. He only realized that he had to lie down after he roared. The 2 of them were so close to the ground that they wanted to bury their bodies in it. At night, the cool wind blew through the treetops, causing a rustling sound. The wind carried with it faint smoke as it blew past their noses and disappeared without a trace. Time seemed to pass very slowly. Qin Jiakang didn't know how long he had been lying on the ground. When he quietly moved his legs, it felt like hours had passed. Fifth brother, it seems like, there's no movement. Qin Jiaxing's trembling voice came from the grass. Did they all leave? Qin Jiakang didn't reply. It was shown on TV that it was best to lie down longer after the bullets were fired so that the enemy would think that they had run far away. Moving his numb legs, Qin Jiakang quietly raised his head and looked around cautiously. It seemed like they all left. Second brother, let's go. Without further ado, Qin Jiakang immediately stood up and ran into the mountains. The 2 figures disappeared from sight. Xia Jinyuan hugged the tree with both hands and slid down. T6, it's your turn. They've already run into the mountains. Find a way to lure the 3 men and 1 woman to the Chen brothers. Okay, give me half an hour, T6 replied. The T6 combatant replied. He easily followed behind the 4 Western reporters and began to operate alone for half an hour. Only he knew how he was going to act. Xia Jinyuan and the others didn't ask, nor did they say that they were going to support him. After going on several missions with them, Yi Jian had already figured out how they were compatible with each other. If they needed to carry out a mission together, they would definitely make arrangements in advance. If they were to act alone, they would also consider the dangers in advance and come up with countermeasures. Yi Jian picked up the pistol that was hit by the bullet from the grass and handed it to Xia Jinyuan. It's useless. The magazine can be ejected. Together with these two, we've found all the missing pistols. The Guilin police didn't find any foreign weapons in the small mountain village. The only guns they had were those of the policemen who had died here. Xia Jinyuan opened the other pistol and took a look. There were still 18 bullets left, which belonged to Qin Jekong. As for the other pistol, there were only 4 bullets left. Chapter 1520. Qin Jekong is smarter than Qin Jiaxing. Yi Qian said calmly. There was a thin layer of haze in his lowered eyes. The murderers of the police actually managed to escape overseas. Letting them live for a few more days was already a kind of mercy. Xia Jinyuan put the magazine into the magazine pocket of his combat vest. He looked at Yi Qian and said, "The Great Hall will take care of everything, so we don't have to worry. Someone will take care of these 2 criminals. Escaping is only temporary for them." Once politics were involved, the soldiers who were on duty had no right to interfere. When Yi Qian heard this, he nodded slightly to show that he understood. Let's go down the mountain and meet up with the Guilin police. Xia Jinyuan took off his helmet and looked into the depths of the mountain. Now they could only wait for news from T6. K7, who was carrying an assault rifle on his back, strode out of the forest. He smiled at Yi Qian first, then turned to Xia Jinyuan and asked, "Can we leave now? I don't want to spend the night in this godforsaken place." K7 couldn't help but feel repulsed by this place that was full of crime. "No, let's leave immediately. Yi Qian's vacation is almost here. Little Fox only had 2 days off tomorrow and the day after tomorrow. School had just started, so she shouldn't take too much time off." Although freshmen and sophomores focused on physical training, professional knowledge couldn't be neglected either. Yi Qian naturally wanted to leave tonight. Since the mission had been completed, of course he had to return to school on time. However, he still had to look for Fu Hui tonight. The young lady had helped him capture her parents. Even if he was mentally prepared, there was still a hurdle in his heart that he couldn't cross in terms of emotions, morals, and filial piety. When the 3 of them came down from the mountain, all the villagers at the foot of the mountain were already under control. Fu Hui led 2 police officers to bring her parents out of the cellar they used to store sweet potatoes in. She stood quietly in the darkness as she watched her parents stumble out of the cellar with hunched backs. She bit her lower lip and tilted her head sideways as she watched her parents stumble out of the cellar. She didn't want to see it, nor did she have the heart to see it. Fu Hui's parents didn't notice that their daughter was standing on the side. When they saw the uniformed police officers, their first reaction wasn't to think that they couldn't even protect themselves, but to look around for the great committee member, Qin Jiefu, who had made the whole family rich and healthy. "Let's go." The police would not be kind to the villagers who killed their own brothers. They directly pushed them to leave. Fu Hui wiped away the tears that had flowed to the side of her mouth. She only left after her parents had walked past her. Don't listen to what they say, it will only soften your heart. If you make a mistake and break the law, there will never be a good ending. Her parents can only spend the rest of their lives in prison. As a daughter, she will help her parents repay the debts of those families who lost their children. It was said that one of the families had an only daughter. Qin Jiafu was taken away alone. He didn't even meet with the villagers. After being arrested, he was taken away without stopping. Li Yi, who was walking on one foot, didn't receive any special treatment. 2 police officers grabbed her left and right shoulders and directly dragged her away. When Fu Hui's parents came out, they just happened to see it. The 2 of them were shocked. Fu Hui's mother directly shouted, "How can you treat sisterly like this? You are all evil spirits, you will suffer retribution. You deserve to be killed, all of you deserve to be killed." Chapter 1521. The police who were escorting the couple immediately used tape to seal their mouths. It was obvious that the couple had been severely brainwashed. Unable to speak, the couple jumped up and struggled, their throats emitting angry cries. Their son still had to come back to marry his wife, and they still had to hold their grandchildren. Fu Hui's parents would not obediently follow the police when their family's matter had not been completed. Fortunately, their mouths were sealed with tape. Otherwise, who knew what kind of nasty words they would have scolded. Not only Fu Hui's parents, but all the villagers in the mountain village were like that. When they saw Li Yi dragging her limp legs, all of them were very angry. They scolded and shouted, treating the police as evil spirits. They shouted that it was right to beat and kill them. Her home, her mountain village, her hometown. It was destroyed. The only one who was not taken away, Fu Hui, stood in her own yard. Her tears had not stopped since the moment her parents were taken away. They kept flowing, as if she wanted to dry up her tears for the rest of her life. There were more than 30 households in the village, with a total of more than 170 people. The young ones were outside recruiting believers, helping Li Yi and Chen Jiafu accumulate money crazily. They instigated believers to give up production and sell their property, and all the money they exchanged for was given to Chen Jiafu. The middle-aged and elderly stayed at home, praying every day. This time, they were arrested, and the team was like a long dragon. Unfortunately, not many were obedient. A few middle-aged women in the village, who were already powerful, simply refused to leave. They cried and shouted that someone had destroyed their family and could not bear to see their family live a good life. They could even say things like betrayal. They were so noisy, and all the police involved in the operation did not have much patience. Fine, you don't want to leave, right? If you don't want to leave, then drag them away. You still don't want to leave, right? They don't mind using the same method to kill their brothers in the past. It was funny. Feeling threatened, they immediately accused the police of not treating civilians like this. Pfft, civilians? Civilians lived a 9-to-5 life and lived a law-abiding life. They were not like them. Li Yi, who was the last to leave, heard the villagers fighting for justice for her, and she wanted to escape. If she could incite civil unrest, could she wait for an opportunity to escape? She was dreaming. As one of the main criminals, only the death penalty awaited her. Cry well tonight. When the sun rises tomorrow, Fu Hui, you have to start walking your original path again. Yi Qian handed her a wet towel and said softly, this is the life you want to live. You won't be nervous, afraid, hesitant, or uneasy anymore. Your parents broke the law and hurt several families. The punishment is also an explanation for the families they hurt. Behind him, the one-story red brick house that was built less than 2 years ago only had one light on in the lobby. Without the laughter of the past, the whole house seemed particularly cold. Fu Hui looked back at her home. After a while, she nodded. I still have a lot of things to do. I have to pull myself together. Thank you, Yi Qian. Thank you for helping me. No, we should be the ones thanking you. Yi Qian gazed deeply at the strong girl. There are still countless families who would like to thank you. Fu Hui, your phone call has saved countless families. You have done a great deed that benefits the country and the people. Chapter 1522. Fu Hui smiled. Even though she wasn't good-looking, her eyes were filled with sunshine. It was the kind of sunshine that made people see hope. Fu Hui had a pair of bright eyes and a kind conscience. A girl like her was really, really beautiful. I'll send you off with the Guilin police. Looking at the bright light in her eyes, Yi Qian's smile deepened. Fu Hui would definitely stand up again and walk her own path. Fu Hui did as she was told. She turned around and went home to take out a luggage bag that she had already packed. Her thin figure walked out from the shadows with a tenacity that would not be easily defeated. Half an hour later, the Guilin police were still cleaning up the small mountain village. The T6 combatant, who was dressed in a combat uniform, came over to report. When he saw his comrade, he chuckled and strode closer. It's done. I even followed them for a while. The Chen brothers know one of the reporters. You don't say. That reporter speaks very fluent Chinese. He even has a northeastern accent to him. It's clear that he usually operates in the north. As he spoke, he said to Yi Qian, I've memorized his appearance. I'll have you draw it later. When the time comes, we'll submit it together with the report. Every time a mission was completed, a report was essential. The members of the Snowfield Brigade were not afraid of going to the battlefield, but they were afraid of writing a report. They could not fill in the blanks, could not exaggerate, and had to speak less nonsense. But they had to go into detail about the important points. They were so worried that they had to pull out a few handfuls of hair every time. There were even small leaves on his helmet that moved as he spoke. Yi Qian laughed and joked, You're really trying your best just to add one more page to the report. Oh, you know us well. The T6 combatant laughed and looked at Yi Qian with bright eyes. I think we can totally let you handle this. Girls are born to be tattletale. Xia Jinyuan stepped forward to defend his girlfriend. She's just assisting and still has to go back to school. She doesn't have time to deal with you. He turned to Yi Qian and whispered, Ignore him. If this happens once, there'll be a second time. The two of you, separate a little. As the T6 combatant spoke, he squeezed himself between the two of them and stood properly. With a cold expression on his handsome face, he said calmly, All right, let's continue. K7 did not understand what was going on. When he saw T6's expression clearly, K7 moved away indifferently. He understood. The T6 combatant was jealous that someone was standing in a pair in front of a single person like him. Fortunately, it didn't affect him. There was no way Xia Jinyuan would let the T6 combatant have his way. He took a step back with his slender legs, then another, and instantly moved from Yi Qian's left to his right. Go away. I still have something important to discuss with Yi Qian. That was why it was so convenient to find a like-minded girlfriend who could carry out missions with him. At the end of the mission, he could even have a casual conversation. The T6 combatant, who had failed to stop the T6 combatant, felt sad. He still had not found a girlfriend. Although Anjesin looked carefree, she was actually not easy to deal with. As Yi Qian's good friend, how could it be so easy to woo her? Pigeon and White Crane came over and searched Chinjafu's house. Other than finding a large amount of cash, they did not find a single bullet. Fake news deliberately released to confuse the Noble Lin police. White Crane smiled at Yi Qian in a gentle and elegant manner. They're already in the process of approving Chinjafu's identity. Once it's confirmed, everyone will leave the mountain village. Leave early. We'll leave together on motorcycles. The T6 combatant also did not want to spend the night in a place like this. He was unhappy and did not feel good about it. Chapter 1523. At that time, they had asked for the military's help because they knew that the main culprit had a weapon provided by a foreign country. Now that they didn't, the military's Snowfield Brigade teammates could naturally leave. They marched very quickly. By the time the Guilin police had all evacuated from the mountain village, Yi Qian and the rest had already walked more than 11 kilometers. However, they were still 30 kilometers away from the place where they hid their motorcycles. A normal person would need 5 to 6 hours to walk, but they would need 4 hours. They would arrive at their destination at 3 in the morning. The Guilin police also needed to walk, but their speed was not fast enough. In addition, the villagers were not cooperative and deliberately stopped along the way. It would take them 7 to 8 hours to walk dozens of kilometers. Li Yi was dragged along the entire time. The police knew her identity, so they wouldn't let her have a good time. The mountain road was not easy to walk on. Li Yi was dragged all the way until she screamed and almost fainted from the pain. In the end, she screamed until her voice was hoarse, but the police didn't sympathize with her. Fu Hui, the village girl who accompanied them, had already told them countless things about Li Yi. Every time she said something, the eyes of the unyielding police turned red. Abuse, humiliation, imprisonment, hanging and beating, feeding dog food, eating rotten rice. These were all used by Li Yi to deal with the girls who had been abducted. Some of the girls didn't make it and left just like that. Some of the girls were tortured and finally died in pain. Some of the girls had diseases that couldn't be treated and were still suffering. There were also girls who were forced by Li Yi to hit the wall. It was tragic. Li Yi knew that she didn't have long to live. Previously, when she heard Fu Hui talk about her, she still had the strength to be angry. Now, she didn't dare to think about what was waiting for her. Li Yi, who looked defeated, no longer had any hope. When she knew that Chen Jiafu was also arrested, Li Yi instantly withered. Later, during the preliminary trial, she would answer whatever the police asked. Death penalty, it must be the death penalty. Not even a reprieve. Soon, Li Yi's crimes were collected and organized. A 36-page document was sent to the Director General. The Director General was furious. He slammed the table and stood up. You're not allowed to apply for a defense lawyer. No visitors are allowed. Detain her alone and interrogate her alone. This was only the preliminary trial. This was only the preliminary trial. If he probed deeper, he would unearth even more things. At this time, Yi Qian had already returned to the military academy. Tomorrow, she would have to return to the classroom and become a military academy student who was still receiving education and training. Captain Xia, I can go in alone. For the third time, Yi Qian reached out to take the luggage from Xia Jinyuan. He said helplessly, I have classes tomorrow, so I have to return to school before 6 p.m. You can't let me be late, right? Yi Qian was sitting in a suburban park about 5 kilometers away from the University of Science and Technology of China. It was already 4:30 in the afternoon. Xia Jinyuan refused to let go. Seeing his girlfriend rush back to school without any reluctance, the young major felt a little sad. It's still early. We'll take a taxi at 5 and arrive at the school gate at 5:30. There's still half an hour to go back to the dormitory. Faced with his meticulous planning, Yi Qian didn't know whether to laugh or cry for a moment. With a smile in his dark eyes, he looked at the major who obviously had a motive. He raised his eyebrows and asked calmly, Tell me, what do you want me to do? Smart. The major, who couldn't bear to see his girlfriend leave, smiled elegantly. Then, he bent down and his handsome face slowly came closer. Kiss me for 3 minutes and leave immediately. Kiss for 3 minutes. Chapter 15:24. Yi Qian really didn't understand how he could be so frank about these intimate words. That's right, he was frank. He said he wanted to kiss her for 3 minutes, so he meant it. He told her very clearly what his intentions were. He told her seriously, clearly, and directly. Just like Xia Jinyuan, he would make a move when it was time. He would never wait. It was the holidays, so there were many tourists in the southern suburb park. There were many children flying kites on the lawn in front of the park. The adults were sitting in groups of 3 or 5, playing cards, chatting, and some were lying in the shade to bask in the sun. She looked around and was about to say something when Major Xia, who was tall and slender, smiled slowly. I've wanted to do something since last night, but I only said it tonight. Little fox, it took me a lot of courage to say it. Do you have the heart to reject me? I do have the heart to reject him, Yi Qian thought to herself. She looked up from his lean waist to the second button of his white shirt. It was not properly buttoned and was casually unbuttoned, revealing his sexy collarbone. Her heartbeats seemed to quicken slightly. She looked up and saw his Adam's apple moving up and down. His breathing seemed to be a little irregular. Xia Jinyuan was full of temptation in his military uniform. With his shirt on, he was obviously elegant and noble, but it made people's eyes linger on him even more. It was an abstinent temptation. Yi Qian exhaled softly, then her gaze fell on the handsome face that she could never get tired of looking at. She saw his serious expression and also his faint anticipation. One of them was studying, while the other was protecting the country. It was rare for them to get together even once in a few months. Last night, Bai He and the others were all there. In order to finish the report as soon as possible, everyone gathered together and worked hard to write the report. Meanwhile, she drew the faces of the Western reporters that T6 had seen and discussed with T6. After several revisions, she finally finished 4 drawings. When she went back to her room to sleep, Captain Xia and the others were still writing the report. Although they had been together for a few hours, they weren't alone. Now that she saw the hidden anticipation in his eyes, Yi Qian, who wanted to reject him, couldn't bear to. There are too many people here. Yi Qian spoke very softly. When she finished speaking, her ears were burning red. She could not bring herself to kiss him in public. Intimacy was a private matter between the two of them. It would be too embarrassing if others saw it. Xia Jinyuan smiled. He knew that there were many people here, so he would not choose to kiss little fox here. Yi Qian found it hard to breathe when he saw his eyes light up. She glanced left and right with the corner of her eyes. Pursing her lips, she began to discuss in a low voice, "There are people all around us, and there are people who keep looking in our direction. How about next time?" He started to learn how to keep accounts. Fortunately, he was familiar with the South Suburb Park. It was easy for him to find a secluded place. His girlfriend was shy and didn't like to be looked at by others. Similarly, he didn't like to be looked at by others. It was better for the two of them to have a deep conversation in private. Hailing from an aristocratic family, the cautious Major Xia was not as unrestrained as the other young masters in the capital. He had always abided by self-discipline. "We can change to another place, a place where we won't be seen." Major Xia, who had thought about it the entire night, would not let go of his girlfriend so easily. 3 minutes was too little. Yi Qian was stunned. She felt that he had already made arrangements and was just waiting for her to agree. He was already holding her hand tightly, as if he was afraid that she would go back on her word. Chapter 1525. Yi Qian didn't know whether to laugh or cry. "Captain Xia, you must have planned this from the start." Ever since he was 14 years old, Yi Qian had been competing with him in a battle of wits and courage. He realized that it was too difficult to win against him. "They pestered me too much last night. I tried to get up several times last night, but the T6 combatant blocked me. At that time, I really wanted to knock him out and lock him in the bathroom." Speaking of last night's incident, Major Xia was still gritting his teeth. His life was gloomy because he didn't have a good relationship with his comrades. Why did the T6 combatant block him? It was all because he didn't have a girlfriend. He said that he wanted his beloved comrade to accompany him through the long night. Captain Xia had a deep relationship with his comrade. Although he said those harsh words, there was a slight smile on his handsome face. It was obvious that he wasn't really angry. They walked from the bottom of the grassy slope all the way to the top, then went around the camphor forest. Major Xia, who was familiar with the path, brought his girlfriend to a slope where there was no one around. His slender fingers couldn't help but caress her fair and slender hand. He lowered his dark eyes and gazed deeply at her. "There's no one here." Thump, 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 Yi Qian's heart raced even faster. Even his heart was trembling. He slowly raised his head and met a pair of deep, dark eyes. There was a deep meaning in those eyes that made his heart burn and panic. 3 minutes. You'll keep track of the time. A second more is no less, okay? He slowly closed the distance between them, which was originally an arm's length. Looking at him, Yi Qian was thrown into his arms by his strength. She could feel his strong heartbeat. It was his heartbeat, a heartbeat that made her feel exceptionally at ease. His hand that was holding her changed into an embrace around her waist. His palm was so hot that her body couldn't help but tremble slightly. Thump, thump, thump. His heart was also beating very fast, each beat vibrating her eardrums. The corners of her mouth curled up slightly, revealing a comfortable and satisfied smile. She closed her eyes and reached out to wrap her arms around his muscular waist. This was really good. Leaning on him, she could truly feel his love. This was really, really good. The surroundings were very quiet, so quiet that only the two of them existed between heaven and earth. Yi Qian couldn't help but let out a sigh of contentment. She gently rubbed her cheek against his chest. After finding the most comfortable position, she didn't want to move. Let's stay like this until the end of time. It's kissing time. Raise your head. A gentle voice came from above. Yi Qian, who didn't want to leave his chest, shook his head to indicate that he didn't want to do anything for the time being. Her coquettish behavior made Xia Jinyuan chuckle. She must be acting coquettishly in front of him. The expression in his deep eyes became increasingly gentle, like the sunlight jumping on a leaf, so warm that it made one want to pluck it and hide it deep in the heart. Xia Jinyuan said in a low and magnetic voice. He tightened his arms around his girlfriend who was acting coquettishly. You don't want to? Are you going back on your word? He hugged her very tightly, so tightly that her upper body seemed to be rubbed into his embrace. Yi Qian continued to shake his head, and pursed his lips into a smile. Regret? No. She just wanted to tease him for a bit. Her continuous actions not only made him feel coquettish, but also a little flirtatious. Major Xia, who had always been calm in his embrace, felt a little restless at this moment. She kept snuggling into his embrace. Sighing softly, Major Xia, who had already begun to react, moved closer to Yi Jian's ear. His voice was low and soft, yet sexy and hoarse. When you graduate from university, you have to be a professional firefighter. Chapter 1526. Yi Qian didn't quite understand what he was saying. She lifted her head from his embrace and blinked. How did this have anything to do with a professional firefighter? What an innocent little fox. She didn't know anything, but she was always able to seduce him. Not knowing anything was the real definition of seduction. His handsome chin rubbed against her ear. His breath carried his unique coolness as it sprayed by her ear. Then, he said something that sounded like an adult. Yi Qian was stunned. Stunned, she was stunned for a few seconds. Yes, this time his girlfriend understood. His thin lips curved upwards. His warm lips brushed against her earlobe. He wanted to say more, but Yi Qian's body trembled in his embrace. She withdrew her hands from his waist as if she had been electrocuted. How would she know that this was called seduction? She hadn't noticed it at first, but now that he reminded her, Yi Qian finally felt the change in him. Just like the last time when they rolled in the bushes, she clearly knew that his body had reacted. However, she was still in high school at that time, so she believed that he wouldn't do anything else. But now, she was older. She was 18 years old and considered an adult. What if? Yi Qian, who had never experienced such things in her 2 lifetimes, panicked. In the past, he had said things that made her blush. Although he did mean it, he had said it tactfully and vaguely. As long as she didn't expose him, she would be fine. But today, he had said it so blatantly. He had even said the word hard. Yi Qian felt that she was burning from the bottom of her feet all the way to her face. It burned until she suddenly opened her mouth. When she came back to her senses, Yi Qian realized that she had already bitten down on his chest. She had bitten down on the exact spot. This time, she couldn't clear her name even if she jumped into the Yellow River. How could she have bitten down on the exact spot on his chest? So impatient? No, you're deliberately seducing me. I have to stay calm. He spoke softly with a smile, but the pair of hands around her slender waist was like a heated iron pincer. They burned Yi Qian's skin until it was boiling hot. It was easy to say, but the spot on his chest had never been used by the opposite sex. The stimulation it received was extraordinary. It's time to let go, little fox. He had received a lot of training to resist temptation, but it had never worked in front of her. His body always reacted honestly, and he had no way to control it at all. As for the self-control that he was so proud of, it was not worth mentioning. At this moment, his body had already sincerely expressed how poor his self-control was. Fortunately, he was still able to restrain himself from further actions. Yi Qian quickly turned his head away, not daring to look anymore. What should she do? She really wanted to run. Even if she wanted to escape, she would have to see if Xia Jinyuan would allow it. With the right time, the right place, and the right people, how could he let her escape? Xia Jinyuan, who had seen through her thoughts, did not give his girlfriend a chance. He moved his hands away from her slender and soft waist and slowly held her face. His slender fingers gently stroked her face. When he lowered his head, he could smell a fragrance that calmed him down. That was the pleasant fragrance coming from the little fox's body. It could evoke a man's most primal possessiveness. Yi Qian had already closed her eyes and felt the warmth of his fingers. After years of training, his rough fingers caressed her, causing her eyelashes to tremble slightly. She closed her eyes just like that and allowed him to caress her. Her beautiful face only showed her complete trust in him. She was not afraid that he would have any bad intentions, nor was she worried that she would be hurt. She trusted him wholeheartedly just like that. Chapter 1527. Xia Jinyuan's heart melted. This was his most beloved lover, his closest comrade. His dark eyes were half closed, and the tip of his handsome nose gently rubbed against hers. He couldn't help but take a deep breath. Yi Qian, his soft murmur was enough to express his deep affection for her. It was so gentle that Yi Qian felt as if she had fallen into a thick cotton ball. It was so soft that she couldn't help but stand on her tiptoes to welcome his kiss. Her cheeks were hot, but her heart was filled with joy. Kissing made people dizzy and made it difficult to breathe. She didn't know when her hands, which had been loosened, had once again wrapped around his waist. She hugged him tightly and slowly grasped the back of his shirt. Xia Jinyuan's kiss was very gentle, neither slow nor slow, and extremely patient. It was like when he was in battle, he used a silent and penetrating battle tactic to plunder the city. Xia Jinyuan. Yi Jian, who was trembling from the kiss, clutched his shirt tightly and leaned into his arms as if she was about to collapse. She let him lead her and felt the charm of the kiss. It was fragrant, intoxicating, and difficult to control. 3 minutes of kissing was a little long, but it satisfied Xia Jinyuan's little desire and relieved the discomfort in his body. Once the two of them, who were always separated, got intimate, it was like lava erupting from a volcano. Xia Jinyuan's hands tightened around her waist, deeply and deeply enjoying their time together. Yi Qian responded to him. Every time he couldn't help but call her name, she would get closer to him and let him feel her response. She loosened her grip on his shirt and climbed onto his shoulder. He kissed so deeply that Yi Qian imitated him and kissed him back. No one disturbed them on the grassy slope, leaving a large space for the intimate lovers. Birds chirped in the treetops, then suddenly flapped their wings and flew away quickly. Someone came, and it was almost 3 minutes. Time's up. Time's up, it's time to stop. Yi Qian, whose tongue was still in his mouth, reminded him in a muffled voice. She had no choice. She was fully immersed in the kiss, so she knew how long that the 3 minutes had passed. Xia Jinyuan wondered if he was still not good enough to kiss his girlfriend. His girlfriend actually had the leisure to count the time. He had to admit that he was a little shocked. Xia Jinyuan, who was comforted, suppressed the restlessness that had invaded his eyes. His bright and dazzling black eyes stared at Yi Jian, who still had her eyes closed. Her red lips were so red that they looked like they were about to drip, full of temptation to take another bite of the forbidden fruit. Xia Jinyuan, who was a man of action, lowered his head again and gently pecked her red lips. He let his lips touch the warmth of her red lips to relieve his thirst. Next time, I'll ask for 6 minutes. Adhering to the spirit of seeking truth from facts as a soldier, the restlessness in his body had not yet calmed down. He asked in a hoarse voice, "Is it because you haven't done it for a long time and have regressed? Otherwise, how can you keep track of the time so accurately?" "I can't even extend it," he said with a low chuckle. His voice was hoarse and full of the restlessness of a normal man. If they really kissed, Yi Qian's heart would open up a lot. She didn't feel shy anymore. It was clear that this kind of thing was new to her the first time, and she would get used to it after a few more times. There was also a young couple coming over. They came out of the forest and saw someone in front of them. They were obviously stunned. Chapter 1528. Yi Qian smiled at them, then turned to Xia Jinyuan and said, "We have to give up our seats. Come earlier next time to reserve a seat." The major, who had calmed down, calmly picked up his luggage, but naturally held his girlfriend's hand and walked down the grassy slope. Behind them, the little girl was stunned. "Wow, that guy is so handsome." "The girl is prettier," the little boy said quickly. Then, the little girl was unhappy, and the little boy had no choice but to lower his head and apologize, trying to make his girlfriend happy. Their love could be squandered, and they could argue over small things without any scruples. This kind of love was close to life, plain and sweet. And their love would not lack speed and passion. Perhaps the next time they met, they would be facing artillery fire, bullets whizzing past their ears. He would say, "Cover, advance," and she would say, "Clean up." Love on the battlefield, love in the flames of war, was soul-stirring and had no regrets. The sun began to set in the west. This time, Yi Qian did not let him watch her leave. She took the luggage and smiled at him. "Captain Xia, I want to watch you leave." Xia Jinyuan helped her change into the student uniform and buckled the collar that represented her identity as a student. "Okay, you can send me off." She did not refuse. It was either him sending her off, or she sending him off. His back was tall and stalwart in the sun, and he had the majesty of a soldier as he walked. She kept staring at him, unable to look away for a long time. Xia Jinyuan needed to go to the southernmost sea of China. He would meet up with the Devil King, Li Jinyan, and start preparing for the international competition next year. He left in a taxi and waved goodbye to the slender figure still standing at the school gate. "See you next time." "See you next time." Yi Qian waved back and also mouthed back. Next time, they would meet again. After entering the school, Yi Qian, who had successfully completed his mission, immersed himself in his studies. After completing her professional courses, she began a simple but not boring military school life. A week later, she received a call from the military headquarters, telling her that she had made another contribution. Fu Hui has been arranged to study in the city. The school has waived her tuition fees and a company will sponsor her until she graduates from university. Major General Liu briefly explained what had happened so that Yi Qian, who was concerned about Fu Hui's future, could rest assured. He was indeed relieved. A kind and righteous girl must have a good ending. Qin Jiafu, Li Yi, and the villagers who participated in the killing of the police were sentenced to death. Among them was Fu Hui's father, because he used a mountain axe to participate in the dismemberment. As for Qin Jiakong and his brother, Qin Jiaxing, who had fled abroad, they thought that everything was fine. Little did they know that they had been closely monitored by our country. Once the diplomatic operation was launched, their lives would also come to an end. Yi Qian did not ask about the arrangements in the Great Hall. Captain Xia had reminded her that as a soldier, she only needed to listen to orders. She should not stand up when she was not allowed to speak. She should not question any decisions made by the higher-ups. Obeying orders and following orders was a discipline that a soldier must abide by. Why was it said that a soldier's duty was to obey orders? That was because this duty was the belief and the purpose of the army. She thought that the Major General was only contacting her because of Fu Hui, but she didn't know that there was another important matter waiting for her. The Major General's smiling tone gradually became serious. He only coughed lightly. Yi Jian, who was holding the topic, stood at attention reflexively and waited for the Major General to speak.